Chapter 551, Warrior Coliseum. The main street was lined with small houses and market buildings, as if this used to be a town mortals lived in. However, the markets had been long abandoned, while the small houses served as temporary shelter for the disciples that entered the town. Disciples from other sects were exploring the town, while others were making their way towards its center. In the very center of the town was the massive Colosseum, which stood on a raised patch of land. The Colosseum itself was larger than the rest of the town combined, which encircled it on the outside. The group eventually came to a pathway that meandered up to the elevated Colosseum, while 3 other pathways came into view as well, each branching to the side of the raised Colosseum. At the end of each pathway were intricate pagodas, 5 stories tall. The pathway entrances were all lined with small arches no more than a dozen feet tall and wide, each marked with a different symbol. "The 4 symbols again," Chase said. "It seems as though the Colosseum is the pathway of warriors, while the 3 other marks lead to one of the pagodas." "Finally, a trial for formation cultivators," Adam exclaimed happily. "Agreed," Chase replied, clearly happy as well as both of them could finally display their strengths. "All right, well, there's no need to waste any time then," John spoke up. "We'll each go down our pathway and meet back here at this spot when we're all done." The others nodded their heads in agreement, and soon Adam and Chase each ventured down the pathway towards their respective trials. "Shall we?" John said to Iris, who was standing next to him. Iris nodded her head, and the 2 quickly walked up the pathway of the warrior towards the Colosseum. The warrior pathway was by far the most popular, as the majority of disciples were cultivators that focused on strength. As they approached the Colosseum, the roaring of an excited crowd could be heard. John and Iris glanced at each other before they entered the main entrance of the Colosseum. An expansive combat arena immediately came into view, one that was half a mile long and wide. The arena was surrounded by the Colosseum, which allowed for tens of thousands of disciples to watch from above. Although the Colosseum was only filled with several thousand disciples at the moment, it was still an incredibly lively atmosphere, something that almost reminded John of the battles back in the Bloodfiend sect. In the arena below, a heated battle was taking place between over 100 disciples, which made the rather small arena appear packed with chaos. At the very center of the arena was a pedestal raised several feet from the ground. The disciples all seemed to be battling their way towards the pedestal, on which a lone figure sat upon. It was a disciple with a cultivation in the middle heaven tribulation realm, although his power seemed to be restricted to a weaker level. John's gaze swept over the Colosseum stands, and he eventually found what he was looking for. He began to move towards that spot with Iris in tow, when suddenly someone stepped in front of him. It was a youth from another sect, the insignia depicting a raging inferno. His cultivation was at the early heaven tribulation realm. John glanced at the youth with a questioning expression, as he had never seen this youth before. However, the youth ignored him, and instead was gazing at Iris. "What do you want?" Iris asked, her voice full of displeasure at having been blocked like this. "My group is right over there," the youth said as he pointed into the stands towards a group of 5 males and 2 females, all in the early heaven tribulation realm. "We'd love to have you join our group as well." "Huh, why would I do that?" Iris asked, her voice tinged with confusion. "Seeing that you and your friend are only in the Meridian forging realm, someone as beautiful as you will quickly be preyed upon in these lands unless you have proper protection," the youth replied valiantly as he glanced sideways at John, clearly indicating that her current company was too weak to keep her safe. "You'll get much farther in these trials with us. You should join us instead." John raised an eyebrow at the youth's straightforward words, although he understood where the youth was coming from. Iris truly was a beautiful girl, and so many youths would try to get on her good graces. Clearly, this was one youth attempting to court Iris to his group with the promise of protection and rewards. Iris's stoic expression quickly broke as she burst into hearty laughter. Her laughter was incredibly boisterous, as if she had just heard the funniest joke in the world. "What's so funny?" the youth asked with growing agitation. He could tell that Iris was mocking him with her laughter. "Come on, John, let's go. This idiot clearly doesn't know what he's saying," Iris said to John as she wiped tears of laughter from her eyes. "Useless bitch. I offer you a great deal and you spit on it," the youth replied angrily, instantly showing his true colors. "You or your friend better not join this trial, or I'll show you just what you passed up on." Iris' face instantly darkened, but she pulled on John's hand before he could do anything and escorted him away from the other disciple. She knew John's quick temperament when it came to his friends and dragged him away before he could do anything. John allowed himself to be brought away by Iris, but couldn't help questioning her. "Why'd you just let that man talk to you like that?" John asked. "I could have had him groveling before you in an instant." "I know you would have," Iris replied, her gaze becoming heated. "Which is why I dragged you away. When we enter this trial, that piece of shit is mine. I want to make him grovel before me personally." John raised an eyebrow in surprise at what he was hearing, as it was the first time he had seen such anger from Iris or heard such words from her. However, he had only been friends with her for a short while and didn't really know her all too well yet. "It seems Iris has just as short a temper as me when it comes to certain things," John mused. He nodded his head after a short moment of silence, agreeing to her words. "Are you confident in beating him, though?" John asked, as the youth had a higher cultivation than her. "I have my ways. Just you watch," Iris replied confidently. It reminded John of the absolute confidence he had seen from Iris back in the entrance exams when she had been fighting Aaron. She had toyed with him at the time, despite Aaron being the most aggressive and powerful youth in the exam. Clearly, she was incredibly strong herself, but had never been able to show her strengths to John since that time. "Just make sure he suffers thoroughly," John replied. "Don't worry, I will," Iris replied confidently. "Good, then I look forward to it," John replied with a smile before he began walking over to a certain spot in the crowd. "Do situations like that happen often to you?" John asked Iris as they ventured into the stands. "It happens far too often," Iris replied with a harumph of displeasure. "I've grown somewhat used to it, though." "I suppose beauty does attract all sorts of troublesome people," John replied as they arrived before a group of youths, who all had cultivations in the early heaven tribulation realm. They glanced at the new arrivals and quickly sprung to their feet to greet John. "John, I mean General," one of them exclaimed hastily. It was a young male who had short brown hair, a round face, and ears larger than expected for his head size. "No need for such useless titles," John replied dismissively as he sat next to the group, which was a group of 5 heavenly lightning sect disciples. They had clearly been here for a while already, and John wanted to get some information from them regarding this trial. "So, it seems as though you've all been here for a while. What exactly is this trial?" John asked curiously as he watched the battle rage on below. A protective formation barrier constantly flickered with power as it blocked attacks from reaching the stands. "It's a free-for-all fight, with the only goal being to sit upon that pedestal at the end of the trial," the disciple explained. "Each round lasts 2 hours, and the one sitting upon the pedestal at the end of the hour is awarded jade mark points." 552 Heru, jade mark points? John asked. "It's what everyone has started calling the scores branded on us," the youth replied. "Ah, that makes sense," John replied while nodding his head. It was the Jade Dragon Empire after all, and the symbols branded into them were jade green as well. His gaze lingered on the arena below, in which the battles were quite heated, but no one was making any significant moves yet. "I'm Heru, by the way," the youth introduced himself, as he had never done so with John formally before. Since John was a first year and Heru was a second year, such formality was not expected. However, John had displayed his freakish strength when fighting Leon, and strength was all that truly mattered when it came to respect in the cultivation world. "This is Haley, Belmont, and Gale," Heru said as he introduced the other members of his group. John nodded his head at the others, while Iris introduced herself to them afterwards. After the introductions, the group continued to converse while watching the trials below. It seems as though the first true warrior mark trial is a trial amongst the participants of this trial. I figured it would be against enemies or obstacles created by the trials, but I suppose fighting against the other disciples is the truest test of talent after all. Why are they mostly staring at each other? John asked after a moment of watching the fights carry on below. While some of the battles were heated, most of the 100 participants were keeping to themselves and being defensive. That's because the only goal is to sit on the pedestal at the end of the 2-hour mark, the youth replied. Fighting and draining your energy early on will all but guarantee you're not the one to sit on the pedestal, so everyone is conserving their energy. While a few of them are confident enough to fight until the end, not all are so bold. John once again nodded his head, as the explanation made sense. His gaze shifted back to the one sitting on the pedestal in the very center of the arena, who had a calm expression on his face, as if the 100 other trial participants were of no concern to him. Who is he? John asked as he gazed at the youth on the pedestal. He seems quite confident. Oh, him. That's Alderin of the Cinderflame clan, Haru replied. The Cinderflame clan? Never heard of them. Are they strong? John asked. He had not heard of most of the sects and clans of the Alliance, so not hearing of the Cinderflame clan was not unexpected. Indeed they are, Haru replied. When it comes to their disciples, they're just as strong as our sect, maybe even stronger. From what I've gathered from the others around here, Alderin is in the top 5 of his clan, and his power is strong enough to give Rael and Lily a good fight. That's strong, huh? John replied as he gazed at Alderin. As if he could tell he was being stared at by a strong opponent, Alderin opened his eyes and gazed into the stands. His gaze locked onto John, and a slight look of surprise appeared in his eyes before he closed his eyes once more. He's definitely quite strong, John replied after exchanging gazes with Alderin. He could truly tell that he was indeed as strong as Rael and Lily, or at least in the same ballpark of strength. From how you describe Alderin, it seems as though he's established his name and strength already, John said to Haru. You would be correct, Haru replied. I arrived here about 10 hours ago, and Alderin was sitting on the center platform at that time. He's been up there ever since, and had not once been dethroned. He's been up there for so long. Can he indefinitely earn points by sitting there? John asked. I'm not sure. I'm sure there's some kind of limit, but at the moment the points he's obtaining seems to be enough to entice someone as powerful as him to stay, Haru replied. Bang! Bang! The sounds of fighting continued to wash over the arena as the time limit started approaching the 2-hour mark, and the fighting became more frantic. An hourglass hovering above the arena dictated the time limit, which was visible for all to see. In the heated frenzy of battle, a lone disciple suddenly launched an attack at Alderin, who calmly raised his arm and unleashed an incredibly powerful flame battle art. The two arts collided, and the attacking disciple was instantly overwhelmed by Alderin's power. His body launched across the arena, coming to a smoldering stop on the other side. Why are they not working together to knock that Alderin off the center platform? Iris chimed in while watching the battle. Because they're all from different sects and clans, and no one trusts each other. Also, these are the top geniuses from each power, and doing an underhanded thing such as ganging up on their opponent is beneath them and their pride, John explained. So have you tried fighting in the arena yet? John asked Haru after a short pause in their conversation. Once, when I initially arrived 10 hours ago, Haru replied, his mood becoming a bit downcast. But I wasn't even able to cause Alderin to move even slightly, so I'm just waiting until he leaves, and then I'll try my luck again. The 3rd and 4th years are quite lucky to have the true advantage in these lands, while the rest of us 1st and 2nd years pick up the scraps. I have just one question, though. I can tell his cultivation is at the Middle Heaven Tribulation realm, yet he seems a bit weaker than that. What's going on? John asked Haru. That's because the arena normalizes all cultivations to the early Heaven Tribulation realm, making it an even fight for all the disciples, Haru explained. before his gaze shifted to John and became quite awkward. Both John and Iris were in the Meridian forging realm and were amongst the only few disciples in these entire lands who had cultivations that low. So that's how it is, John mused out loud, ignoring the awkward look from Haru. The Jade Dragon Empire land was far more powerful than we are now, so early heaven tribulation must have been the absolute minimum requirement to enter these lands, and so it normalizes to that level. John remained silent as he watched the battles below come to a frenzied end. The disciples all battled amongst themselves, and the last remaining victors tried their luck against Alderaan. However, his strength was beyond what any of them could manage, and his powerful flames reigned supreme once more. The last grain of sand in the large hourglass above the arena dropped down, and a resounding gong sound bellowed out over the arena, signifying the round's end. The battered and bruised participants all made their way out of the arena, looking to tend to their wounds and lowered energy reserves. On the central pedestal sat Alderaan, who seemed relaxed and unbothered, as if the fighting he had just been a part of was of no trouble at all. With the previous round ended, the new round was open until 100 participants entered the arena. "Well, time to start accumulating points," John said out loud as he stood up. His gaze shifted to Iris, who stood up alongside him as well. "After I gather the points I need, I'll clear the way for you to do the same," John said to her. Iris smiled back at John, truly appreciative at hearing such words. "Just remember, that bastard from before is mine," Iris replied with disdain as she recalled the young man from before. "He's all yours," John replied with a smile as he jumped from his seat in the stands and landed powerfully on the arena below. The first true warrior mark trial of the Jade Dragon Realm Empire lands was about to begin. Chapter 553 round, start of the next round, caused the atmosphere in the crowd to get heated once again, as new participants sought to join the fight. However, with Alderaan's display, many others became hesitant to do so. Alderaan had remained undefeated for almost a full day now, with no one able to knock him from his spot. However, they assumed that he would eventually leave, at which point they would join the fight and unleash their full strength. Bang! 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 However, Alderaan's might thus far did not dash the hopes of all, as dozens on newcomers took up the task to dethrone him. These were all geniuses from their respective sects and clans, and most of them carried themselves with pride and self-confidence. They would never cower before even undertaking the challenge. Amongst the newcomers that landed on the arena was an eye-catching pair of youths, mainly due to their cultivations. The eyes of the others in the arena, as well as those in the stands, widened slightly as they saw the cultivations of the newcomers, before snickers of laughter echoed out throughout the arena. "Ha ha ha, there's actually someone in the Meridian forging realm that entered these lands." A taunting jeer came from the stands above. Not just one, but 2 idiots at the Meridian forging realm showed up. What power are they from, that they're desperate to use Meridian forging cultivators? Another jeered. "They're from the Heavenly Lightning sect," another chimed in loudly for all to hear. "I thought that sect was quite powerful, but from the looks of it, they've fallen on hard times." As if he had expected such taunts, John completely ignored the insults being hurled at him. He had become used to such reactions already, as he had been fighting an uphill cultivation battle his entire life. However, Iris, who was not used to such treatment, couldn't help but clench her fist as she felt her blood boil with rage. "What a bunch of assholes," Iris uttered coldly. "They sit up there comfortably instead of joining the fight and have the gall to insult us." "Just ignore them," John replied calmly. "They're not even worth getting angry over. Lions do not concern themselves with the opinions of the sheep." Iris felt herself calm down slightly after seeing how undisturbed John was. His words did make sense, and she quickly regained her calm and focus. "Haha, did I just hear that correctly? Did you just call yourself a lion?" A mocking voice sounded out from behind John and Iris, which they turned to look at. Iris's expression instantly darkened as they stared at the unscrupulous youth from before, who had insulted both her and John. If anything, you're not even worthy of being sheep, the youth continued. You're more like shit made to fertilize the lands so that others may grow. The youth's words were quite clear in their meaning. John and Iris were mere stepping stones, meant to be stepped on and cut down by those stronger than them, acting as fertilizer to help the true geniuses grow. I thought I made myself clear, the youth said as he slowly approached John and Iris. His actions caused the others to look over as well, curious as to what was going on. But since you didn't listen, you only have yourself to blame for what happens next. You really should have taken me up on my offer. You sure you'll be fine against him? John asked Iris again. Although Iris was strong and had specialized eye talents, she was still only a half-step heaven tribulation cultivator. Her opponent was a full-fledged early heaven tribulation cultivator, and jumping realms was an incredibly difficult thing to do. Her opponent was a genius from his own power and not a pushover, making the task even more difficult. I'll be fine, Iris replied calmly, doing her best to maintain her wits and control her anger. This idiot will look down on me. That should give me the opening I need. All right, then let me see a good show, John replied, looking forward to watching Iris's battle. Each round lasted 2 hours, and so he was in no rush to start his fight against Alderaan. The youths from the stands continued to slowly pour into the arena as the number slowly approached 100 participants. After a few minutes, the 100th participant entered the arena, at which point the formation barrier around the arena lit up once more. Another gong sounded out, indicating the start of the next round. A bizarre energy washed over the arena in an instant, which forcefully lowered the cultivations of all those in the arena to the early heaven tribulation realm. It was clearly to normalize the fights and reward those who were the most talented. This must be the energy Haru was talking about earlier. I can sense all the other cultivators are now in the early heaven tribulation realm, but unfortunately it did not raise my or Iris's cultivation to that realm. We're still stuck in the Meridian Forging realm, which confirms my suspicions I had earlier regarding the talent level of the Jade Dragon Empire. Bang! 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 The start of the round resulted in a flurry of attacks being unleashed, as some attempted to make moves right away. Others focused no defending themselves, doing their best to conserve their energy for the last push at the end of the round. You still had time to leave before, but now you're trapped here with me. You can only blame yourself for what's to come, the boy before Iris said as his aura suddenly flared with power. Anticipating the good show to come, John stepped off to the side as he watched Iris prepare to battle. Without warning, a disciple from another sect appeared behind John and slammed his weapon down onto him. The youth was using a great hammer, and the power contained in the weapon was monstrous. Without turning around, John raised one arm above his head as he channeled his supreme battle art and limiter of power. Bang! The hammer slammed down onto John's outstretched hand and came to a complete stop. The shockwave from the attack knocked the youth backwards, while the rest of the nearby youths, as well as those in the stands, looked on with shock and awe. Bang! John suddenly raised his hand and pointed at the great hammer youth. Lightning disintegration. An incredibly powerful and potent lightning beam exploded out of John's finger and slammed towards the youth, who was still recovering from his previous shock. His great hammer swept out powerfully to meet the attack, but was swept aside in an instant by the lightning beam. Gah! The youth cried out in pain as his body was tossed across the arena, finally coming to a halt as he slammed into the formation barrier surrounding the arena. A slight trail of smoke rose up from his body as he struggled to stand up, while those in the entire arena and stands above looked on with mouths agape. I'll be watching my friend fight, John said out loud for all to hear. Do not disturb her, and do not disturb me, or the same fate awaits you. 554 Iris's fight silence descended over the arena as they all stopped to look at John. He was a late Meridian Forging cultivator, yet he had just easily defeated an early Heaven Tribulation cultivator. They had never seen such a thing before, and didn't know if trickery was at hand to make such a thing possible. However, when they thought back to how he had effortlessly blocked a full-powered attack from that youth's great hammer, they couldn't help but shiver at the thought of them blocking the attack in such a way. If they had attempted to do such a thing, their arms would have most likely shattered, despite being in a higher realm. Alderin opened his eyes as he gazed at John for a moment, looking at him in a new light. After a short while, he closed his eyes once again, resuming his calm meditation. Meanwhile, the youth who had threatened Iris and John couldn't help but pause as well, his wary eyes looking at John with both fear and confusion. As a genius of his sect, he almost always got what he wanted when he asked. Iris's refusal to join his group was an insult to his pride, and he had come into the arena to make her regret her decision. He had expected this to be an easy thing, but had clearly underestimated his opponents. However, John's words clearly indicated that he was not going to interfere with their battle, causing the youth to sigh in slight relief. A satisfied smirk appeared on Iris's face as she saw the youth before her be knocked down a peg. "What are you smirking at?" the youth barked out, his agitation climbing. He did not like the way Iris was looking at him, as if the fight had already been concluded. She still had a lower cultivation than him, and the youth did not expect her to also have freakish combat prowess. "I'm smirking at you," Iris replied. "Or more, the thought of you begging me for mercy in a short while." "You bitch, die!" the youth yelled out angrily, his anger instantly ignited by Iris's words. He instantly shot towards her, his aura climbing powerfully as he prepared to unleash his first attack. An amused smile lingered on Iris's face as she too began to move, while her eyes began to glow with a profound glimmer. The youth arrived before her and instantly slashed his sword down towards her. He was holding nothing back, and it was clear that in his rage he did not care if he killed Iris or not. Chi. The sword sliced forward, narrowly missing Iris by the smallest of margins. In fact, some in the crowd winced as they watched the attack, as they had assumed it had landed on her. Watching from nearby to prevent any interference, John smirked in knowing at what was to come. Iris had done the same to Aaron, who found fighting her to be the most frustrating thing in his life. Bang! The sword sliced down and hit the arena below, as the contact on Iris's body that was expected did not happen. The youth's eyes widened slightly, as he had expected this attack of his to land. However, his opponent has been able to mysteriously dodge in the perfect manner at the perfect time, almost as if she had seen through the attack. Bang! Iris's right foot swung out, slamming into the waist of the youth. The youth shot backwards a few dozen yards before coming to a stop. His heated gaze stared back at Iris, while his anger continued to climb. "Huh, you took no damage at all from that kick," Iris said to the youth with slight surprise. "Ah, you are the heaven tribulation realm after all. I guess I can't treat this like a game." A pair of straight daggers suddenly appeared in her hands, each about a foot long. They were black in color and gave off a slightly menacing aura, as if they had claimed many lives before. John raised an eyebrow as he stared at the daggers in Iris's hands. Dagger are normally bad weapons, as their short range is a great disadvantage. However, with Iris's speed as well as her eye talents, she can easily read an opponent and break through their openings better than anyone else could. Getting close enough to use daggers on an opponent may be hard for others, but for Iris it should be the best thing. Not only that, but the light weight of the daggers ensures she can maintain her top speed, further emphasizing her strengths. Truly a good fit. Meanwhile, the youth's anger exploded even further, as Iris's words clearly indicated she had been looking down on him. "You dare look down on me," the youth cried out, his reasoning and rationale completely thrown aside in his rage. "Die." The smirk on Iris's face appeared once again as she watched her opponent quickly approach. "Just don't die too quickly and disappoint me," Iris replied with self-confidence as she too dashed forward, fully displaying her combat prowess for the first time. The two cultivators appeared before each other, their weapons arcing out towards each other. Peng! 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 The youth unleashed a flurry of sharp and quick attacks, each with the power to claim Iris's life. However, her body moved with perfect timing and grace, while her daggers did the same. Each blow from the youth was met with the perfect counter of her daggers, allowing her to block them with the least amount of effort. Those in the crowd and arena couldn't help but feel slight shock once again as they watched Iris hold her own against someone in a higher cultivation realm than her. Unlike John, her power and aura was clearly weaker than her opponent, but she made up for that difference with incredible speed and perfect movements. How is she doing that? A female youth in the crowd asked her nearby friends. Her movements are absolutely perfect. You're right, one of her friends replied. I can't see a single flaw in any of her movements. It's as if she can see the fight take place before it even happens and reacts in the perfect manner. Incredible, another youth in the group replied. Just who are these two? One of them can easily overwhelm an opponent in a higher major realm than him, while the other can hold her own as well. Where did these two come from? They're from the Heavenly Lightning Sect, another youth replied, clearly recognizing the embroidered insignia on John and Iris's robes. The Heavenly Lightning Sect. I've never heard of such level of geniuses coming from that sect. They must have just arrived at the sect recently. After all, their ages and cultivations mean they're still first years, unlike the rest of us. True, I was wondering why any sect would send first years who are still in the Meridian forging realm, and figured the Heavenly Lightning Sect was incredibly short on geniuses and sent whoever they could. It seems as though I was wrong. Similar conversations broke out amongst those in the crowd as they watched the battle between Iris and her opponent rage on. The youth continued to unleash strong attacks with the intent to claim Iris's life. However, he didn't dare use large area of attack battle arts, as that would impact the others in the arena. If he did that, he would draw the collective ire of everyone he had attacked, and even in his rage he knew that was suicide. However, his single target attacks were unable to even scratch Iris, as her movements continued to be flawless, as if she saw through every single attack of his. Meanwhile, an occasional counter-attack from Iris's daggers would fly out, slashing the skin of the youth. Small beads of blood began to trickle down his arms and legs from the wounds, but they were all superficial. "Stop running, you bitch," he barked out angrily. "These measly attacks of yours couldn't defeat me even if you sliced me up another 1,000 times. You have no hope of beating me by just running." While saying all this, he sliced out with another attack, which was flawlessly dodged by Iris. Her smiling face gazed back at him as if she was anticipating something. A bad feeling washed over the youth, who suddenly felt his strength slowly but surely begin to sap from his body. "I know my attacks can't defeat you," Iris said smugly while watching her opponent begin to stumble slightly. "But the poison on my daggers sure can. 555 poison blades poison." The youth muttered lightly, his face turning slightly white at the thought. "Impossible, how could I have missed such a thing? You're lying," the youth cried out in slight panic. "You'll find out if I'm lying or not soon enough," Iris replied calmly, as if her opponent was already in her clutches. Normally, when a cultivator used poison on their weapons, it was readily apparent to the opponent. Poison users would normally only be able to get 1 or 2 good attacks in during a fight, as their use of poison indicated they were most likely weaker combat prowess-wise. As such, they would need to use a large enough amount of poison on their blades to overwhelm their opponent with just a strike or two. From the side, John raised an eyebrow at Iris's words, as even he did not notice the poison at first. However, he was not fighting Iris, and so had no reason to carefully inspect her blades at the time. With her incredible speed and remarkable eye talents, Iris was able to land dozens of attacks. Although each attack was light and only barely broke skin, it was enough for the small amount of poison on her blade to work its way into her opponent's system. After each attack, she would retreat for a moment and stealthily reapply her poison, starting the process all over again. Most opponents would take notice when she reapplied the poison, but her movements and ability to dodge all attacks has frustrated her opponent to the point that his anger shrouded his judgment and vision in this fight. Iris truly is an annoying opponent to fight, and one could almost be frustrated to death by her. The youth continued to feel his strength slowly drain from his body and quickly realized that Iris was telling the truth. He jumped backwards away from her and took out a bottle, which contained dozens of pills. The pills were all different sizes and colors, and the youth quickly swallowed them all without regard. Trying to neutralize the poison with antidote pills, Iris asked the youth with a smirk on her face. "I'm afraid that won't be possible." "I have hundreds of different poison-neutralizing pills," the youth replied as he continued to swallow more and more pills. "One of them can surely work against your pitiable poison." "Good luck," Iris replied while chuckling lightly, as if she knew none of his pills would work. Instead of pressing her advantage while the youth swallowed pills, Iris stood there patiently as she watched him frantically down the pills. If the youth was not a cultivator that was able to instantly convert pills into medicinal chi within his stomach would have already exploded from the inside from the amount of pills he had consumed. While Iris waited patiently, John casually walked over to her and stood beside her. His gaze focused on the youth as well. "Shouldn't you press the advantage now?" John asked questioningly. "What if he finds the antidote to the poison you have?" Iris glanced at John as a smile appeared on her face. "He won't," she replied. "How can you be so sure?" John asked. "Because this poison was made specially for me," Iris replied as she glanced back at the youth. "And according to that person, this poison can only be neutralized by the most expensive of antidote pills, or by cultivation alone. However, you need to be in the late heaven tribulation realm to neutralize it by cultivation alone, so this youth cannot do that." "Made specially for you?" John asked. "And it's that high quality of a poison. Who do you know that can make such poisons?" "You already know them," Iris replied as she smirked at John. "I know them?" John asked in confusion before knowing realization hit him. "Chase." "Yes, Chase," Iris replied. "Chase can make such poison pills?" John asked. "Apparently he can. He told me that when he was in the Blood Fiend sect, the only reason the sect allowed him to continue his pill studies was because he had a heavenly talent for making poison pills, which the sect valued highly. It has something to do with his wood constitution, which allows him to breed specific poison plants, which combined with his alchemy talents allows him to make incredible never-before-seen poisons," Iris replied, explaining the whole thing. "What? Chase never told me any of that about himself," John replied, fully surprised at what he had heard. "Why didn't he tell me that?" "No idea," Iris replied. "Maybe he didn't want you to look down on him, knowing that his greatest talent is making poisons to kill people." John fell into silence upon hearing Iris's reply, as it did make sense when it came to Chase. He detested the Blood Fiend sect, what they did to him, and also hurting people. Naturally, he didn't want to reveal such a cruel talent to John at the time. However, it seemed as though he was finally comfortable enough to reveal the truth to the group, or Iris at least. "Wait, why did he only tell you about his talents?" John asked. "Because I asked him if he could make poison for me," Iris replied. "I had expected to get some decent poisons from him, but never expected his talent in the poison-making art to be so great. All the better for me, though," Iris replied cheerfully as she watched the youth frantically down pills, but to no avail. "However, with how little I apply to avoid detection on my blades, I need to hit my opponent dozens of times, which is quite the hassle." Her gaze shifted back towards John, her vision lingering on his arm next to her. "Forget about it," John replied calmly as he instantly saw through her actions. "I don't care what kind of poison you have, it won't work on me." Iris's face turned slightly red upon having been exposed, as it was just a fleeting thought as she considered if the poison would be enough for her to overcome John's freakish strength. "Haha, I would never think to do such a thing," Iris replied with nervous laughter. "After all, I've already sworn to follow you for life. Why would I try to do anything to you?" Sure," John replied dismissively. While he knew Iris had no intentions to harm him, he also knew of her mischievous nature. Just as she did with Adam, a time would surely come when she tried to knock John down a peg or two. However, such a thing was virtually impossible when it came to combat. "Will the poison kill him?" John asked as he watched the youth continue to grow weaker. No, it's mostly a paralysis pill according to Chase, Iris replied. Good, John replied with a head nod. We don't want to ignite the anger of the entire alliance by openly killing a fellow member. Now go and finish him off. He seems like he's about to collapse at any moment. Aye, Captain, Iris replied as she dashed forward towards the youth. You bitch, give me the antidote, the youth yelled out as he watched Iris approach. He remained on his feet and stood tall, trying his best to look strong. However, Iris knew he was only feigning and was on his last legs. A smug smile appeared on her face as she stopped before the youth, just a few feet from him. However, despite her close distance, the youth did not make a single move. You know, I could kill you right now for those words you said earlier, Iris replied coldly, her narrowed gaze sending a shiver down the defenseless youth's spine. However, since I can't openly do that, I'll do the next best thing. Without waiting for the youth's reply, Iris wound her right foot back behind her body, as if she was preparing to kick something with her greatest strength. The youth's eyes opened wide as he realized what was about to happen, and his face filled with frightened panic. No, 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 wait, the youth cried out hastily, but his pleas were met with silence as Iris's foot flung forward. Bang! A muffled bang resounded over the arena, causing all those watching to wince, especially the men. Although they were not the one kicked, they couldn't help but sympathize for the youth. A shriek of pain left the youth's mouth before his face turned white and he collapsed, unconscious from the pain he had felt. The battle between Iris and the youth had come to an end, with the result shocking those watching once again. John smiled at Iris as she returned to his side, before his gaze shifted to the center of the platform, locking onto Alderaan. As if noticing his gaze, Alderaan's eyes opened and stared back at John. A heated expression appeared in Alderaan's eyes as he watched John slowly approach. Chapter 556, shall we get started? Throughout the arena, dozens of fights were taking place amongst the participants who had joined the trial. By now, over 20 fighters had been eliminated, either by knocking out of the arena or by incapacitation. After eliminating her opponent, Iris did the opposite of what was expected of her. After exchanging some words with John, she jumped out of the arena to return to her seat. Her actions surprised all, as they had expected her to fight for the central pedestal. However, Iris knew better than to attempt such a thing for several reasons. The first was that she was not strong enough to claim the platform in the center and win the round. While she was incredibly quick and had poison daggers, that would not be enough to overwhelm someone like Alderaan. In the face of someone as strong as Alderaan, all she would be able to do is run. Secondly, she had only joined the fight to defeat the crass youth that had insulted both her and John. With that successfully accomplished, she retired from the arena, as she knew that as long as John was in the trial, any hope of victory was impossible. As she returned to her seat next to the other Heavenly Lightning Sect youths, Iris was greeted with warm smiles, while the youths looked at her in a new light. Good job in there, Haru said to Iris. Thanks, Iris replied with a cheerful smile. Why did you leave, though? Don't you have any interest in trying to win the round? Although such a thing is impossible with Alderaan sitting there, it's still a good opportunity to gain combat experience, Haru asked. There's no point in trying to win with him in the arena, Iris replied calmly, as her eyes locked onto John's back. I understand, Haru replied with a defeated tone. I too thought I was strong until I entered these lands and encountered someone like Alderaan. All we can do is wait until he leaves and hope someone else as freakish as him doesn't show up. You're not wrong. That Alderaan is incredibly strong. I could tell that much just by being close to him, Iris replied, her eyes remaining on the arena below. But I wasn't talking about Alderaan. You're not talking about Alderaan, Haru asked with slight confusion in his voice. Then who are you talking about? Did you see someone else that's as strong as Alderaan while you were down there? Just be quiet and watch, Iris replied as a small smile appeared on her face. A good show is about to start. On the arena below, John calmly began to approach Alderaan, whose calm gaze stared back. Alderin was the only opponent worthy of John's attention, and also sat on the central pedestal that John desired to claim. John's calm gaze turned into a frown as he felt someone appear behind them. They had appeared silently, and seemed to be skilled in stealth and assassination arts. If not for his incredible senses, he would have not noticed their presence in time. A sharp blade appeared in the stealthy assailant's hands as it thrust towards John's back. While the attack would not be lethal for him if it landed, it would most definitely take him out of this fight and take some time to heal. It seems as though my previous display was not deterrent enough, John sighed as lightning nodes suddenly appeared in the air around him. Shit! A cry from behind him echoed out at the appearance of the lightning nodes, which unleashed a barrage of lightning attacks at the assailant. Bang! 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 The barrage of lightning beams slammed into the arena platform as they were narrowly dodged by the stealthy assailant, who seemed to specialize in both stealth and speed. John frowned as he noticed his opponent dodge the attacks, as he had been hopping to eliminate them in one fell swoop. He turned around to look at his opponent, who had put some distance between themselves. It was a young female youth who had long brown hair and hazel eyes. Her face was quite attractive, but her sharp features made her look icy and cold. She wore pitch-black clothes, which would blend into the night unseen. She's clearly from some sort of power that specializes in stealth arts. Now that she's been exposed, she's as good as useless, though, John mused before a frown once again appeared on his face. Don't look down on me, asshole. A cry of anger from behind John boomed out, while a great hammer slammed down onto John, its might augmented by a powerful battle art. John clicked his tongue as he dodged to the side, narrowly dodging the hammer that slammed against the arena with great force. After dodging the attack, John's gaze shifted to the youth who had attacked him, who was a familiar opponent. The youth's robes were charred from lightning damage, while his body was bloodied and charred slightly as well. It was the youth he had beaten before, who had seemingly regained consciousness and sought revenge against John. I already beat you before. Why would you try your luck against me again? John asked. I was holding back due to your low cultivation, as I didn't want to kill you, the youth replied with agitation and anger in his voice. Clearly, he felt embarrassed from losing to someone as weak cultivation-wise as John. I won't be making the same mistake twice. You're going to pay for embarrassing me like that. John's calm gaze lingered on the youth for a moment, before it shifted to the side to observe the girl who specialized in stealth. She had been moving to get into his blind spot, hopping to take advantage of his distraction. After observing the situation, John sighed once more and shook his head in disapproval. You know, I was only going to fight with Alderin and leave the rest of the fight to take place amongst yourselves, but it seems as though many of you will be a hindrance to such a plan. John spoke up, his voice loud enough for all in the arena to hear. I've changed my mind. I'll be eliminating each and every one of you so that I may fight Alderin without any disturbances. Silence descended upon the arena, and the stands above as everyone fell into a stunned silence upon hearing John's words. After a few seconds of silence, a cacophony of laughter erupted amongst the other youths, as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. Ha ha ha, did you hear that? The boy thinks he's strong enough to fight against all of us. One of the fighters boomed out in laughter. Ha ha, that display of his earlier must have gone to his head, and now he thinks he can handle us all with that meager cultivation of his. Another replied with great amusement. Similar conversations broke out amongst those in the arena, and stands with great amusement. However, the amusing conversations quickly ceased as they all felt an incredible aura explode upon the arena, stunning them all into shocked silence. Their eyes locked onto John, who stood there with a calm expression on his face. The aura of his body radiated absolute might, as if he could crush a mountain with a single fist, while 100 lightning nodes danced around him in the air. Lightning of incredible power cackled in the air around him, making him look like a lightning god. Those who felt the might of the lightning shivered in fright, as they could tell each strike had the power to cause them great harm. They had no idea how a meridian-forging youth could erupt with such power, but there was no denying what they were feeling at the moment. In the stands, the Heavenly Lightning sect group looked on with mouths agape, while the small smile on Iris's face returned. "Finally, the show's about to start," Iris said with expectant enthusiasm. John's calm, yet cold gaze stared at the other fighters in the arena, pausing on those who had just insulted him. "Shall we get started then?" Chapter 557, Overwhelming Dominance. John's aura emanated with incredible power, while his attitude radiated absolute confidence. The other fighters in the arena narrowed their eyes as they stared at John, both guarded by his display of power, while also insulted by his previous words. "Listen here, boy," one of the stronger fighters spoke up, clearly agitated by John's provocative words. "You may be strong, but no matter how strong you think you are far from being able to dominate this arena. You're about to learn a lesson in humility." John's aura was doubtlessly strong, but each of the youths in the arena were geniuses of their sects and clans, and carried themselves with pride. They would never bow their head against a meridian-forging youth just because of a strong aura. John's gaze shifted to the youth who had just spoken, who wore a purple robe with the image of a snake on it. The youth had a chiseled face, short blonde hair, and was ruggedly handsome. John could instantly tell that this youth was a Middle Heaven Tribulation cultivator, and was most likely one of the more talented geniuses from his power. "A pity," John replied calmly. "If your cultivation was not restricted to the early Heaven Tribulation realm, you may have been a good opponent to fight. However, as you are now, you are not worth wasting my breath over." The youth's eyes narrowed as he heard John's words. He opened his mouth to reply again, but his narrowed eyes instantly widened as John suddenly appeared before him, his speed far greater than anything the youth had thought possible. John's fist, augmented by both the supreme battle art and limiter of power, smashed forward towards the youth's chest, who hastily raised his spear in front of his chest. Peng! John's fist smashed against the shaft of the spear, causing a piercing metallic ring to echo out. The youth, unable to resist the might of John's punch, launched backwards, his feet scraping across the surface of the arena until he came to a stop over 100 yards away. The youth who had blocked the attack lowered his spear as he stared at John with a new look. Instead of the haughty arrogance of before, only guarded caution could be seen now. His spear trembled in his hands as his arms still struggled to recover from the force of the blow he had just blocked. Before anyone could process what had just happened, John shot forward once more towards the youth. Lightning from his lighting domain crashed violently between nodes, forming a powerful lightning cage around his body, nearly 50 yards wide. "Attack him! Eliminate this bastard!" the spear-wielding youth shouted out in panic as he watched John quickly approach him. In that singular exchange, he could tell he was outmatched. "This fucking cultivation restricting formation is ruining everything," the youth cursed as he steadied his spear and unleashed a powerful battle art towards John. A purple spear battle art pierced towards John, its power capable of overwhelming most of the other fighters in the arena. Bang! The spear battle art slammed onto the lightning cage, its power attempting to pierce within. After a brief struggle between the two battle arts, the purple spear image faded away while the lightning cage remained, shocking all that saw it. Following the words of the spear-wielding youth, the other fighters all unleashed their battle arts towards John, intending on eliminating him once and for all. Unlike all the other participants, John was attempting to swallow up the entire arena with his battles, something that was looked down upon. Doing so would only draw the ire from all the fighters, as was currently happening. Bang! 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 A barrage of battle arts slammed against John's defensive lightning cage as a battle between battle arts raged out. John's 20 times compressed Danshin churned with absolute power as it spewed out as much chi as it could handle, strengthening the lightning cage to its peak. While my body could most likely handle all these attacks at once, it's best that I don't try my luck against so many attacks. Even for me, fighting against this many opponents will become overwhelming if I don't start whittling their numbers down right away. In that case, I'll start with the weakest and work my way up. John's gaze swept across the arena as his lightning domain continued to resist the flurry of battle arts slamming against it. The arena lit up like a battlefield as dozens of battle arts exploded each second, drowning most of the arena in the explosions. The fighters all utilized their chi to form protective barriers around their bodies as they continued to unleash battle arts, hopping to overwhelm John's lightning barrier. From the center of the platform, Alderin watched the fight with great interest. At first his expression was calm, but it slowly became graver as he watched John's display of power. The battle arts between the two sides exploded over him constantly, but a flaming inferno suddenly sprung up around him, shielding him from the explosive attacks. How the fuck is his lightning barrier still standing? One of the youths in the arena cursed out angrily. They had already landed dozens of attacks on it, and any other person in the arena facing such a barrage would have already been overwhelmed. He must be using some sort of defensive formation or artifact. Keep assaulting him, and it will eventually run out of energy, the spear-wielding youth yelled out, unable to believe this was John's true power. John's gaze shifted back towards the spear-wielding youth, their eyes locking onto each other through the small gaps in John's lightning cage. John narrowed his eyes as he stared at the youth, who felt a shiver of fear crawl up his spine. I was going to start with the weakest, but I'll start with him first. He's acting as their commander of sorts, so taking him out should scatter the rest a bit. In that case, there's no need to delay any further. Without any warning, John shot forward towards the spear-wielding youth. While the barrage of attacks continued to powerfully explode against his lightning cage, a few of the battle arts managed to pierce the lighting cage, although their power had been greatly reduced by the cage. The remaining power exploded against John's body, which took little to no damage at all. John appeared before the spear-wielding youth, whose expression turned grave as he unleashed his strongest battle art. A purple and red spear shot out, its power shaking the nearby arena. The spear slammed against the lightning cage, and after a brief moment of struggle pierced through the cage. The youth's eyes lit up in elation as he watched the spear slam onto John, who was not holding a weapon at the moment. John's fist punched out with his full power to meet the spear, the two attacks resulting in an incredible explosion within the lightning cage. The attacks from the outside quickly ceased as the youths all looked on with shocked expressions. They had been attacking John fruitlessly and were becoming hopeless in the fight against him. However, the spear-wielding youth had clearly landed a direct attack against a weaponless John, and his spear attack was not something many in the arena could resist with a weapon, let alone directly. With the thick density of the lightning cage around John, visibility was reduced, and not much could be seen within. Even their divine senses were restricted by the lightning cage, which made them unable to determine the truth. Is it over? A female youth asked as she stared at the lightning cage. It should be, a nearby male youth replied, both from the same power. Just who is that boy? Another youth asked. How does a late meridian forging cultivator have this much power? Wait a minute, the female who had first spoken up chimed up again, interrupting the youth's question. If he's been beaten, his lightning cage should have faded away when he became unconscious. The girl's words were like a spark in the minds of the others, who instantly realized their assumptions had been incorrect. Just as they realized this, the lightning cage moved forward once more, indicating that their fears were correct. The spear-wielding youth's smiling confidence instantly evaporated as he watched John dash forward once more, appearing before him in an instant. The other youths all watched in growing horror as the lightning cage swallowed up the spear-wielding youth, trapping him within. Shrieks of pain and fear cried out from within the lightning cage for a moment, each shriek of pain sending another shiver up each fighter's spine. A few moments later, silence descended on the arena as the cries from within the lightning cage ceased. The other fighters all watched on in silence as the spear-wielding youth was spat out from within the lightning cage. His body, clearly bloodied and bruised, flopped to the ground in an unconscious mess. Were it not for the fact that their divine senses could tell the boy was alive, some of them would have believed the youth to be dead. The spear-wielding youth, one of the strongest amongst them, had been eliminated in less than a few seconds of combat. How is this possible? One of the weaker youths muttered out softly, almost unable to muster their voice. I'll give all of you one opportunity. A calm yet commanding voice from within the lightning cage boomed out, the voice clearly belonging to John. Leave the arena now, healthy and in one piece, or remain and end up like this youth here. The choice is yours. 558 brave defiance and hopeless struggles, a mixture of looks, stared back at John. Some were filled with trepidation, some indecisiveness, and some agitation. Fuck off! A youth donning a fiery red robe barked back at John. He had crimson red hair, while his eyebrows looked like flickers of flame, giving him a wild and untamed look. Just like the spear-wielding youth, he was one of the strongest fighters in the arena. Just because you're strong, you expect us to run off in fear. The youth chimed up again, clearly agitated by John's words. I'd rather lose brutally than give up before even fighting. My pride is not so easily shattered. The youth's words were shocking to hear based on what had just been witnessed, but it seemed to stir those who were indecisive back into their former selves. However, a few of the more timid and scared cultivators used this opportunity to slip out of the arena. After all was said and done, 30 cultivators remained, all of them staring defiantly at John. A look of slight surprise appeared on John's face at the actions he witnessed, before a wave of realization struck him. John placed his hand on his face and shook his head at himself, before he lowered his hand and gazed back at the other youths. My apologies, John called out to the remaining youths. It seems as though I underestimated the fighting spirit of some of you. His gaze shifted across the arena, staring at the fiery gazes of defiance that stared back at him. Come then, John called out, his voice loud and commanding. Show me if your strength matches your pride. Bang! Without hesitation, John shot forward towards the closest opponent, his feet pressing off the arena so hard as to cause a boom to echo out. His opponent's eyes became hardened as he steadied his halberd, before unleashing an incredible battle art towards John. A light blue halberd image appeared above the youth, held by an ethereal figure made of the youth's chi, dozens of yards tall. The figure depicted a human, although it was shrouded in a robe. It held the shaft of the halberd, while the blade hovered over the youth's body, almost as if a guillotine rested above him. What kind of battle art is that? John thought as he sped forward. He had never seen anything like it before, and could tell the battle art was quite powerful. As soon as he appeared before the youth, the ethereal figure slammed the halberd image down onto the lightning cage. The youth's face paled slightly in the process, revealing this battle art to be quite taxing. Boom! Battle arts collided, and John felt the halberd battle art pierce partially into his lightning cage before finally fading away. Slight surprise appeared on his face, before a smile quickly replaced it. My essence chi is strong enough to contest against a late heaven tribulation genius, and yet this opponent, whose chi has been suppressed to the early heaven tribulation realm, is able to unleash such a strong attack. That boy's speech seems to truly have roused the remaining beasts of this arena. This should be fun. What? The youth cried out as he saw his strongest battle art still blocked by the lightning cage. While he knew John's lightning cage was strong, he never expected it to be able to fully negate his strongest battle art. John's lightning cage suddenly wrapped around the youth in the same manner it had done to the spear-wielding youth. The youth's expression turned grim as he found himself trapped with nowhere to run, while John stood directly in front of him. John's calm gaze stared back, almost as if wondering what the youth would do in such a situation. Fuck off with that smug gaze, the youth cried out in anger as his body shot forward. His halberd slashed out from above with his greatest power, while the youth infused all of his remaining chi into the halberd blade for this one final attack. Good, that's the spirit a true warrior should have, John boomed out loudly as he saw the youth attack instead of cower in fear. He had been disappointed by what he had seen of the Alliance's geniuses so far, but this batch of opponents was revealing to him that there were still true warriors yet amongst their ranks. John's fist punched out to meet the halberd, which caused the youth's eyes to widen in shock. He never expected John to be a madman enough to try to take on a heaven tribulation-grade weapon with his bare hands. Thunderbody flash. At the last moment, John's body flashed slightly to the side, his speed almost imperceptible to the youth before him. His first, augmented by his innate body strength, the limiter of pain, as well as the supreme battle art smashed against the flat of the halberd blade. Peng! Fist and halberd collided, causing a sharp metallic sound to ring over the arena. The youth's halberd swept out to the side out of his grasp, while John's other fist punched out towards the youth's chest. The youth had not been expecting his weapon to be freed from his hand so quickly, but he didn't panic as he saw John's fist approach. A green object suddenly appeared before his chest, which appeared to be a green turtle shell. It was clearly some sort of protective formation object, which the youth had conjured from his spatial ring at the very last moment. Bang! Fist and shield collided, creating a shockwave that knocked the youth back. John paused for a moment as he had not expected such a counter-attack, but he couldn't help but be impressed at the youth's reactions. His quick reactions and refusal to panic were truly signs of a warrior who had experienced many battles. Bang! 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 A barrage of explosive sounds boomed out from within the lightning cage, while battle arts continued to rain down on it from the youths outside of it. After a short while of explosiveness, a lone figure was tossed from within the lightning cage. The other opponents all stared at the figure, which was the halberd-wielding youth. The youth landed on the ground and remained motionless, clearly knocked unconscious by their battle within the cage. However, the youth had landed outside the arena, shielding him from any further harm in the battles to come. The other youths all exchanged glances at one another, when suddenly the lightning cage shot forward once again, appearing next to the closest remaining opponent. Bang! Bang! Gah! Peng! Boom! A mixture of explosions, weapons colliding and pained cries echoed out across the arena for the next half an hour as those in the stands watched in disbelieving shock as John, wrapped in his lightning cage, slowly dismantled his opponents one by one. The opponents could only watch on as they were swallowed into the cage one at a time and spat out as an unconscious mess moments after. However, none of the youths fled from the battle, something that pulled on the hearts of all those watching. Gah! A final grunt of pain echoed over the arena as the last remaining youth was flung off of it, leaving only John remaining, as well as the seated Alderaan. After booming with explosions and pained cries for some time, the arena fell into an eerie silence. Those in the stands could only look on with eyes wide and mouths agape as they did their best to process what they had just witnessed. Only one face in the stands smiled with satisfaction. Iris's smiling gaze shifted from looking down at John towards the other heavenly lightning sect disciples that sat next to her. See, I told you we were about to be treated to a good show. Chapter 559, False Accusations. Despite having seen a glimmer of John's freakish combat prowess during their trip to the Honorable Alliance, Heru and the other heavenly lightning sect disciples were still stunned into silence. The same was true for the rest of the crowd, as they did the best to process what they had just witnessed. The cultivation world was always changing, but it had several rules and assumptions that were set in stone and were never broken. One of these rules was jumping realms. Jumping realms, while not impossible, was quite a rare accomplishment. It was something reserved for only the most talented of geniuses, and being able to jump a single realm was something that would spread a cultivator's name far and wide. Jumping 2 realms was even more rare, and in the annals of history, there were only a few cases of such a thing ever occurring. There was a myth about a singular person accomplishing 3 minor realm increases in combat prowess, and that tale was about the Jade Dragon Emperor, the strongest cultivator to ever exist in the world. The youth before them had seemingly accomplished the same feat as the Jade Dragon Emperor, shocking everyone present. He had jumped a major realm, and his late meridian forging cultivation against early heavenly tribulation cultivators was more akin to 3 minor realms. as a major realm increase was equivalent to 2 minor realm increases in power. Many of the youths present had their thoughts drift towards the talent testing steps and the recent scores that shocked the world. The word, Asura, entered their minds as they considered the possibility, but after some careful deliberation, they erased the thought from their minds. While John was incredibly strong, nothing from him felt like it came from an Asura. The word Asura had a very brutal, sinister, and evil meaning across the divine martial continent, something they did not associate with the youth before them. Ignoring the collective stares at him, John's gaze shifted over to Alderan, who still sat in the middle of the arena on the central pedestal. Alderan's gaze had been calm and collected throughout his entire time dominating the arena, but currently a heavy gaze stared back at John. "You're quite strong," Alderan spoke up for the first time, his voice drifting over the arena. "In fact, you're so strong as to make me think that your lightning cage was because of some sort of lightning artifact." John's gaze remained calm as he stared silently at Alderan. Alderan took John's silence as silent confirmation, and a small smirk appeared on his face as he slowly stood up. "I would imagine my guess to be correct. After all, if what you just displayed was your true combat talent, you would stand amongst the greatest geniuses of all time," Alderan continued. High's words seemed to echo like a bell in the minds of the other youths, while their eyes all lit up in realization. "So that's what it was," one of the youths in the stands exclaimed. "It all makes sense now. There's no way someone could have that level of strength. He was using an incredibly powerful artifact all along and was passing it off as his own strength," another chimed up loudly. "Shameless, absolutely shameless," another youth yelled out. Quickly, a cacophony of yells and accusations boomed across the arena as the stunned crowd hurled insults against John. Using artifacts was not against the rules in the cultivation world, as anything that gave an advantage should be utilized. However, passing it off as your own strength was seen as shameless. Normally, the crowd would consider both sides more carefully, but after what they just witnessed, none of them wanted to believe John's strength was real. They took the first opportunity given to convince themselves that his strength was a falsity. "Is that true?" Haru asked Iris, who was visibly becoming angry at the crowd hurling insults at John. "Of course it's not true," Iris replied with a cold tone, before she suddenly stood up from her seat. "You morons are so pathetic," Iris yelled loudly over the other voices, silencing them immediately. "What did you say?" a nearby youth asked, his cold gaze staring back at Iris. He had long brown hair which was tied in a singular ponytail behind his head and a relatively attractive face. He stood a head taller than Iris and carried a curved sword on the side of his waist. He wore regal robes with ornate designs, indicating that he came from a relatively wealthy power. "You heard what I said," Iris replied back without any fear. "You lot of idiots simply cannot accept the fact that John's strength is real, so you stick to the first bullshit claim you hear against him. Truly like a bunch of flies clinging to shit." "You dare speak to us that way?" the youth replied angrily as his aura began to climb powerfully. He had a cultivation at the middle heaven tribulation realm, and outside the arena, his cultivation was not suppressed. His aura washed over Iris with the intent of forcing her to the ground. Haru and the other heavenly lightning sect disciples quickly stood up as they moved to defend Iris. Despite only being the early heaven tribulation realm, they would not stand idly as a fellow disciple was bullied. However, before they could react, a voice from inside the arena boomed out, silencing the other voices. "If you lay a hand on Iris, I'll make sure that hand is removed from your arm," John's cold voice sounded out. The youth looked over towards John, his gaze defiant and haughty. "Haha, why would I listen to the likes of you? We all know your strength is now fake. Besides, outside of the arena my cultivation is not suppressed. Your artifact may be able to beat early heaven tribulation cultivators who have their cultivations suppressed, but outside of the arena you are nothing," the youth replied haughtily. "I'll make sure you learn your place when you leave that arena, but in the meantime, I think I'll play around with your girl for a moment." The youth's aura climbed once again, pressing Iris to the ground without a hope to resist. "Piss off!" Haru and the others exclaimed as their own auras flared out against the youths, but their struggle was a losing one as their cultivations were lower than the youth before them. John's eyes narrowed and face turned cold as he watched Iris be forced to the ground. While she may be strong, that was due to her speed and eye talents. However, against an overwhelming force like a powerful aura, those talents were useless. Only an equally powerful aura would be able to resist against it. John's gaze shifted back to Alderaan, who stared at him with a smug expression. "Wait here for me. I'll be back for the next round, at which point I'll make you regret the words you have just said," John said coldly to Alderaan. He ignored him before he heard any response and locked onto the youth in the stands. The youth stood directly before Iris, his smug face staring down at her on the ground below him. "Not so smug now, are you?" the youth replied with arrogance. "First, I'll make you pay for those words you just said, and then I'll do the same for your lover once he leaves the R." Boom. A hand suddenly clasped onto the youth's face, so fast as to catch him off guard. Before he could even react, the youth felt his body be forcefully dragged up and over the Colosseum. He suddenly felt himself being launched towards the earth below, the force of his momentum too great to stop in time. Boom. The youth slammed into the desert sand just outside the town, causing a massive plume of sand and dust to appear. The massive explosion attracted the attention of all those in the town, while those within the Colosseum streamed out of it to get a glimpse at the events to come. The plume of sand and dust quickly faded, revealing the youth standing within a massive crater in the desert sand. His gaze shifted upwards as he felt a chilling gaze fall on his skin. Above him hovered John, whose cold gaze was as if he were staring at a dead man. "I suppose I'll use you as an example for others. My friends are off limits, and you'll be learning the price that comes with touching them quite soon." 560 fighting Vildren, the town surrounding the massive Colosseum was filled with other cultivators, mostly those who had already participated in the arena battles and were resting, or were the alchemists and formations experts that had finished their trials. The disciples of the various powers were either resting and waiting for their warrior friends to finish their arena battles, or were merely exploring the ancient city and learning about its history. The architecture was quite unique, and the buildings were made from incredible materials, intriguing those who were interested in such things. However, these disciples were all stirred into action, as they were attracted to what had just transpired outside of the town. The youths all raced to the town's edge to get a good view of what was going on, at which point they noticed two youths staring at each other several hundred yards outside the town limits. One of the youths was hovering a dozen yards off the sky, staring down at the other. "What's going on?" one of the disciples asked as they joined the already gathered group of youths. "I don't know, I just got here as well," another replied. "It seems as though there's a fight going on between those two." "Who are they? Does anyone recognize them?" another in the crowd asked. That's Vildren," one of the youths said as they pointed to the youth standing on the ground. "Vildren, the crown prince from the Valiran Empire," one asked. "It seems so. His robes are unmistakable, and he has a middle heaven tribulation cultivation," another replied. "Who has the gall to fight someone like him? I hear he's quite powerful and most likely ranks in the top 100 youths in this entire realm." Considering there were tens of thousands of disciples within the Jade Dragon Empire trial lands, being in the top 100 in power was quite an achievement. It was a realm reserved only for the greatest of geniuses, who had both high cultivations and high battle prowess. After identifying Vildren, the youths all glanced over towards John, who hovered in the sky above Vildren. "Who is he?" one disciple asked. "I can't say I recognize him." "His robes are from the Heavenly Lightning sect," another replied. "The only males from that sect strong enough to challenge Vildren are Rael or Leon, but he doesn't match either's appearance." "His cultivation! Look at his cultivation!" a youth exclaimed, finally noticing his cultivation. The others all sent out their divine senses to inspect, and were stunned into silence at what they saw. A late meridian forging cultivation. Does he have a death wish? A young female exclaimed. At this time, the youths from the arena arrived at the town's edge to get a good view of the fight. Their arrival drew the attention of the other youths already gathered, who couldn't help but ask what was going on. No way that happened, a stunned youth replied after hearing a rough summary of what happened. Bang! A loud sound suddenly boomed out, silencing all discussion and catching the attention of all those watching once again. The sound had come from Vildren's aura exploding outwards, sending a shockwave across the land. His expression was that of complete anger as he stared up at John, who looked down on him from above. "You dare lay your hands on me?" Vildren asked with anger in his voice. "Do you know who I am?" "No idea, and I couldn't care less," John replied calmly. "As I said, your hand that touched Iris now belongs to me." "Common peasant, you shall pay for your insolence," Vildren cursed. "I will make you kneel before me in agony before I break you and turn you into my dog. Now bow before me." Vildren yelled out the last of his words with absolute anger as he shot forward, appearing directly before John. His aura flared out with incredible power, even more powerful than Leon, who John had fought before. As far as cultivators went, it was the strongest cultivator he had ever fought. An ornate sword with a silver blade and a gold handle appeared in Vildren's hands. It emanated an incredible aura as it was clearly a high-grade heaven tribulation weapon. John frowned as he saw his opponent's weapon quality, but remained calm as he took out his half-step heaven tribulation scythe. "I suppose I should have shopped for a better weapon," John mused internally, not much concerned for the battle to come. Vildren's eyes locked onto John's weapon, and a smug expression appeared on his face. "As I though nothing but a common peasant," Vildren mocked as he arrived before John. His sword slashed out towards John, carrying the power of a middle heaven tribulation cultivator. Outside the arena, his cultivation was not suppressed, giving him the confidence to beat John with ease. John's grip tightened around his scythe as he slashed it out to meet the sword attack. His body power flared once more with the might of the supreme battle art, while he also activated his limiter of pain and limiter of power to augment his body to its peak. At the same time, his essence Danshan flared with absolute power, further augmenting his aura and essence arts. Disregarding using this Asura transformation art, this was John's strongest battle form. His aura flared out powerfully and clashed against Vildren, while the crowd watched on with shock as the two auras were evenly matched. "How is this possible?" a disciple exclaimed in shock. "I thought you said he was using a lightning artifact to overpower everyone." "He was," a youth who had watched the arena battles replied, his voice heard by all gathered. "Then how is his aura so strong?" another asked. "You can fake battle arts with formations, but you cannot fake auras. His aura is clearly as strong as Vildren's." The youth became speechless, and so did all the other youths from within the arena. They had smugly insulted John for his use of formations while acting as if it was his strength, but clearly his strength was not a lie. Peng! Sword and scythe collided, and the crowd watched in stunned silence as Vildren was the one who was knocked back in the exchange. Vildren's eyes opened wide for a brief moment after the exchange, as he had been expecting to overwhelm John with one casual sword attack to embarrass him as much as possible. However, that did not occur, and instead Vildren was able to quickly tell that John's physical strength was enormous and was far greater than his own. "A body cultivator as well, huh?" Vildren asked as he stared at John. "Seeking short-term advantages while sacrificing long-term potential. You truly are an idiot." "That's not something to concern yourself with," John replied calmly. "Your main concern should be keeping that left hand of yours attached to your arm." "Insolence?" Vildren erupted with anger once again. Clearly he was not used to being spoken to this way as a crown prince of an empire. "I'll admit that your strength is impressive, but that won't save you now. If this attack takes your life, you can only blame yourself for angering those you couldn't afford to anger." Without any further words, Vildren's powerful aura suddenly skyrocketed once more, towering into the sky. The nearby crowd's robes all fluttered violently from the force of the aura, while the nearby desert sand was pushed away. Vildren raised his sword above his head, holding it with both hands. His gathered chi slowly accumulated above his head, as a massive sword of chi over 100 yards long appeared in the sky above him. At the same time, John felt a pressure envelope his body, seeking to keep him in place. The sword continued to become more corporeal, eventually becoming as clear and detailed as Vildren's own sword. It was as if a real sword 100 yards long had manifested in the sky, its power great enough to cleave the lands for dozens of miles. That's one of the Valoran Empire's signature battle arts, a youth exclaimed as they recognized it. Is it powerful? A less knowledgeable youth asked. Of course it is, a smug voice sounded out, causing the gathered crowd to look at the source. Gathered together was a group of 5 youths who all wore the same style robes as Vildren, only less regal. Clearly the youths were also from the Valoran Empire as well, and were followers of Vildren. That's the prismatic saint sword, the Valoran Empire youth explained. The strongest sword battle art our empire has. It was made by the Valoran sword saint himself and can only be learned by Valoran royalty. Now that Vildren's brought it out, this battle is over. The youth's words clearly emphasized the strength of the battle art, and his confidence towards its power was apparent for all to see. I thought of dragging this battle out to embarrass you, but I'd rather conserve my strength for the battle against Alderaan, Vildren said to John with disdain, as his sword suddenly slashed down. The heavenly sword above glowed with a lustrous white light, as if it was blessed by the heavens themselves. The sword cleaved down on John with absolute power, while the restrictive force locked him in place. I could break out of this force and dodge the attack, but this is a good chance to see the true power of the geniuses of this land. John's scythe gripped tightly in his hands once more as his aura began to climb rapidly. His scythe began to glow with a red and black light, while his confident eyes locked onto the falling sword above him. Almost instantly, his aura rose to a level even beyond Vildren, shocking the crowd once more, while his scythe slashed out with absolute speed and sharpness. Divine Reaping Scythe. 4th Form, Chapter 561, Divine Reaping Scythe. 4th Form. After finding the Divine Reaping Scythe jade piece in Mystic City, John now had access to the Meridian Forging and Heaven Tribulation forms of the Divine Reaping Scythe. After perusing through the jade piece, John found that the creator called each stage a form, with the technique starting in the chi condensation realm. The 4th form of the Divine Reaping Scythe was the Heaven Tribulation stage. The transformation from the 3rd form to the 4th form was much greater than the previous stage increases. In a similar fashion to how a Heaven Tribulation Ascension transformed one's body from a mortal body to a higher state of being, so too did the Divine Reaping Scythe. Because John was not in the Heaven Tribulation realm, he had a hard time comprehending the nature of the 4th form and took much longer to learn the stage than the 3 previous stages. The technique was intended to use one's heavenly tribulation comprehensions and chi to utilize the attack, something which John did not have. However, his incredibly powerful Danshin, coupled with his monstrous comprehension talents, allowed him to brute force his way into learning the technique, something that was impossible for any other cultivator. His previous uses of the Divine Reaping Scythe's 4th form had been incomplete, and this was his first time using the 4th form attack as it was intended. Chi. John's scythe slashed out with absolute speed and power as it unleashed the fully realized Divine Reaping Scythe. A black and red scythe image left his scythe blade and slashed up towards the sword that was cleaving down onto his position. The spectators watching the fight all felt a chill crawl up their spine, and their souls ache from just looking at the Divine Reaping Scythe. Its sharpness was something that cut into their very souls just from a single glance. All the youths watching felt themselves shiver at the sight of the attack, as they knew they would be powerless to stop such an attack. The only hope they had of surviving such an attack was to dodge, but the speed of the attack was also something that they would not be able to handle. The scythe attack slashed up towards the massive heavenly sword, appearing almost like an ant in front of a titan. The attack was dozens of times smaller than the sword, making it look almost insignificant. The youths all held their breaths as they watched the attacks collide in an instant, as the world seemed to go silent for a brief moment. Chi. The two attacks collided in the air, and the youths all braced themselves for a calamitous explosion. However, the expected explosion of battle art collisions did not occur, as the divine reaping scythe instead passed through the sword, almost as if it didn't exist. The black and red scythe image sailed up high into the sky, until it eventually slammed against the formation barrier covering the Jade Dragon Empire trial lands, finally coming to an end. At the same time, the prismatic saint sword continued its trajectory down towards John, as if the attack from the divine reaping scythe had done nothing at all. The crowd also assumed the same, until their eyes widened as the massive prismatic saint sword split apart. It had been cleanly bisected into two parts right where the scythe attack had landed, and the crowd watched in stunned silence as the two halves of the sword fell to the earth, both parts missing John's location. The prismatic saint sword, the crowned battle art of the Valoran Empire, had been completely neutralized by a single slash of John's scythe. Impossible, Vildren muttered in disbelief as he saw his attack fail. Impossible, he muttered again, still unable to believe that his strongest battle art had been defeated by a youth in the Meridian Forging realm. Thunderbody flash. Limiter of speed. Vildren's eyes suddenly widened as John rapidly dashed forward after breaking free from the attack. John didn't want to give him a second to rest, as he could tell the attack had been somewhat draining on Vildren. Vildren raised his sword before slashing it out towards John, as scythe and sword collided. John's muscles bulged with absolute power as he pushed his supreme battle art and limiter of power to the peak. Peng. GHH. Vildren cried out in muffled pain as his body flew backwards hundreds of yards, his feet skidding through the desert sand and carving a long ditch into the earth. Gaza. A cry of frustration boomed out from him as his aura flared once more, clearly angered from his battle with John. John arrived before Vildren once more, his scythe slashing out with absolute speed and sharpness. Vildren countered with a melee sword battle art, now ready for John's assault. Peng. 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 The crowd watched in rapt attention as John and Vildren exchanged hundreds of attacks, while their bodies flashed throughout the desert so fast as to be almost imperceptible by the weaker disciples. The two of them appeared like blurs as they darted through the desert, exchanging attacks all the while. The desert continuously shook as the attacks unleashed by the two fighters rocked the land, upheaving sand everywhere. Lightning continuously flared, lighting up the sky, while pearly white sword arts cleaved out to meet each lightning attack. How are they so strong? A female youth finally found the strength to ask while watching the fight continue. Who cares about Vildren at this point? A nearby male youth replied. The better question is how the hell is that heavenly lightning sect boy so powerful? His strength defies all logic. Do, you think he could be the soul sage or Asura? A meek voice asked, almost as if afraid to ask the question that everyone was thinking at the moment. The crowd's eyes lit up with the thought of it being true, before a more experienced youth shook their head against the idea. No, I highly doubt he's either of those monsters, the youth replied. How can you be so sure? Someone asked. Look at his battle arts. If he was the soul sage, he would be using soul arts, which he has used none. And if he was Asura, you would expect his aura to be more evil and battle arts to be more bloodthirsty, neither of which are true, the youth explained. While he technically could be hiding such abelites, that is even more impossible to believe. There's no way he's holding any strength back, as his power right now already defies logic. The youth's explanation caused the other disciples to nod their heads in agreement after a moment of thought, as their eyes continued to stay glued to the battle ahead of them. Boom. 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 The desert continued to explode ceaselessly, as John and Vildren continued to exchange battle arts. John's power flared out fully as he unleashed battle art after battle art, doing his best to overwhelm Vildren. I have to admit that Vildren is beyond monstrous. His speed is just as fast as mine right now, and without using my Asura transformation art, I am unable to overwhelm him in an instant. I could use my divine reaping scythe against him directly, but that would more than likely kill him if it landed. Although I have no concern for his life, I cannot drag the heavenly lightning sect into a potential war with the Valiran Empire. Hundreds of lightning nodes appeared in the air as John decided to go all out and activated his heavenly lightning domain. The lightning nodes appeared before Vildren could react, and the lightning cage activated in an instant. In less than a second, Vildren found himself trapped within the lightning cage, with nowhere to run. His power was great enough to cleave through the lightning cage in a few seconds, but doing so would leave him vulnerable to John's attack. Doing such a thing would be suicide, and so Vildren made no such effort as he instead unleashed another sword art towards John. The sword slashed out instantly, while it radiated incredible might. It was as if Vildren was using a condensed version of the prismatic saint sword, smaller and less powerful, but much faster and sharper. Peng! John slashed his scythe out, slamming it into the sword art. The sword art exploded within the lightning cage, drawing both in its energy. John's might flared to resist it, while his eyes locked onto his scythe's blade. A number of small chips had appeared on the scythe blade, clearly blocking attacks from Vildren's higher-grade weapon. Ch! John clicked his tongue while putting away his scythe. He needed the scythe for future battles, and so he decided to cause no more harm to it at the moment. His body flashed forward, appearing before Vildren once more. "Idiot!" Vildren spat out as his sword slashed forward towards John. He had been feeling more and more unease as the battle dragged out, as he could tell he was slowly losing. However, John putting his weapon away was tantamount to suicide, although Vildren would not complain. Clearly, the frenzy of battle had muddled his opponent's mind. Vildren's heaven tribulation grade sword cleaved towards John's waist, the blade glowing white with a powerful battle art. A smirk appeared on his face as John ignored the attack and instead decided to punch towards Vildren's face. "Perish!" Vildren cursed as the blade reached John's waist. Peng! A metallic sound rang out, surprising Vildren as his eyes opened wide. A sword had suddenly appeared directly next to John's waist at the last moment, blocking the attack. It was the Meridian Forging Grade greatsword John had found in the ancient wastelands on the Yuan Continent, one he had never had use for since. He had taken it out of his spatial realm at the very last moment, as his unique soul connection with the spatial realm allowed him to take items out faster than others could from a spatial ring. Vildren's sword slammed onto the ancient greatsword and cleaved halfway into the greatsword's blade. With one slash, the greatsword had been completely ruined, showcasing the power of Vildren, as well as the quality of his blade. John felt an incredibly powerful force collide against his waist, causing him to grimace in pain as his ribs creaked in protest. However, his durable body resisted the attack in the end, as he had hoped. Vildren quickly tried to pull his sword back, but the blade had become stuck in the greatsword, making a quick retrieval impossible. His eyes opened wide as a fist suddenly filled his vision. Bang! John's fist, augmented by the full power of his supreme battle art and limiter of power, slammed against Vildren's face. His cheekbone shattered from the impact, while his body suddenly flew off and slammed into the lightning cage. Bang! Vildren rebounded off the lightning cage, his mind fuzzy and head aching with pain. Bang! Another fist slammed against his stomach, causing him to fall to his knees as he vomited from the force of the blow. Chi! A slashing sound suddenly sounded out as steel met flesh. Vildren's hazy eyes cleared up instantly as he looked down at his left hand, which now rested on the desert sand, separated from his arm. John stared down with indifference as he watched Vildren realize what had happened. "As I told you, that hand is no longer yours to keep." Chapter 562, Forceful Apology. Gah, I'll fucking kill you. Vildren cursed in blind rage as he looked at the stump of his arm. John's foot slammed onto his chest, forcing him onto his back. His finger reached out and tapped Vildren on his chest, as a very slight sliver of lightning pierced into it. Vildren's eyes opened wide as a wave of excruciating pain racked his body, something he was almost unable to handle. John had unleashed a small sliver of tribulation lightning into Vildren's body and had decided to do so only when he had him trapped. His tribulation lightning was limited, as he could not generate it himself. Every time he used it, he would have less to use in the future. The amount of tribulation lightning required to be effective from this range was much less than during a ranged battle, which is why John had saved it for this moment. Vildren's face twisted in pained agony as he flared his own essence chi to resist the tribulation lightning rampaging within his body. However, as much as he struggled against it, he found it to be a futile effort. The tribulation lightning in his body was pure destructive tribulation lightning, and was nothing like the tribulation lightning he had experienced during his ascension. "What the fuck have you done to me?" Vildren cursed through gritted teeth. "I've done what I said I would do," John replied calmly as he popped a chi recovery pill into his mouth. While the battle against Vildren had gone his way, it had taken quite a bit of chi to overwhelm Vildren, who had been an incredibly powerful opponent. His status as crowned prince of an empire was not ill-earned. "Release this lightning from my body," Vildren commanded through the pain, as if John was his subject. "You don't give commands here," John replied with slightly narrowed eyes. It seemed as though Vildren still didn't realize the situation he was in. "Besides, the lightning will naturally fade away once you've struggled against it enough." "Do you realize what you've done?" Vildren asked, still fighting against the lightning. "You're as good as dead once my father finds out what you've done." "Ha ha ha," John laughed heartily as he heard Vildren's threats. "I'm sure those threats work on your empire's subjects, as well as weaker powers in the Alliance. However, my Heavenly Lightning sect is not something you can intimidate with threats." John had no doubt Vildren's father was powerful, and was most likely a world expansion cultivator of great prestige and power. However, the Heavenly Lightning sect was not short of such experts themselves, and also had the Lightning Dragon as a trump card. If John had killed Vildren, the crowned prince of an empire, the Valyrian emperor might take action against the Heavenly Lightning sect despite the consequences, but cutting off Vildren's hand wouldn't elicit such a reaction. "You should thank me instead," John said to Vildren. "Why the fuck would I thank a peasant like you?" Vildren replied through ragged breaths. "Because I've only cut off your hand, and not your head," John replied with a slightly cold tone, as if the threat was still on the table for him to do. "Were it not for the honorable alliance, I would have cut off your head without hesitation." John's gaze sent a shiver down Vildren's spine, who for the first time realized his life was in John's hands, and that John was a madman enough to kill a crowned prince. "Also, I took your offhand, which hardly affects your combat prowess," John continued. "I really am kind, are I not? Besides, with a skilled enough team of alchemists and healers, your father should be able to grow back that hand of yours. It might cost your empire a small fortune to do such a thing, but that's none of my concern." Vildren's rage-filled gaze stared back at John, but he decided to say nothing in response. "Good, you finally realize the situation you're in," John replied with a satisfied head nod. He slowly felt his chi return to his body from consuming the pill, as strength once again filled his body. Without warning, John grabbed Vildren by the nape of his robe and dashed forward. Vildren struggled as he tried to free himself from John's grip, but the rampaging tribulation lightning still coursed through his body. It took all he had to struggle against the tribulation lightning to ensure it did no lasting damage internally, and so Vildren was powerless to struggle against John. At the same time, the lightning cage around John faded away, revealing him and Vildren to the crowd once more. The gathered crowd of youths opened their eyes and mouths wide in shock as they noticed the outcome of the battle. Bang! John landed before the crowd of youths with a thud, while he dragged Vildren in tow. "Impossible," one of Vildren's followers muttered as they saw the state their prince was in. However, none of them made a move towards John, as they were far weaker than Vildren. If even Vildren ended up like this, then there was no hope for them to make a difference. John's gaze locked onto the girl he had landed directly in front of. Iris's smiling gaze looked back at John, not surprised at all by the outcome of the battle. "Now apologize to her," John commanded as his gaze shifted towards Vildren. Upon hearing John's words, the strongest follower of Vildren erupted in rage as he shot forward towards John, while John casually raised his hand and pointed towards the youth without looking at him. "You dare command the crown prince?" Bang! Lightning exploded out of John's finger as he unleashed a lightning decimation attack. The attack landed squarely on the youth's chest before he could react, and the youth was flung across the desert sand before finally coming to an unconscious halt. The group of gathered youths all looked on in continued shock at the singular attack John had just done. He had casually defeated a early Heaven Tribulation youth in a single attack. "Apologize," John once again commanded Vildren, his tone growing colder. "I don't take commands from peasant." Bang! John's foot slammed down on the stump of Vildren's arm, directly onto the exposed flesh. "Gah!" Vildren cried out in agonized pain, while John rubbed his foot on the open wound, making the pain even worse. "John, I'm fine," Iris finally spoke out. "You don't have to." "It's fine," John replied to Iris. "He, as well as everyone else gathered, needs to learn a lesson of what happens when you, or any of my friends, are touched." Iris felt a wave of deep emotions wash through her body as she fell into silence once more. "Apologize," John commanded again as his gaze shifted back towards Vildren. Vildren struggled against John and the tribulation lightning within his body, but no matter what he did, he was unable to do anything. His pride as a crown prince made him resist as much as possible, but that pride was slowly worn away as the pain steadily grew. Meanwhile, the crowd of youths all remained silent, unable to believe what they were seeing. One of the strongest youths in these lands, the crown prince of the Valiran Empire, was being made into a plaything by a late meridian forging cultivator. Unless they were seeing it with their own eyes, they would never believe such a thing was possible. Vildren's ragged breaths and grunt of pain was the only thing audible as everyone else remained dead silent. Slowly, Vildren's pride wore away, as the futile situation became clear to him. "I apologize," Vildren muttered softly through the pain. "What? I couldn't hear you," John asked as his foot continued to rub on Vildren's stump arm. "I apologize," Vildren cried out loudly in pain. "I never should have touched you." Bang! John's foot collided with Vildren's waist, kicking him off to the side as if he was done playing with a toy. "Next time you target me or my friends, I'll kill you," John said to Vildren while glancing sideways at him before ignoring him. "Now then, I still have one more person to pay a visit," John said to Iris, who nodded her head and followed behind John as he made his way towards the Colosseum once more. While Vildren was the one to make a move on Iris, the one who had started this whole commotion still sat in the arena, unconcerned for what happened outside. While Vildren had insulted Iris, Alderin had insulted John directly with his fabricated lies. Such transgressions would not be forgiven. Chapter 563, claiming the arena, John made his way into the town and up the pathway leading to the Colosseum, while Iris followed closely behind. After standing there in stunned silence for some time, the other youths all rushed forward towards the Colosseum as well, not wanting to miss a single moment of what was to come. John quickly arrived before the Colosseum and entered it. The arena came into view, as well as Alderin, who still sat calmly on the central platform on the arena. Sensing the newcomers, Alderin's eyes opened slowly, locking onto John's. His eyes opened wide in surprise, as he had not been expecting to see John again. How are you here?" Alderin asked, unable to comprehend how John was the first to return. After turning everyone against John, Aldurin had calmly watched as John attacked Vildren and took him to fight outside the Colosseum. Being a genius from his sect, Aldurin had a list of the geniuses to look out for, ones that were potentially his equal. On this list was Vildren, who was easily recognizable as the crowned prince of the Valyrian Empire. When he had watched John attack Vildren, he knew it was over for John. Vildren's power was equal to his own, and was not suppressed outside the arena. While John's strength, fake or not, was quite strong within the arena, it was not strong enough to fight against a Middle Heaven Tribulation cultivator like Vildren. Aldurin had calmly stayed within the arena, ensuring that he did not miss out on any jade mark points. He figured Vildren would handle John and get rid of that nuisance once and for all. However, against his best guesses, the opposite appeared to have happened. "What?" Expecting Vildren instead, John asked calmly as he stared at Aldurin. Aldurin's face darkened as he heard John's calm, yet mocking tone. "It's impossible for you to have beaten Vildren," Aldurin replied confidently. "What did you do for him to let you go? Did you pay him off? Did you beg for forgiveness?" "I merely cut off his hand and made him grovel before me," John replied, his voice still calm. "Of which I'll do the same to you." Aldurin's face darkened upon hearing John's insults, and he opened his mouth to speak when suddenly the rest of the youths who had watched the fight entered the Colosseum. In the group were several disciples belonging to the same sect as Aldurin, all in the Heaven Tribulation realm. Aldurin's gaze shifted to one of the disciples, and after a short moment, his face suddenly changed from confidence to surprise, and then shock. Once one reached the Heaven Tribulation realm, they would be able to send mental sound transmissions to those nearby. Clearly, the youth from Aldurin's sect had informed him of the battle's outcome. Gong. The sound of a bell resounded across the arena, signifying the end of the previous round and the start of the next round. John's eyes narrowed slightly as he began to walk forward towards the arena, his gaze never leaving Aldurin. A series of conflicting emotions appeared on Aldurin's face in quick succession as he watched John jump from the stands and land in the arena before him. "The jade marks received from this arena are no longer worth my time," Aldurin said to John as he stood up. "Pray we don't meet again." Without waiting for any reply, Aldurin suddenly shot up into the sky and over the arena before disappearing from sight. He had left without a fight, stunning those who had come to see a good fight. While his words indicated that he was leaving on his own volition, everyone present could tell that it was just an excuse for him to leave without fighting John. While Aldurin may be confident fighting against John outside the arena, he more than anyone else knew he had no chance with his cultivation suppressed. As such, he had decided to flee before embarrassing himself, all while making it look like he had left for other reasons. "Pathetic," John mocked as he walked forward, completely ignoring Aldurin's retreat. While he could chase after him, doing so would have no value. Instead, John walked directly towards the central pedestal and hopped onto it. The central pedestal was 5 feet wide and raised a few feet off the arena. As soon as he hopped onto it, John could feel a strange energy lock onto the brand on his chest, forming a connection. "This must be how the jade marks are distributed," John mused. "As soon as the round ends, the one who had a connection to this pedestal is granted the jade marks." After inspecting the platform, John calmly took out a luxurious sofa from his spatial realm and placed it on the platform. He quickly fell onto the sofa, making himself as relaxed as possible. "Ah, that's the good stuff," John muttered contentedly as he fell into the sofa's soft embrace. After the arduous battle against Vildren, such a comfort was quite welcomed. All those gathered in the Colosseum watched on as John made himself comfortable on the platform. Such a thing was quite preposterous, but none of them dared to mock him for his actions. The minutes passed by as the entrance period to the next round ticked away, but none of the other youths dared to enter the arena. Gong. The arena bell sounded again, and a formation light enveloped the arena, signifying the end of the entrance period. No one had entered the arena at all, as none of them were willing to fight John after what they had just seen recently. The thought of teaming up against him entered the minds of many, but the images of him fighting against everyone in the arena previously quickly squashed such thoughts. With the time to enter the arena expired, John fell even deeper into the embrace of his sofa, falling asleep for the next 2 hours as the protective formation light enveloped the arena, preventing anyone from entering. Chapter 564, First Arena Win. As the time passed by, the youths that had already been present scattered in several directions. Many left the Colosseum, as they knew that as long as John stayed within, no one else would be able to claim the central platform in the arena and gain jade marks. The youths that left the Colosseum spread word far and wide about what had transpired, although their stories were received as pure fabrication and embellishment by those who heard it. The other youths stayed inside the Colosseum, finding seats in the stands surrounding the arena. Although none of them had any ideas of joining the battles in the arena, they all stayed to see if anyone else was crazy enough to enter. Not only that, but John could leave at any time, giving them an opportunity to become the next king of the arena. 2 hours quickly passed by, all while more and more youths stumbled upon the ancient town and ventured into it. Word of John's feats quickly spread amongst the newcomers, most of whom dismissed the tales as pure fiction. The stronger arrivals quickly made their way to the Colosseum perched above the town, making their arrival known to all. As they arrived in the Colosseum, the newcomers couldn't help but scoff at the arrogance they were witnessing. In the very center of the arena lounged a singular youth, asleep on a comfortable-looking chair. "Are you kidding me? This is who you fear," one of the newcomers, a youth in the very peak of the early heaven tribulation realm, asked as he laid his eyes on John. He did not have a top on, and instead had his chest and arms bared for all to see. Powerful muscles bulged all across his upper body, while a set of wild red hair flowed from his head, making him look quite fierce. "All of you are truly pathetic weaklings," the youth continued. "As soon as the next round starts, I'll claim the arena for myself." He had heard the stories of John's feats, but like all the others dismissed them as fabrication, as his feats were completely unbelievable. Not only that, but the youth wanted to make a statement early on in these lands, marking himself as one of the strongest. While he was still in the early heaven tribulation realm, he was just a hair away from breaking through. Once he did that, he would establish himself as a top contender within these lands, or so he thought. The other youths who had seen John's fight before glanced at each other with strange looks on their faces. They wanted to advise the newcomer against such actions, but decided against it. The newcomer belonged to none of the other sects or clans gathered, and so his fate was none of their concern. Not only that, but his words were clearly looking down on everyone, and so all those gathered actually looked forward to seeing him taken down a peg. "Ha ha ha!" A fit of melodic laughter sounded out, as if someone had just heard the funniest joke. All eyes turned towards the sound of the laughter, at which point they spotted a familiar, beautiful, blonde-haired girl laughing with her hand over her mouth. She was clearly trying to stifle her fit of laughter, but was unable to do so in time. The other youths in the arena instantly recognized the girl, while the wild-looking youth narrowed his eyes as he frowned at Iris. "What are you laughing at?" the youth bellowed out. "Nothing, nothing," Iris replied while waving her hand dismissively. She didn't want to agitate this youth and cause him to take action, as her doing such a thing last time had caused John to get into a fight outside the arena with Vildren. However, the words from the youth truly had been too funny for her to contain her laughter, although she managed to stifle it in the end. The youth's gaze stayed locked onto Iris for a moment, before a loud sound boomed out, turning his attention away from her. Gong. The gong of a bell sounded out over the Colosseum, indicating the end of the round and the start of the next one. The barrier formation instantly faded away, once again allowing the first 100 participants to enter the arena before it closed once more. "You see," the newcomer bellowed out loudly for all to hear. "The round starts right as I arrive, almost as if it was fated by the heavens. Now watch as I show you pathetic trash what true strength is." Bang! The youth landed on the arena, his heavy body shaking it as he landed on its surface. His eyes locked onto John, who was still casually lounging about in his chair, although he didn't make a move yet. The round would only truly start once the gong sounded again, something that he had learned from the others when arriving. Hushed discussions filled the arena as the spectators began to discuss the events to come. However, most of them kept their voices down so as to not attract the attention of the fiery youth. "How long do you think he'll last?" a youth in the stands asked his nearby friends. "Who knows, maybe that freak of nature expended all his energy in his fight with Vildren and is running on fumes. It's only been 2 hours, which isn't enough time to replenish his chi reserves," another replied. "I guess we'll find out soon enough." John's eyes slowly opened as he felt the strange sensation on his chest once again. He calmly inspected his brand and noticed the score had risen. 47, huh? John mused. That means I received 15 points. I thought it would be more based on the talent testing arch, but maybe this is the Jade Dragon Empire's way of telling their youths that talent is secondary, while strength and actions are what's most important. After all, a heavenly genius can end up worthless if he doesn't work hard enough. Time passed by quickly, and the bell sounded out loudly once again. No one else had entered the arena during this time, leaving only John and the wild-looking newcomer in the arena together. "Ha, time's up for you," the red-headed youth bellowed out loudly with absolute confidence. "I'm a merciful man, so I'll give you this one chance to leave the arena peacefully. Otherwise, don't blame me for being heavy-handed." A groggy sound drifted over the arena as John lazily raised his head. His weary-looking eyes locked onto the wild-looking youth before he lowered his head back onto the comfortable headrest of the chair once again. "Leave me alone," John muttered while waving his one hand dismissively, as if rising from his slumber was not worth the effort. The wild-looking youth's gaze narrowed at John's actions, while his aura suddenly exploded out powerfully. "You dare look down on me like this?" The youth barked out loudly, clearly agitated that John didn't even place him in his eyes. "I'll make you regret your actions." The youth suddenly jumped up into the air and quickly appeared directly above John. His fist began to glow brightly, while it also radiated an incredible might. Clearly the youth was a body cultivator, as he was attacking with his bare fists. "Almighty smash!" the youth yelled loudly as his fist punched down towards John. John's eyes opened once again as he stared directly up towards the youth above him. A look of agitation appeared on his face as he quickly raised his hand and pointed at the youth's chest. "I was having a good dream," John muttered out in agitation as lightning flickered on his finger. "Too late," the youth yelled out with confidence. Any attack John mustered in such a fashion was sure to be a hasty one, and a weak one as well. The youth was confident in the strength of his body protecting him from harm, and so decided to continue his assault on John. Lightning disintegration. Bang! The lightning disintegration slammed against the youth's chest before he could react to its incredible power. A powerful explosion radiated outwards, while the youth found himself launched across the arena, unable to fight against the lightning beam. A loud cry of pain sounded out as the youth launched upwards for quite some time, before it came plummeting back towards the earth. He slammed viciously into the arena below, not stopping his fall at all. His body remained motionless, while smoke rose from the charred flesh on his body. Hundreds of divine senses quickly scanned out to see if the youth was dead, but their scans revealed that he was merely unconscious. "Take him away from here," John commanded as his chi enveloped the youth and flung him out of the arena and into the stands. "I can't sleep with his stench filling up the arena." 565 Heaven Scrying Sect list over the course of the next half-day. A similar scene repeated itself without exception. The city was being discovered continuously by those who roamed through the desert, and each arrival always had someone in the group who thought themselves the strongest around. By now, John's feats had spread quite wide already. Youths who had witnessed John's feats had made their ways to other trials spread across the Jade Dragon Empire lands, and couldn't help but tell what they had seen. However, just as before, the feats were all regarded as fairy tales, something utterly impossible. Most ignored the tales, but some found issue with such a rumor being spread. Clearly such a thing was impossible, and some found offense with being told such an egregious lie, mostly the geniuses of their own sects and clans. Many of these geniuses found their way to the Colosseum city, eager to defeat John and prove the rumor a lie once and for all while raising their own status. I, Terran Zeril of the Zeril clan, have arrived to this meager city. A booming voice echoed out from the front of the town as a group of youths entered through the arch. The youth had a middle heaven tribulation cultivation, which he did nothing to conceal. His aura leaked out powerfully, almost as if he was declaring his power publicly for all to witness. His light blue clothes danced lightly in the wind, as if it was part of the wind itself. Gong. The sound of a bell bellowed out over the town, signifying the end of the current round. "Ha, I made it just in time for this round," Terran bellowed out with great satisfaction. "Time to claim what is mine." The youths at the town entrance all glanced over towards Terran and his group, their eyes going slightly wide. "It's Terran from the Zeril clan," a startled youth exclaimed. "The Zeril clan," his friend replied. "Aren't they quite strong?" "They sure are," another friend in the group replied. He had a head of short golden hair and an average-looking face. Out of the nearly 1,000 sects and clans within the Alliance, the Zeril clan is in the top 100. Terran Zeril is their most prodigious young master, who is set to take the reins from the Zeril clan leader when he grows older. "He's that talented," a youth in the group who was less knowledgeable about things asked. He had just left his alchemy trial after spending the entire day there and was not knowledgeable about the outside happenings. "You don't know," the youth who had spoken previously asked. The youth shook his head, indicating that he had no idea about it. "Here, read over this," the golden-haired youth said as he handed over a jade piece to the youth. "What's this?" the youth asked as he took the jade piece and sent his divine sense into it. There were 4 sections: warrior, alchemist, formations expert, healer. The youth focused on the warrior section, and immediately a list of 500 names popped into his head, with a number next to each one. The numbers went from 500 down to 20, at which point the last 20 names did not have numbers next to them. "This is a list that started to be distributed by the Heaven Scrying sect," the golden-haired youth replied. "The Heaven Scrying sect, the sect that scries into the heavens to predict the future?" the youth asked. "That's the one," the golden-haired youth replied. "The Heaven Scrying sect does indeed focus on attempting to scry into the future, and their predictions are sought after by all. But they're also the premier information-gathering sect," the golden-haired youth explained. "If you want information about anything on the divine Martial continent, they're the ones to go to." And it seems as though they gathered plenty of information before they entered this realm along with the rest of us, and have started to sell these jade pieces to anyone who has enough money. The alchemist youth glanced at the jade piece in his hands and studied the list once again. "So what's this list?" the youth asked, although he had an idea of what it was. "It's the list of the 500 strongest disciples in these lands, according to the Heaven Scrying sect," the golden-haired youth replied. "Apparently, each jade piece has a small communication formation etched into it, which links it to a main piece controlled by the Heaven Scrying sect disciples. This allows them to update all the jade pieces in real time when any big event happens in these lands. Naturally, everyone is fighting for the top spots, Terran included," the youth said as he gestured over towards Terran. "What about the top 20? The youth asked. "There are no numbers next to their names." "Ah, that. Apparently the top 20 have yet to be ranked, as their strengths are all monstrous. The Heaven Scrying sect needs more information on their feats and strengths before they will rank them," the golden-haired youth explained. The alchemist youth inspected the jade piece once more, and he quickly found Terran Zeril on the list. His number was listed, and as soon as the youth focused on the name, a flood of information entered his mind, which the youth read out loud. Terran Zeril. Power, Zeril clan. Cultivation level, Middle Heaven Tribulation realm. Rank, 268. Fighting style, specializes in wind battle arts. Feats, none yet. After reading all of this, the youth went back to the start and decided to take a look at the other sections. However, the sections were blank, with only the words to be updated in the future contained there. After his inspection, the alchemist youth handed back the jade piece over to the golden-haired youth. Wow, with the information contained in these jade pieces, I'm sure everyone will be wanting to buy them, the alchemy youth said. The Heaven Scrying sect must be making a killing on these. That they are, the golden-haired youth said as he glanced at Terran, who was loudly making his way deeper into the city towards the Colosseum. As you can see, everyone is trying to get on the top 500 list, as the prestige and honor that comes with it is second to none. Being listed means you're one of the top 500 youths in the entire Honorable Alliance, which is something everyone is striving for, as the rewards for such a thing will be beyond counting, the golden-haired youth explained while gesturing to Terran. Terran is clearly looking to make a splash and propel his name forward up this list, starting with this Colosseum. Top 500, the alchemist muttered in awe as he watched Terran make his way up to the Colosseum and quickly enter it. His strength must be incredible. Surely he'll control the Colosseum for quite some time, right? A strange look appeared on the golden-haired youth's face as he was unsure of how to reply. What's that look for? The alchemist youth asked. I suppose you wouldn't know since you just left your trial, but there's an even bigger monster than Terran waiting inside the arena, the golden-haired youth replied. An even bigger monster, the alchemist youth exclaimed in surprise. Who is it? What rank is he on the list? He's not on the ranking, yet, the golden-haired youth replied after a moment of hesitation. Gong. The second gong of a bell sounded out, indicating the start of the next round. How is someone that's strong not on the list? The alchemist youth asked. He's kind of what you would call an anomaly, the golden-haired youth replied. I'm sure the Heaven Scrying sect didn't know about him, which is why he's not on the list, but there's no doubt that he'll be on the list before long. How can you be so sure, though? The alchemist youth asked. Maybe Terran is stronger than him. After all, he's ranked top 300. Gah. A loud cry of pain boomed over the town, interrupting the youth and catching the attention of all. Everyone looked towards the source of the cry of pain and quickly spotted a youth flying out of the Colosseum and out into the desert beyond the town. Blood trailed behind the youth, as well as a trail of smoke, as his body crashed into the desert sands, kicking up a cloud of dust and dirt. Light blue robes, that was Terran, was it? The alchemist youth asked in shock. Clearly, those robes matched what Terran had been wearing. A strange look appeared on the golden-haired youth's face as he patted the alchemist youth on the shoulders. I'm afraid it was, the youth replied. Just be happy that you're an alchemist and not a warrior like me who has to contend against such monsters. Now let's leave this town and find some other trail to participate in. As long as that freak is in the arena, there's no hope for anyone else. The alchemist youth remained mouth agape in continued surprise for some time before he nodded his head. The group of youths all ventured out of the town and deeper into the desert, leaving the town behind. At the same time the group left, another lone youth arrived at the entrance of the town. He wore dark purple robes, which had many stars etched onto it, making him look quite mystical. He carried a staff in his hands, making him look even more mysterious. This should be the town from the rumors, the youth muttered as he laid his eyes on the Colosseum and started to walk towards it. Those rumors, if true, would be a blow to our reputation for not including someone as monstrous as the rumored youth on our list. I best verify the information quickly, and if found to be true, add him to the list. 566 verifying rumors. John's finger lowered as he watched Terran sail out of the arena. Their battle had lasted a short while, as Terran had been quite impressive. His wind powers had granted him incredible speed despite his restricted cultivation, and so John was forced to hop off his comfy hair and fight Terran for real. However, despite Terran's speed, he was quickly felled by a series of attacks from John. Even with his cultivation unrestricted, Terran would not be a match for John. However, he had rested quite a bit over the last 20 hours as he accumulated points for 10 rounds in a row, and finally felt like stretching his legs for a bit. He was quite strong, Iris said as she walked up to John with a smile on her face. That he was, John replied calmly. If his cultivation was unrestricted, he would be roughly as strong as Vildren. There's quite a number of monstrous cultivators in these lands, it seems. Ha ha ha, Iris laughed as if she had heard the funniest joke, her melodic laughter lightening the mood. What's so funny? John asked. The biggest monster of all is saying there are monsters. It's just a bit funny to hear something like that from you is all, Iris replied as she arrived before John. Her gaze shifted to the small platform in the center of the arena, upon which the comfortable chair still rested. So why did you call me into the arena for this round? Iris asked. When the round had started, John had gestured for Iris to enter. Taryn had also entered the arena, although he was soon forcefully ejected by John. Because it's time for you to start accumulating some jade marks, John replied as he gestured for Iris to claim the central platform. Already? Iris asked. Are you no longer getting points from this trial? Not really, John replied while shaking his head. The first victory is worth 15 points, but each subsequent victory is with 1 less point. I would only get 4 points for this round, which isn't worth wasting 2 hours of my time over. There are more opportunities in this realm ahead of us, and I'm sure wasting another 10 hours for a mere 10 points is not worth the time, John explained. So it's like that, Iris replied as she understood why John called her into the arena. Well, I won't stand on courtesy, Iris said as she hopped onto the platform. Good, John replied as he walked over to the platform, but stopped just short of it. You'll stay here for 20 hours as well to get the points that are worthwhile, at which point hopefully Adam and Chase have arrived. We can give them the points as well before we head out deeper into these lands, John explained his plan. Iris nodded her head as she sat down on the couch John had placed on the platform. It was incredibly comfortable, and she felt herself fall into a relaxed state. What are you going to do then? Iris asked as she saw John sit down on the ground before the platform. I'm going to cultivate, John replied. I achieved quite a few insights in my recent battles, which should help me advance a bit closer to the peak of the Meridian Forging Realm. Iris nodded her head in acknowledgement as she allowed John to cultivate without disturbance. Outside the arena, the crowd remained silent, only discussing the recent events in hushed whispers. They did not want to be the one to disturb John's cultivation and attract his wrath. They had hoped that John would leave once he was done with the arena. But much to their disappointment, he had allowed Iris to take over. However, John had only claimed the arena for 20 hours before rescinding it, so they would only have to wait for another 20 hours before he and Iris would leave. At this time, a lone youth entered the Colosseum, his arrival attracting the attention of those in the stands. He had a middle heaven tribulation cultivation and seemed quite powerful. Their eyes perked up slightly when they saw the youth and recognized the robes. Discussions instantly broke out amongst themselves regarding the newcomer. The Heaven Scrying Sect. I thought they disdained fighting and instead focused on the arcane arts. Why is someone from the Heaven Scrying Sect here? Haven't you heard? Apparently they have released a list detailing the top geniuses in these lands. This one must be here on business regarding that list. So it's like that. I suppose that makes sense. The Heaven Scrying Sect youth ignored the discussions as his gaze shifted to the arena below. His gaze locked onto Iris, who was sitting atop the central platform, and his eyes seemed to shift colors, becoming much more profound. At the same time, Iris felt a gaze fall upon her and gazed back at the youth. Her eyes widened slightly as she could tell the youth had special eye talents. She activated her own eye abilities, hopping to see through what the youth was doing. This, the Heaven Scrying Sect youth exclaimed softly as he noticed Iris's eyes. My eye are inferior to hers, and I cannot tell what type of eyes they are. Just who is this girl? The youth muttered softly. After inspecting Iris for some time, the youth's gaze shifted to John, who was seated in a meditative position with his eyes closed. The youth's eyes shifted color once more as he closely inspected John. John felt the gaze fall upon him, but ignored it as he continued on with his cultivation. Can the rumors truly be true? The youth mused as he inspected John closely. John's cultivation was clearly in the late Meridian forging realm, and his eyes were able to tell that there was no trickery at play. If John had a cultivation shrouding or altering formation, the youth would be able to detect that. His cultivation was clearly in the late Meridian forging realm. Not only that, but he was the only other one in the arena besides Iris, indicating that he had successfully claimed control of the arena. However, no battle was taking place currently, making it so that the youth could not verify the veracity of the rumors. After inspecting John for some time, the youth walked over to a nearby group seated in the stands and asked about what they had seen. Chapter 567, setting out once more similar to the previous rumors he had heard. They explained tales of John's feats, from fighting Vildren to claiming the arena from Alderaan. The Heaven Scrying sect youth thanked the group, before making his way through many different groups. Each group told similar tales of what had happened, adding further veracity to the claims. Could the rumors truly be true? Everything seems to verify the rumors, but I cannot make such an unprecedented adjustment to the list before seeing his strength with my own eyes. If I make such a change on rumors and they end up false, the reputation of the entire Heaven Scrying sect would become tarnished. I cannot be careful enough with this matter. After thinking through the issue, the youth found a seat in the stands and waited like everyone else. He was hoping that someone would challenge John, allowing him to verify the claims. However, much to his and the others' disappointment, no new challengers arrived over the next 20 hours. With the Jade Dragon Empire realm being incredibly vast, this town was only one of dozens of initial trial points that the youths of the Alliance could stumble upon. As such, only a very small portion of the overall participants made their way through this town. The number of newcomers stumbling on this town had already died down to near zero numbers, as everyone had made their way this far into the desert thus far, or even further. Everyone knew the trials deeper in the realm would most likely be more rewarding, and so very few youths made an effort to find the other trials at the start of the realm. Gong. 20 hours later, the sound of the arena bell sounded out once more, signaling the end of the round and start of the next one. John's eyes opened as the formation barrier faded away. Bang! Bang! Two youths landed on the arena platform, having arrived quite recently. They both ran up to John, their faces full of excitement and enthusiasm. "You two finally arrived, huh?" John said as he watched Adam and Chase approach. "What took you two so long?" It had been 40 hours since the group had entered the town, and only now did Chase and Adam reveal themselves after entering their respective trials. "We both just left our trials," Chase explained to John, his voice slightly apologetic as if he had done something wrong. "Sorry." "What are you apologizing for?" John asked, before changing the subject. "What were your trials like anyways, for them to take both of you that long?" "My trial was incredible," Adam exclaimed, his hands waving in all directions as if he could not contain his excitement. "My trial had multiple levels, and I was given 6 hours on each level to construct a formation that solved a certain task. Passing each level gave me jade marks, with more being granted for higher levels. The first level was a healing formation that healed to a certain level. The second was a sealing formation, capable of sealing a beast at my cultivation level. The third." "All right, I get it," John replied, cutting Adam off. If he allowed it, Adam would talk for hours on end when it came to formations. "And what about you?" John asked as his gaze shifted to Chase. "Mine was the same," Chase replied, clearly excited to talk about the trials, but keeping his calm much better than Adam. "I also had multiple levels and 6 hours each per trial, with the task of creating a pill that met certain conditions." "I see," John replied as he understood why they had taken too long to leave. "I'm guessing that with both of you taking so long within your trials, you made it to the final levels." "Of course I did," Adam replied proudly as he puffed out his chest. "Those meager formation trials could not stop a genius such as myself." John, as well as Iris, rolled their eyes at Adam's prideful boasting, but neither said anything to disparage him. Adam was clearly happy for the first time in a while after dealing with the Starforge clan, and so neither wanted to knock him down from his happy state. Same here, Chase confirmed. Although the final levels were quite challenging. What about you? We just got here recently, although we heard some rumors about what had happened. Gong. The sound of the arena bell sounded out once more, signaling the start of the next round. What's that bell? Adam asked as he noticed the formation barrier pop up around the arena. At this point, Iris chimed in and quickly explained what had happened, as well as the point system for the arena. Adam and Chase couldn't contain their laughter at certain points of her story, especially when she detailed her battle with that uncouth youth, as well as John's displays against Vildren and Alderan. "Haha, the idiots," Adam replied after stifling his laughter. "They're both lucky we're all part of the same alliance, or their fates would have been much worse for targeting John like that." He had seen many times what John was capable of when it came to dealing with enemies, and knew the two of them had gotten off lightly. "So you want us to get jade marks from this arena as well?" Chase asked as Iris finished explaining everything. "That's the plan," John replied. "After you both get your points, we'll venture deeper into these lands in search of more opportunities. Chase, you'll go first, then Adam afterwards." "Hey, why Chase first?" Adam cried out in protest. "Who cares who goes first?" Iris harumphed in displeasure at Adam. "You'll both get the same amount of points in the end." "Fine," Adam replied, although clearly grumpy. His antics were ignored by the group, while Chase hopped on the central platform. 2 hours quickly passed by, and the sound of the bell once again boomed over the arena. Chase felt the strange sensation on his chest once again, and quickly lowered the collar of his robe to inspect the new number, while John and the rest gathered around. "Huh, why'd it do that?" Adam asked as he saw the brand on Chase's chest had split into 2 different sections, one with his alchemy symbol and one with the warrior symbol. "I wondered if it would work like this, and it seems like my guess was right," John said as he stared at the brand. "The different trials all test one of the 4 pathways, and the points do not mix." "That's disappointing," Chase chimed up. "I have no interest in the warrior marks, as participating in future warrior trials will only take time away from alchemy trials. Not only that, but my fighting talents are quite meager, and so I won't accumulate much warrior points anyways." "I could always assist you like I did here," John chimed up after a moment of contemplation. "That won't do," Chase quickly shook his head in protest at the idea. "That will waste your time from proceeding further into the realm, which I will not accept. Not only that, but I'm sure there will be trials that you cannot assist in, which I will be forced to give up on. My only passion in life is alchemy, and so with what we now know of these trails, it will be all I focus on." John remained silent for some time as he stared at Chase, who had clearly made up his mind. Part of his reasoning was that he wanted to only focus on alchemy, but he could tell that Chase did not want to be a burden to his progress through these lands. "I'm the same," Adam replied after a while, breaking the silence. "You know I hate fighting, so formations will be all I focus on in these lands as well." "If that's how you both feel, then I won't argue against it," John said as he stood up from his seated position. "In that case, I think we're just about done with this town. Our adventure further into these lands continues." Iris, Chase, and Adam all nodded their heads in agreement, and the 3 left the arena. John made his way to Harrow in the stands, who smiled as he watched him approach. "Finally done with this trial?" Harrow asked. "Yep, it's all yours," John replied. "I can act as protector so you can get some points as well if you want," he continued. He had seen how Harrow had attempted to protect Iris against Vildren and felt the need to repay him for that. "No need," Harrow said while shaking his head. "Your display of power has made me realize that I have been taking it too easy. Only with steadfast cultivation and continuous battles will my strength improve. I'll fight in the battles to come and earn my position atop that platform with strength." A look of approval appeared on John's face as he reached out and patted Harrow on the shoulder. Good, that's the attitude a cultivator should have. I wish you good luck, John said to Haru before turning around and leaving the arena with his friends in tow. Those in the stands all watched him leave, while their faces lit up with various emotions. He's gone, he's finally gone, a youth exclaimed, tears nearly streaming down his face from elation. Haha, finally, we can finally enter the arena. Let's go. Many similar cries of excitement drifted over the arena, as 100 youths quickly made their way into the arena. The sound of a bell boomed once more, while the sound of heated battle broke out within the Colosseum for the first time in many days. Chapter 568, Desert ambushed the youth from the Heaven's Scrying sect watched as John and the rest left the Colosseum, ignoring the youth he had been talking to. Hey, are you going to sell me the Jade Dragon list? The youth asked, slightly agitated at being ignored. The list of geniuses sold by the Heaven's Scrying sect had been named the Jade Dragon list, in homage to the Jade Dragon Empire lands they were exploring. A genius capable of making the list was like a dragon amongst men, at least in the eyes of the youths of the Honorable Alliance. Ah, yes, the Heaven's Scrying sect youth replied as he turned to face the youth before him once more. The cost is 1 million spirit crystals. 1 million spirit crystals. That's daylight robbery, the youth exclaimed in shock upon hearing the price. 1 million spirit crystals was a sum most of the youths in these lands could easily afford, but it was still a shockingly high number. There were over 50,000 youths in these lands, and if just half bought the Jade Dragon list, the Heaven's Scrying sect would make 25 billion spirit crystals. Such a sum was beyond shocking. I'm leaving, so purchase it now or don't. It makes no difference to me, the Heaven's Scrying sect youth said as he began to walk away. All right, here you go, the youth hurriedly replied as he handed over a spatial ring containing the spirit crystals. The Heaven's Scrying sect youth inspected the sum before handing over a jade piece to the youth, who happily took it. Oh yeah, the youth chimed up once more. I heard your sect is also selling a map of these lands. How much is that going for? The map is 10 million spirit crystals, the Heaven's Scrying sect youth replied. 10 million? For a map? How can you possibly charge such a sum? The youth cried out in shock once again. Do you want the map or not? The Heaven's Scrying youth asked impatiently. AHNO, I don't have that many spirit crystals, the youth replied sheepishly, slightly embarrassed by such a thing. Upon hearing that, the Heaven's Scrying sect youth turned and left, leaving the Colosseum behind. He had already sold many Jade Dragon lists to the youths of this town, and had more pressing matters to attend to. The arid desert stretched out before John and the others as they once again ventured out into it. The scorching sun hung high in the sky, baking the sands below. They had been walking through the desert for a day already, but had yet to see anything of note yet. Sheesh, it's a good thing we cultivators have sturdy bodies. Otherwise this heat would have cooked us alive, Adam chimed up as he wiped the sweat from his brow. Just use your chi to form a protective shield around yourself, Iris replied dismissively as a protective shield of chi surrounded her body. Chase had done the same, while John had no need to do such a thing, as his durable body was easily capable of withstanding the scorching heat. Using my chi non-stop is even more tiresome than withstanding this heat, Adam replied with equal dismissiveness. Here, take this then, Chase chimed up as he outstretched his hand. To the surprise of the others, a flower suddenly grew out of the center of his hand, blooming in almost no time at all. The flower was blue in color and gave off a fresh, icy aura, making the surrounding area quite comfortable. What the hell? Adam exclaimed in surprise, shocked to see Chase do such a thing. How did you do that? I have a wood constitution, which gives me control over plants, trees, and flowers, Chase explained. As long as I have a seed of the particular plant, and I have enough chi to germinate the plant to maturity, I can quickly grow the plant as you just saw. This particular flower is the frost mist flower, its name given for the natural frosty mist it exudes. That's amazing, Adam bellowed out with great excitement as he grabbed the flower from Chase. Wood constitutions truly are quite remarkable, Iris chimed up as well. Do you too want a flower? Chase asked, his mood quite happy to be receiving such compliments. No, I'm fine, John replied, unbothered by the heat. I'm all right as well. Iris politely rejected the offer as well before her gaze shifted towards John. Have you noticed him? Iris asked softly. MHM, John replied while nodding his head. He's been following us since we left the town. What, someone's following us? Adam exclaimed, as he had been completely unaware of such a thing. He glanced behind them but didn't see anyone. Clearly, whoever was following them was following from beyond visible range. Iris rolled her eyes and ignored Adam's outburst. What do you think he wants? She asked John. No idea, but he hasn't made any sort of move on us yet, John replied. And I detect no hostility from him, so we can ignore him for now. All right, Iris replied as the group continued onwards, ignoring the lone youth that followed them from a distance. They continued on through the desert, blindly making their way deeper into the lands. The heaven-scrying sect youth walked through the desert, keeping his distance from John and the rest. A unique-looking artifact, a crystal ball with mesmerizing lights emanating from him rested in his hands, while the youth continued to inspect it. Within the mesmerizing lights was an image of John and the rest walking through the desert. Clearly this youth was using this artifact to follow John and the rest. A frown appeared on the youth's face as he followed behind. They're just aimlessly wandering through this desert, blind and lost. It will take them days to find the next set of trials at this rate, the youth muttered with slight frustration. He had been following John to confirm his combat prowess, but had yet to see him fight. Should I approach them and guide them to the next trial? The youth mused once again, before his eyes opened slightly. An ambush, the youth mused as his scrying artifact suddenly showed a fresh set of faces. Hiding behind some ancient boulders that littered the desert sands. The boulders were directly in the path of John and the rest, guaranteeing that they would walk into the ambush. I might be able to see his strength finally, the youth mused as he slipped forward, closer towards John and the rest. I'm sure you already noticed, Iris said to John, her eyes narrowing while shifting in color slightly as she stared forward. MHM, John replied calmly as he stared ahead. They're doing nothing to conceal their presence, so they're quite noticeable. They must be looking down on us after noticing our cultivations. We probably look like easy targets, Iris replied calmly as well. What's going on? Chase asked as he listened to Iris and John talk. Is it another ambush? Seems like it, John replied without slowing his steps. Why would they ambush us? Adam asked. Is it the Starforge clan again? No, their auras are different, John replied. They're probably just looking to rob us of our valuables. We'll find out soon enough. Despicable, Iris sneered. The group continued forward without care, arriving before the desert area littered with ancient boulders. Without any surprise at all, a group of 4 male youths jumped out from behind the boulders, each emanating an early heaven tribulation aura. Stop right there, one of the youths yelled out loudly, his aura flaring out powerfully. That's right, another one of the youths yelled out. Hand us your spatial rings, and we'll let you go on your way. Otherwise, don't blame us for forcibly taking it from you. Adam, Chase, and Iris glanced at each other with strange looks on their faces before the 3 burst out into laughter. Their laughter boomed out without care, startling the 4 ambushers. The faces of the ambushers twisted up in growing anger as they were clearly being mocked by their weaker prey. You dare log. Boom. The ground beneath John's feet exploded, interrupting the youth's words as he appeared before the 4 ambushers. The faces of the ambushers lit up with shock at the speed John had unleashed, as it was far faster than what they were capable of. Lightning nodes suddenly sprung up in the sky around John, as a lightning cage instantly appeared, trapping all 5 within. The sounds of weapons colliding, battle arts exploding and cries of pain rang out from within the lightning cage, before it faded away a short while later. The ground beneath John's feet had shattered away into a large crater from the force of the attacks, while the 4 ambushers laid unconscious on the ground before John, stripped completely naked. The sight surprised Iris, Chase, and Adam, as they had been unable to see what had happened within the lightning cage. Strange looks appeared on their faces as they saw the naked youths piled up atop each other. They tried to rob us, so I merely robbed them back. With how this ended up, I'm sure they'll think twice before robbing anyone else, John said as he noticed the strange looks on their faces. Let's go. Wait, Iris suddenly said, her gaze lingering at the bottom of the crater John had created. What is it? John asked as he turned to look at Iris once more. There's something underneath this ground. 569, digging in the desert, the crystal ball in the heaven-scrying sect youth's hands flashed with various colors of light as the brief battle between John and the ambushers appeared in the ball. The youth's face remained focused as he studied every detail of the battle that was unfolding, not wanting to miss a second of it. However, much to the youth's disappointment, the entire battle had taken place within John's lightning cage. While glimmers of the battle within appeared between the web of lightning, it was quite difficult to make out what was happening within. The lightning cage was almost like a solid wall in all directions, as hundreds of beams pierced from one lightning node to the other. Soon after the battle started, the lightning cage faded away. A frown appeared on the youth's face as the cage faded away so early. The cage is fading away already, the youth muttered, slight disappointment evident in his voice. It seems as though the heavenly lightning sect youth was not as strong as the rumors claim and has already been defeated. Before the youth could finish his sentence, the lightning cage faded away fully, revealing the truth of what had occurred inside. The unconscious bodies of the 4 early heaven tribulation ambushers were stacked one atop the other, while John stood there with a look of indifference on his face. The heaven-scrying sect youth stared closely at the scene before him, his mind racing from what he had just witnessed. Despite his vast experience regarding both heaven-scrying and information collection on the other geniuses of the divine Martial Continent, both from the Honorable Alliance and outside of it, it was the first time he had seen something like this. However, after remaining silent for some time, a frown appeared on the youth's face. I was unable to see what occurred within that cage of lightning, which is quite troublesome. There were some unverified rumors that this youth's strength comes from artifact and external sources, which would exclude him from the list. While the cage of lightning seemed naturally formed, I am unable to fully verify that. Not only that, but I was unable to see what exactly occurred within the cage of lightning. For all I know, he could have used a one-time artifact of great power to overwhelm his opponents. I must continue my observations of him before I can make any alterations. What are they doing? The youth noticed John and the rest stop, and soon they began digging into the ground. A thoughtful look appeared on his face, as an idea of what was going on entered his mind. After some further consideration, the youth started walking forward, proceeding towards John and the rest. What's down here that we're digging like this for? Adam asked Iris, slightly disgruntled by the physical work he had to do. I'm not sure yet, but I can tell there's something emanating a small amount of chi down below us, Iris replied, ignoring Adam's grouchiness. Why do we have to dig manually like this, though? Adam harumphed once again. Can't John just unleash strong attacks to blow the ground away? That wouldn't be a wise thing to do, Iris replied as she used her chi to move aside a lump of sand and dirt, before doing so again. Her and the rest were all doing such a thing, carefully extracting the sand with their chi. The process was quite slow when compared to forcefully breaking through to whatever was beneath them, but Iris had cautioned against such a thing. I have no idea what's beneath us, or how fragile it is, Iris replied. If we blow the ground up with force, we could potentially destroy what's down there. Only when I'm closer will I be able to see exactly what it is. You have no idea, Adam asked. Aren't your eyes able to see through everything or something like that? My eye powers don't work like that, Iris replied, and decided to take this time to explain to the group how her talents worked, as she had never done such a thing. While I can see through objects, my vision becomes obscured after a bit, making me unable to see what exactly it is in situations like these. However, my eyes can detect sources of chi with much greater clarity, almost like I can see flickers of light through the ground. Not only that, but I'm also able to determine the relative value of the source of qi, based on the profundity of the qi that is exuded. So that's how it works, John chimed in. He had been curious as to how Iris's eye talents worked, and now it all made sense. So with how your eye talents work, I'm guessing you can not only see the micro-muscle movements of your opponents, but also the flow of qi through their body. Am I correct? You are exactly right, Iris replied with a smile at John's guess. That's quite impressive, John replied, truly in awe of Iris's talents. Qi flow through another cultivator's body was almost impossible to detect, as the cultivator's external. Aura would interfere with such internal detections. It was one of the reasons cultivators flared their auras, despite it being slightly wasteful when it came to qi. However, Iris's eyes were able to pierce right through her opponent's auras and see the flow of qi within their bodies, giving her an amazing advantage of predicting what type of battle arts would be used, and when. This allowed her to dance around the battlefield with absolute precision, which made it seem like she was able to predict the future. No wonder everyone struggles against you so much, John replied with an understanding nod of his head. Your speed coupled with your vision makes it almost impossible to catch you. The only way someone would be able to beat you is with overwhelming power to suppress your movements. HMPH, it's an all-right talent, I guess. Adam felt the need to chime in, causing Iris to look at him with displeasure on her face. However, she ignored him after a short moment, as she was happy that John had sincerely praised her abilities. You also said your eyes give you visions occasionally, correct? John asked as he moved another pile of sand away. He had remembered his conversation with Iris and something about her having a vision regarding him. However, at the time he had dismissed talking about it, as he was sick of hearing of prophecies and visions. Not only that, but Iris had briefly passed her vision to him during the entrance exam for the Heavenly Lightning Sect, although that vision was chaotic, making him unable to understand exactly what it was about. You're correct, Iris replied, her gaze becoming slightly hardened as she stopped digging. Her actions caught the attention of the others, who stopped digging as well, as they could tell that something was on her mind. What is it? John asked Iris. A conflicted look appeared on Iris's face before she replied to John's question. I have something incredibly important to tell you, something regarding the visions I've had. Visions that I showed you before, but I have not shown you everything. 570 calamitous visions, is that so? John replied calmly, not completely caught off guard by what Iris had just said. Just what kind of eyes do you have? You can see qi, you can see through walls, you can see visions of the future. It sounds beyond impressive. I'm not sure what eyes I have exactly, Iris replied with an unsure tone. I asked the Grand Elder about it, but even he didn't know. That unique, John mused as he fell into silence once more. Just like innate variant bodies and essence attribute bodies, there were many types of eyes in the world. Some could scry into the future, some could peer into the past, some could see with clarity far beyond what a normal cultivator could achieve, some could see things unseen by the naked eye. These eye types had been documented throughout history, just like variant bodies and attribute bodies. For Iris's eyes to still be a mystery indicated that they were an incredibly rare variant, something not considered common knowledge. Iris glanced at Chase and Adam for a moment, which John picked up on what she was thinking. I trust both of them with my life, John said to Iris. Anything that you can tell me, you can tell them. Adam and Chase felt a warm feeling seep into their bodies, as John expressed the brotherly friendship the three of them had. Iris remained silent for a moment again, before she turned to Adam. As much as I hate to admit it, I need your help right now. Can you erect a sound-negating formation, as well as a formation that stops any spying on us? Iris asked, not wanting to ask Adam for help, but not having another choice. A pride look quickly replaced the look of surprise on Adam's face, as his hand rested on his waist and his chest puffed up. Ha ha ha, of course I can do something as trivial as that. Do you know who you're speaking to? Clearly he was happy to display his formation talents, as well be called on for assistance, especially from Iris. Adam quickly set about setting up his formation, which took around 30 minutes. He etched a complicated series of formation runes in the sand beneath their feet, and then placed formation discs and crystal power sources at many nodes in the formation. After setting everything up, Adam injected his chi into the formation, which lit up with brilliant light. A white barrier surrounded the four of them, blocking all chi and sound from exiting or entering. John nodded his head in approval at the barrier, as he could tell it was quite impressive. Although Adam was useless for the most part, even John had to admit that Adam's talent in formations was beyond impressive. Iris inspected the barrier as well and nodded her head in approval, despite not wanting to praise Adam. Her gaze shifted to Adam, who stared back in unconcealed pride. "How good is this barrier? Could someone spy on us without us knowing?" Iris asked. Clearly what she had to say was incredibly important. "It would take someone in the Tao transformation realm to be able to spy without me knowing," Adam replied confidently. For someone in the heaven tribulation realm, I would be able to detect their intrusion. The same could not be said for a physical barrier, but spying barriers are much harder to breach unnoticed." "Good," Iris replied while nodding her head. Her gaze shifted back to John as a serious look appeared on her face. "Do these visions involve what you showed me during the entrance exam?" John asked calmly. "They do," Iris replied without hesitation. "Visions? What visions?" Adam chimed in, unable to contain his curiosity. "It's kind of hard to explain," Iris replied, unsure of where to start. "Why don't you just show them like you showed me?" John suggested, "although I would like to see the vision again if possible." "Sure," Iris replied as she stepped forward and reached out towards John. Her finger tapped his forehead, and once again John saw the visions he had seen last time. The visions depicted humans, demons, bizarre creatures far more terrifying than demons, a golden-armored god, destruction, death, ruin, and John. Each vision lasted for only an instant before moving on to the next, but it lasted long enough to see that John was included in most of the visions, and was clearly fighting against the others depicted. The visions containing John depicted him from behind, however. His aura was unmistakable. His body was taller, stronger, and slicked with blood in each vision. Long black hair flowed behind his head, while a scythe with a blood-red blade and black handle rested in his firm grip. In the visions that did not contain John, all that could be seen was calamitous destruction on an unprecedented scale, a world so scarred from battle, ruin, and savagery that it was on the verge of collapse. Rivers of blood flowed as freely as water, while corpses littered the earth as far as the eye could see. Just as fast as the visions came, they left, leaving John feeling quite strange. It was as if he had just lived another life briefly, before being brought back. Iris walked over to Adam and Chase as well, and tapped their foreheads as well. The same visions flooded their minds, and Adam and Chase couldn't help but collapse to their knees, panting raggedly from what they had just seen. Fear was clearly etched on their faces, as the sinister creatures and scenes of destruction were almost too much for them to handle. Only after a long while did the two of them calm down and stand back on their feet. However, both seemed slightly pale, not fully recovered from what they had seen. What was that?" Adam spoke up after a long while, breaking the silence. "They're visions of the future, my future," John replied before Iris could, his face calm and voice steady. Chapter 571, Fears and Reassurances. Iris glanced at John, slightly surprised at how calm he was. Despite having seen the visions before, it was the first time Iris had shown him the visions without him in them. She had withheld them last time, but decided to reveal all today. However, his reaction was almost as if he had been expecting it, surprising her. "Visions of your future," Adam replied in shock. "How can you be so calm after what you just saw? Everything was destroyed, the world was destroyed. And those creatures, just what the hell were those things? Especially that one with 4 arms, its cold red eyes, it was, as if I was staring at death itself." Adam's voice trailed off, unable to finish his sentence. He was still far too shaken up by what he had seen, and almost seemed more terrified by the creatures he had seen than the ruin of the world that had been shown. The visions were so real, as if he had been the one standing there himself. John thought about the creature Adam was describing, the one that had stood out the most in his vision. Although it was just a vision, the auras of those depicted could be felt to a certain extent. In the vision, it towered over him, like a god of death coming to claim his life. The creature stared directly at John, its blood-red eyes filled with cold disregard. Sharp, straight horns, 6 in total, jutted from the top of its head like a spiked crown. Wearing only the lower half of a black robe, its skin, dark red like the color of dried blood, was bared for all to see. Sharp sabers, several times larger than John's body, rested in each of its 4 arms. Each arm bulged with muscles that looked like they could shatter mountains from casual movements. Most notable of all was its aura. The aura of the creature was terrifying beyond measure, as if it was evil from the pits of hell itself. Were it not for his previous experiences with sinister auras and terrifying creatures, John would have been just like Adam and Chase after seeing the visions. "Are you certain those visions were of the future?" Chase asked Iris after recovering from his shock. "I am," Iris replied. "The visions started coming to me when I was just a child, and were almost too much for me to bear. However, I was eventually able to deal with them after many years, and decided to set out in search of the one depicted in them. Fate seems to have favored me quite highly, as I ran into John quite early on in my search. The moment I laid eyes on him, I was certain he was the one depicted in the visions, and you can all clearly tell that I was right." "Okay, but how do you know it's in the future?" Adam asked, finally calming down slightly. "Couldn't they just be nightmares or false visions or something else?" "They're not," John replied, his voice still calm and steady. "How can you be so sure?" Adam asked. "Because the visions align with something else that was revealed to me previously, and the two match up quite accurately," John explained. Match with what?" Iris asked, as this was the first time she was hearing about something else that dealt with the same things as her visions. "A prophecy," John replied, not hiding the truth. A prophecy of what?" Adam asked. "I'll most likely be fighting those things you saw in the vision. The details aren't worth getting caught up on. Just know that there's nothing to worry about," John replied as he walked up and patted Adam on the shoulder. "Nothing to worry about? How the hell can you say something like that?" Adam yelled, but quickly lowered his voice as he realized he was taking his fear out on John and was in the wrong. "Sorry," Adam muttered, while John patted him on the shoulder once again. "You don't need to apologize," John replied with a smile. "Still, how can you be so calm, if everything we saw is going to happen?" Adam asked. "Because did you see me cower in those visions? Did you see me on my knees?" John replied with confidence in his voice. "I may have been bloodied and bruised, but my back was still straight and my aura towering to the sky. If I had no hope of victory in these situations to come, do you think I would exude such confidence?" I suppose that makes sense," Adam replied after thinking it over, calming down a little bit. "Besides, have you ever seen me lose a battle before?" John asked with a cheery smile on his face. "No, I haven't," Adam replied, gaining back some confidence in the situation. However, his breathing was still slightly uneven from his previous panic. "Exactly, so there's nothing to worry about," John reassured, before he draped an arm around Adam's shoulder in a brotherly manner. "However, if you're still so worried about the future, why don't you focus on becoming as strong as possible yourself? Become so strong that even that creature you so fear is nothing more than an ant to you. And if that's not possible, then at least become strong enough to help me in those battles. With you and I working together, who can stop us?" John asked Adam. A look of contemplation appeared on Adam's face, before a look of determination replaced it, as his arm draped around John's shoulder as well. "Right," Adam exclaimed loudly. "With your might and my genius formations, no one can stop the two of us when we work together." "Ha ha ha," Adam bellowed out, his prideful attitude back. However, there was still some nervousness in the laughter, as overcoming what he had just seen would take more time than this. "Good, then let's talk no more of this situation. If those visions ever come to pass, we'll deal with it at that time," John said to Adam, but his words were clearly intended for the entire group. Iris opened her mouth to speak up, but closed it after a moment of hesitation. She had wanted to bring the visions up to clearly discuss them and make sure John was aware of what could potentially come to pass. However, she could tell that such a thing was not necessary after all. "You made Iris show us those visions on purpose, didn't you?" Chase asked John after regaining his calm as well. "You wanted us to see the visions and use it as motivation for getting stronger, right?" "What do you mean?" John asked with feigned confusion. "I merely didn't want to leave you two in the dark about such an important topic is all." "Liar, you did this on purpose," Adam bellowed out as he finally saw through John's actions. John had always attempted to push Adam forward regarding cultivation, but Adam always protested, as he hated such things. It would take something beyond monumental to change his attitude regarding cultivation, something monumental like they had just seen. John shrugged at Adam's comment before ignoring him, which caused both Iris and Chase to laugh. It instantly lightened the incredibly dark mood, as the four began to dig into the earth once more. The others followed suit, and the gloomy atmosphere slowly faded away as the four returned to their normal selves. Digging into the earth while faced away from the others, John's eyes became narrowed and cold as he thought back to the visions. He had maintained his calm demeanor for two reasons. One was that he had already expected such a thing, as the prophecy told to him by Thunderzin detailed as much. The other was that he had already experienced truly terrible things, like the menacing illusion creature shown to him in the Elysian lightning world, or the sinister aura within his palace realm, and was not taken by surprise by such things anymore. However, the vision that Iris showed him today contained additional details to the one she had previously shown him, one that shook even someone as sturdy as himself. That creature, with 4 arms and piercing red eyes, the prophecy alluded to it already, but I was unable to be certain until now. But that creature is most definitely the Asura of anguish, and his aura is incredibly similar to the sinister aura within my palace realm. 572 Ancient Treasure Asura of anguish, a similar aura to the sinister aura within my palace realm, an aura somewhat similar to my Immortal Asura body and Asura transformation art. The similarities are too many to ignore as mere coincidence. 1,000 thoughts swirled through John's mind as he thought about everything from the Asura of anguish to his body Danshin. After calming his mind a bit, his thoughts shifted back to the Asura of anguish, which he had seen in the vision. There were 2 explanations to what John had seen in the vision regarding the Asura of anguish. He knew something was sealed within his palace realm, as he had heard its menacing growl once before. It was something that his mysterious yet overwhelmingly powerful father had thought worthwhile to seal away, alluding to how powerful or important whatever within was. Each time John touched a chain on the door, the chain shattered, and more of the aura from whatever was sealed within leaked out. The aura had only ever reminded him of one other thing before, the creature he had seen in the illusion trial in the Elysian lightning world. My father wouldn't just unleash a creature like that on the world, would he? John mused while he kept digging. However, no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't figure out the truth of what was to come. I'm sure it's all connected somehow, but I don't have enough pieces to say for sure. While I have my guesses, that's all they are at the moment, guesses. Guessing won't solve this issue. Besides, it doesn't matter anyways. In the world of cultivation, death is always one step away for those who tread the path to the pinnacle of the martial world. All I can do is focus on becoming as strong as possible, and these visions, if they come to pass, will just be another step I take over the corpses of countless enemies towards that peak. What are they doing? The heavens scrying sect youth mused as he stood at the very top of the deep hole John and the rest had dug and peered within. First they start digging for no reason, and then they erect a sound and chi nullification formation. What's going on? No matter how he thought about it, the youth couldn't make sense of it. If the group had found incredibly rare valuables while digging and erected a barrier to prevent spying, they would have also made the barrier block all vision from the outside. The youth could clearly see into the barrier, but not hear anything from within. While peering into the deep hole, the The youth's eyes suddenly widened slightly as something came into his vision. His eyes shifted colors ever so slightly, as they became more profound and mesmerizing. He stared straight into the dirt below the group's feet, as if he was looking through the earth. There's something down there, something exuding a faint aura. Just how did they know to dig here? Even I just noticed it, and they've already dug down hundreds of yards. The youth muttered in surprise upon finally noticing the goal of the digging project. It must be that girl. She has unique eyes as well, but for her to notice something this deep, just how profound are her talents? We're almost there, Iris exclaimed, her excitement clearly rising. What's down here? Even with meager eye talents like yours, you must know by now, Adam asked, both curious and disgruntled for having to dig so long. They had already been at it for several hours. Just wait, you impatient oaf. You'll find out soon enough, Iris harumphed at Adam's insult. By now, John had also noticed whatever was buried beneath the sands. While he could not see it yet, he was able to feel the faint aura of whatever was beneath them. It's only a few more yards. Stand aside, John instructed, which the others complied with. They stood aside, while John's powerful essence chi surged out, sweeping aside the last remaining patch of earth. Using his powerful divine sense and great chi control, John swept aside all remaining obstructions without moving whatever was buried beneath the earth. Before the group, a sight they had not been expecting came into view. It's the corpses, Adam said, not expecting to see dead bodies down here. 5 of them to be exact, John replied as he moved towards the dead bodies. The dead bodies, just skeletons at this point, were still draped in their clothes. They wore impressive jade green robes, with a powerful-looking dragon-breathing fire embroidered on the back and sleeves. Even with the wear and tear of time, the robes were still intact without flaws, indicating the high quality they were made from. Other than the robes they wore, each skeleton held a weapon in one of their hands, each weapon exuding an incredible aura. Clearly this had been what Iris had spotted through the earth. Heaven Tribulation grade weapons? Adam exclaimed, his demeanor of exhaustion replaced with excitement. The group carefully inspected the weapons, which all emanated an incredible aura. Chase's eyes lit up as well, as he clearly spotted something that was of great interest to him. Even Iris couldn't help but become excited, as she too lacked a Heaven Tribulation grade weapon. Why are you so excited to see weapons? John asked. You don't fight, and when you're forced to fight you use formation discs. Because these are clearly ancient Jade Dragon Empire youths, and these weapons belong to them. By studying these ancient weapons, I might be able to peer into the techniques used to create them, as well as gain insights from the intricate formations embedded in the weapons. These weapons are a treasure trove of ancient knowledge, Adam exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. John's gaze shifted from Adam back to the weapons, which had been sitting beneath the desert sands for over 100,000 years. What do you think happened to them? Chase asked. Who knows? John replied, his gaze still lingering on the corpses. They might have been ambushed, the same as we just encountered, or were killed by something else. The Jade Dragon Empire reigned more than 100,000 years ago. There's no way we'll be able to tell exactly what happened after all this time. All I know is that their weapons remained behind, which is a boon for us. Such extraordinary weapons, left here to fade away forever. Good thing we stumbled upon them, Iris chimed up, a large smile appearing on her face. That's right. Good thing we have you, otherwise we never would have found these weapons, John replied as he patted Iris on the shoulder before moving over towards the weapons. None of us have a Heaven Tribulation grade weapon yet, so these will more than come in handy in the trials to come. Finding these weapons so early on in these lands is beyond fortunate. He had already been given a lesson on the importance of weapon quality just days ago, when his battle with Vildren had damaged his scythe. While it was still fine for the most part, eventually, it would be overwhelmed by all the Heaven Tribulation grade weapons his opponents would use. John once again regretted the decision of not buying a Heaven Tribulation grade weapon from the Mystic Trade Hall when he had a chance, but this encounter made up for that lack of judgment. Which one are you going to take? Adam asked as John reached out towards the weapons, his selection made. Chapter 573, Dragon-like artifact spirit. The four weapons in front of them were a straight sword, a magical staff, a spear, and a great axe. The great axe, of course, John replied as he reached out and grabbed the handle of the battle axe. The great axe had a golden, single-sided blade with a jade-green shaft, the colors of the Jade Dragon Empire. The shaft had gold trimmings on it as well, making the entire great axe look quite impressive. The blade was 2 feet long, while the shaft was 4 feet long, making it possible to use both hands for attacks. While not his primary weapon of choice, an axe had been John's secondary weapon up to this point. His axe battle arts were not as impressive as his divine reaping scythe, but scythes were much rarer weapons to come across, while axes were much more common. John pulled up on the great axe, but the skeletal hand still clasped to the weapon held tight. He reached out and pried the hand off the weapon, claiming it as his own. The weapon swayed down slightly as he picked up it, not ready for its heavy weight. His arm muscles bulged with power as he steadied the weapon before him, using quite a bit of strength to do so. The weapon weighed over 10,000 pounds, and wielding it freely required immense strength. The battle axe I obtained in the divine trial is made from incredible materials, but this one is just as durable and sturdy. However, the difference in power is immense, as the divine trial did not undergo its own heavenly tribulation, while this one did. Its aura contains a tinge of the heavens, and only that, but the ancient divine weapon does not have an artifact spirit, while this one shall. As if reading his thoughts, a roar suddenly appeared in John's mind, like that of a dragon's roar. It shook his soul space, trying to overwhelm his mind and shatter his soul. Expecting such a thing from his previous experience with his scythe, John's chi and soul power flared out against the power of the artifact spirit, while his indomitable will surged forward like waves. His powers slammed against the energy from the artifact spirit as the battle within his body began. HMPH, I subdued a half-step heaven tribulation artifact spirit back when I was in the core formation realm. While you may be far more impressive than that pseudo-artifact spirit, you're still far from powerful enough to make me submit. John communicated to the artifact spirit with his soul power, his voice and will commanding without question. Roar. The artifact spirit roared within his mind once again, as if it was a beast struggling for its life. For heaven tribulation grade weapons and above, the higher grade ones were imbued with artifact spirits. Artifact spirits were somewhat sentient and treated the weapon as its body. Only those capable of subduing it would be worthy to wield it to its full extent. While one could wield an artifact spirit weapon without subduing the artifact spirit, such a thing was not desired by the cultivator. Artifact spirits were the true owners of the weapons and controlled the formations within. Having the blessing of an artifact spirit would allow one to wield the weapon to its full might, while the artifact spirit aided with guiding the cultivator's chi through the weapon in the most optimal manner, resulting in the strongest attacks being unleashed. On the other hand, wielding a weapon without subduing the artifact spirit would result in the spirit resisting its use instead, struggling against the cultivator and lowering the overall power and efficacy of the weapon. Submit! John's soul power flared, while his essence chi overwhelmed the artifact spirit in an instant. His message was clear. Submit or be destroyed. The artifact spirit roared out one last time before its power faded away and returned into the weapon. Clearly, it had been subdued and recognized John as worthy of wielding the weapon. His aura faded away as he returned to normal, the artifact spirit successfully suppressed. He inspected the weapon carefully, his head nodding in satisfaction after a moment. "This weapon is quite incredible," John exclaimed, his gaze shifting to Adam, who stood nearby. "Not only is it made from extraordinary materials, its artifact spirit is also quite amazing. It was as if the soul of a dragon was slumbering within this weapon." "Do you know how artifact spirits are made?" While John knew of artifact spirits, he had no idea about the creation process behind them or how they obtained their sentience. "Sure I do," Adam replied, happy to show off his formations and artificing knowledge once again. "When a weapon's quality and craftsmanship reaches a certain level, it invokes a heavenly tribulation. Artifact spirits are created during the weapon's tribulation, as the heavens blesses it with sentience. That's why only heaven tribulation grade weapons and above have true artifact spirits. As for you explaining it was like a dragon spirit, that's easy to explain as well. Each heaven tribulation grade weapon requires a core to act as the body for the artifact spirit. The core is embedded in the very center of the weapon and can be anything you want. It can be a rock, a flower, or even some piece from a dragon. The artifact spirit will take on a personality similar to the core that was used. That's most likely what was used to create this weapon, something like a dragon scale, Adam explained. The higher quality the core, and the more skilled the weapon artificer, the stronger the artifact spirit will be. I see, John replied as he nodded his head in understanding as his gaze shifted back to the weapon in his hand. After a moment, he waved it around, the mere weight and force of the weapon causing the surrounding sand to be kicked up. Hey, test your weapon later, Adam exclaimed. We still need to get the other weapons. Don't rebury them. Fine, John obliged as he put the battle axe away. He reached out and picked up the straight sword, followed by the spear and the staff. The three other weapons all had similar gold and green designs like the battle axe, clearly all created by the Jade Dragon Empire. Since he didn't inject any chi into the weapons, the artifact spirits within were not roused into action. After picking up the three weapons, John walked over to the others and stopped before them. He already knew which weapon would be best suited for each of them. Be careful when using these weapons, John instructed before he handed them over. If their artifact spirits are anything like the one within my weapon, you'll be overwhelmed by them in your current realm. Wait until you reach the heaven tribulation realm before trying to suppress them. The three nodded their heads in understanding, although they already had such thoughts themselves. They had felt the artifact spirit's power from John's battle axe and knew it was not something they could contest with yet. Good, then each of you are now proud owners of heaven tribulation grade weapons, John said as he handed out the weapons. He handed the straight sword to Iris, the magical staff to Chase, and the spear to Adam. While Iris specialized in daggers, the straight sword was the quickest weapon of the bunch and the most like daggers. She waved the sword in her hands, getting used to the weight, before putting it away in her spatial ring. Thanks, Iris said with a smile on her face, clearly happy with the weapon she had received. Thanks to you as well, John replied. Without you, we never would have found such amazing weapons. For Chase, his powers were summoning powers, able to summon plants and other vegetation with his wood constitution. A magical staff allowed once to amplify their summoning powers, which was perfect for Chase. Chase grabbed the weapon, which was lighter than he had been expecting. However, magical staffs were not meant for direct combat, and so such a thing made sense. He inspected the weapon carefully, a large smile appearing on his face. I've always wanted a staff, but was never able to get one. This is beyond perfect, Chase exclaimed happily. Lastly, John handed the spear to Adam, who instantly began to inspect the craftsmanship of the weapon. He had no care for the weapon itself to be used in combat, but studying the weapon's formations and craftsmanship would no doubt unlock new insights into his profession. John's gaze shifted back towards the corpses once more, seeing if he had missed anything. His gaze settled on their hands to see if any spatial rings were left behind, but all that remained were clothes and bones. We're done here, John said to the group. Let's head out. With the time we spent in the first town as well as here, we're most likely quite far behind most of the pack at this point. The others nodded their heads and put their weapons away, while Adam undid the formation he had set up. The group quickly flew to the top of the massive crater, their gazes locking with someone standing at the top, waiting for them. Chapter 574, Do you want? John asked as the ground landed at the top of the massive hole. He had noticed the youth's presence a long time ago, as the youth had done nothing to hide himself. He had watched as John and the rest obtained their weapons as well. John's gaze remained locked onto the newcomer before him, while his power suddenly surged, surprising the newcomer and his friends. Adam, Chase, and Iris quickly raised their guards as well, preparing for any fight to come. The newcomer's guard instantly raised, but he quickly lowered it as he noticed what was happening. Using his powerful essence chi, John picked up a massive ball of sand and moved it over the large crater. His power faded away once more, unleashing the mountain of sand to cover the hole they had just dug. Adam and the rest quickly lowered their guards, while the newcomer shifted his gaze from John to the hole that had just been filled and back to John. "What was that for?" the youth asked curiously, "hiding any evidence of what you found down there?" "Burying the dead," John replied calmly without any hesitation. "We already disturbed their burial grounds, no need to keep it exposed." The newcomer raised an eyebrow at John's words, but didn't detect any falsity from it. "Are you not concerned that I know you four obtained Heaven Tribulation grade weapons, ones that are of very high quality from the looks of it?" the youth asked. "Such ancient weapons would be coveted by many, some who would even take it by force." "Someone capable of taking my weapon by force does not exist within these lands," John replied calmly, as if such a statement was completely natural to make. With only the other Honorable Alliance youths below the age of 20 in the Jade Dragon Empire trial lands, John was confident to make such a claim. The youth raised his eyebrows once again, surprised to hear such a confident claim from someone in the Meridian forging realm. While he had seen a glimmer of John's strength thus far, the strength he had displayed was far from being enough to claim such a thing. "Is this statement of yours one made from a stance of confidence or ignorance?" the youth mused. "There are some extraordinary monsters in these lands, some that even I would flee if forced to fight against. Either you know this, and thus your strength must be far greater than what you have already displayed, or you are ignorant of those who reign at the top in these lands. I wonder which it is," the youth asked, trying to gain insight into John's thoughts. "Who knows?" John replied with a casual shoulder shrug. "And I'll ask again. What do you want? I know you didn't follow us all the way out here for no reason." The youth inspected John's face and mannerisms in silence for a short while, before a small smile appeared on his face as he addressed the group, his tone much more friendly than before. "My name is Ainsel, from the Heaven Scrying Sect." Ainsel introduced himself to the group. "The Heaven Scrying Sect," Adam said, clearly recognizing the name. "You know of them?" John asked, as he had never heard of them. Having just arrived to the divine Martial Continent less than a half a year ago, and spending most of that time occupied with something, John had very little knowledge about the rest of the continent. "I do, or at least I heard mention of them from when I was a child," Adam replied, drawing on the knowledge of his childhood spent in the Starforge clan. "And I know of you as well," Anisel said as his gaze shifted from John to Adam. "Child of the Starforge clan, son of Arthur Starforge, once a front-runner to become the next clan leader, but exiled from said clan at the young age of 11. I must say, it's quite surprising that you've returned to this continent." John's eyes narrowed slightly as he heard Ainsel bring up the Starforge clan, as well as Adam's exile. "Are you allies of the Starforge clan?" John asked, his tone cold and no longer cordial. Ainsel's gaze shifted back towards John, taking quick note of his change in personality after bringing his friends into the conversation. "No, he's not," Adam said before John could take any actions. "The Heaven Scrying Sect is a sect that specializes in many things, one of them being information collection. It's only natural that someone like him would know who I am after that Starforge clan elder made such a scene," Adam explained. "Just as your friend has explained," Ainsel spoke up, his voice still friendly. "My Heaven Scrying Sect does deal with information, and that is why I am here. I am here to both provide you with information as well as request it." "Provide and request information?" John asked. "What information can you provide us?" "A map, as well as a list that may interest you," Ainsel replied. A map of these lands?" John asked, his curiosity piqued. Such a thing would be more than beneficial, as his progress would instantly quicken without any wasted trips. "Indeed," Ainsel replied as a jade piece suddenly appeared in his hands. He tossed it over to John to inspect, who quickly sent his divine sense into it. An expansive map entered his mind, one far larger than he had been expecting. It detailed everything from the entrance of the realm to quite far beyond where they currently were, and everything in between. The realm was several thousand miles long according to the elders of the Honorable Alliance, and several hundred miles wide. The map currently depicted nearly 1,000 miles already mapped out, which was more than double the progress John's group had made thus far. Not only that, but it depicted the locations of the other trials, over a dozen already located. They were scattered all throughout the desert, making finding them all without this map impossible. At the farthest edge of the map, a massive ancient city was depicted, at which point the map stopped. "How do you have this all mapped?" John asked. "My sect has many other disciples in these lands, all who are exploring as well as collecting information, and then etching it on this map," Ainsel answered. "And this map will update every few minutes, and will continue to do so throughout the end of the realm." "Impressive," John replied as he handed the jade piece over to Adam, who had requested to study how it worked. "I'm guessing this map isn't free, though." "It is not," Ainsel replied. "The map's price is currently 10 million spirit crystals." 10 million spirit crystals, Iris and Chase exclaimed, shocked at such a high price. "That's daylight robbery." Even with his vast wealth, John had to admit that it was indeed quite pricey. The map alone cost half of what Dragontail Decimation had cost, which was an incredibly rare and powerful battle art. However, he could still see the worth of the map, as it would save time, which was the paramount resource in these lands. "However, I am willing to make an exception," Ainsel said, his gaze lingering on John. "I will give you this map for free, so long as you provide something else in return." 575 give and request information, provide information, and request information, John replied, repeating the words Ainsel had spoken earlier. "Exactly right," Ainsel replied. "And what information could I possibly provide that's worth 10 million spirit crystals?" John asked, skeptical of Ainsel's words. "It's simple," Ainsel replied. "All that interests me if your full strength bared for me to witness." "My strength?" John asked. "What interest is my strength to you?" Without answering his question, Ainsel threw another jade piece to John, who caught it and inspected it. His divine sense flooded into the jade piece, taking in all the information within. Slight intrigue appeared on his face as he read through the contents of the jade piece before his divine sense faded away. "What is it?" Adam asked, curious as to what John had just seen. John handed the jade piece over to Adam instead of explaining it, who quickly read through its contents as well. Iris and Chase were also curious as to what was contained inside, and perused through it after Adam was finished with it. "You're making a list of the most talented disciples within these lands?" John asked, although he already knew the answer. "That is correct," Ainsel replied, his head nodding slightly. "This list, named the Jade Dragon List, contains the strongest warrior disciples in these lands, and will soon also contain the best alchemists, formations experts, and healers once our information on those fields have expanded." John quickly put two and two together, and realized the true reason for Ainsel's presence. "You want to gauge my strength, to see if I'm worthy of being included on this list, I'm assuming?" John asked. "Correct," Ainsel confirmed. "Rumors of your strength have already begun to drift through our ears, and the ears of the other disciples in these lands. My sect and I assumed such rumors to be complete fabrication, but alas, we must still confirm any rumors, no matter how implausible, in order to have the most accurate list possible." The Heaven Scrying sect was the premier information-gathering sect, and the Jade Dragon List was something they put their reputation on the line for. If an omission as egregious as John was excluded from the list, such a thing would eventually stain their reputation as the all-knowing sect. "Well, that sounds like a problem that's not my concern," John replied, showing complete indifference to being placed on the list or not. Being on the list would only serve to attract the attention of those looking to make a name for themselves, as they would notice his low cultivation and seek him out. John knew how stubborn geniuses were. No matter how much information they had at their disposal to point to the fact that John was stronger, All they would see is his low cultivation and seek him out, thinking of him as an easy target. Such a thing would only slow his progress in these lands, as well as put his friends in danger. While getting the map for free would be nice, it was not a sum of money that concerned him too greatly. You don't care to make yourself famous? Establish yourself as one of the premier geniuses of the Alliance, Ainsel asked, slight surprise in his voice. The other geniuses did everything they could to appear on the list, while John didn't show the slightest care for such a thing. Not really, John replied, his indifference clear to see. Ainsel fell silent as he stared at John, not expecting such a reply. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke up again. You might as well reveal your strength to me, Ainsel said, as it will save both you and I a lot of time and headaches. How would revealing my strength be beneficial for me? John asked, growing tired of the conversation. Because if I don't receive an answer here, I'll have to charge you 10 million spirit crystals for that jade map. Not only that, but I must confirm the rumors one way or another, so I'll simply have to follow you around everywhere you go. Sooner or later, I'll confirm your strength. John's face remained calm as he stared at Ainsel, before he turned around without a word, and was quickly followed by his friends who ignored Ainsel as well. Ainsel frowned as he saw John leave without a word, while keeping the jade map as well. I already told you the level of my strength, John said without looking back. I've given you the information you need. Whether or not you believe it is not my concern. As for this map, since I gave you the information you requested, I'll be keeping it free of charge. Oh, and following me around would not end up well for you, so I would advise against it. John did not want to be followed by someone like Ainsel, who would study his every move and relay it to others. The more information the world had about him, the more likely it was to figure out his true identity as Asura. Ainsel frowned as he saw John depart, not expecting their conversation to have gone in such a way. John's words echoed in his mind, as Ainsel thought about what he had just said. He already told me his level of strength? Ainsel mused as he thought back to their conversion. His eyes widened slightly as he remembered a statement John had made, one Ainsel had dismissed as exaggeration or ignorance at the time. John had claimed that no one within these lands was capable of taking his weapon from him, something that only the strongest within these lands could claim to achieve. I can't list his name based on that alone, Ainsel muttered, his frustration building. His eyes locked onto John's back, and after a moment of hesitation, he proceeded to follow the group once more. However, just as fast as his movements started, they stopped. Ainsel felt his heartbeat speed up, while his instincts flared wildly. John had looked back over his shoulder at Ainsel, who had ignored his warning and decided to follow regardless. Despite the gaze appearing calm, Ainsel couldn't help but lock up in fear. It was as if he was being stared at by an ancient beast, one who didn't even place Ainsel in his eyes. In that moment, Ainsel could tell that if he ignored John's warning and followed him, things would end up terribly for him. After a moment, John once again ignored Ainsel as he began to converse with the others. Ainsel's breathing remained heavy for a moment, and he only calmed down after a long while. Being from the Heaven Scrying sect, his specialty was not battle, and his will and resolve was not as honed as true combat experts. He had never been in a true life and death battle, and had never teetered on the edge of permanent defeat. However, he was still in the Middle Heaven tribulation realm, and was confident in his own strength being in the top 500 of the Jade Dragon list. Although combat is not my specialty, I can confidently claim myself to be strong enough to sit around position 500 on the Jade Dragon list, and yet if I had ignored his warnings and followed, my instincts are telling me that I would have been destroyed, with no hope of fighting back. Ainsel muttered, his voice still shaky from what he had experienced. His gaze remained locked onto John's back, who eventually disappeared far into the distance, and after a long while of standing there in silence, a jade piece appeared in his hands. Chapter 576, Star 4, discussions further into the depths of the Jade Dragon Empire lands. An ancient city rested at the base of a massive sheer face cliff that was several miles tall. The cliffs carved their way from both sides of the trial lands all the way to the ancient city, which rested in the very middle of the lands. Those progressing through the lands would eventually run into these cliffs and be funneled towards the ancient city. Within the city was the only way through the cliffs, a tunnel that led to the lands beyond. Due to this, all the disciples that ventured through these lands eventually made their way to the city, which was now buzzing with activity. The ancient city sprawled for several miles in each direction and contained thousands of buildings, from residential buildings to trial pagoda to ancient castles. The buildings were colored vibrant gold, with jade green accents and roofs. If placed in the divine marital continent, this city would no doubt be considered one of the more luxurious cities, despite the fact that it was a mere resting place for the Jade Dragon Empire youths that used to participate in these trials. Thanks to the map provided by the Heaven Scrying sect, many disciples had already found their way to this city. Before long, it began to thrive with activity, until it looked no different than a regular city. The youths from the various powers ventured through the streets, exploring every nook and cranny within. Others made their way to the many trials located within the city, doing their best to get as many jade marks as possible, while others decided to make this city their home for the time being, at least until they improved their strength further. While hopeful in the beginning, many youths had discovered their strengths were minuscule in the faces of the real geniuses of these lands, and thus decided to focus on cultivation, hoping to raise their cultivation realms and increase in power before venturing forward again. Over 20,000 disciples had already made their way to the city, with more arriving by the second, further adding to the atmosphere of excitement, anxiousness, and hopefulness that flowed within the streets. Within this city, many of the ancient taverns had been taken over by some disciples, mainly those who specialized in alchemy and cooking. Many saw this as an opportunity to make some extra money while living within the city, and so the ancient taverns which had been in slumber for tens of thousands of years once again came to life. Within one of these taverns, a group of 5 youths sat around a table, eating a hearty meal while discussing the things they had witnessed within the realm thus far. If John was here, he would recognize one of the youths, Cadden from the Starforge clan. "What do you plan on doing next?" one of the Starforge youths asked Cadden, who sat there in contemplative silence. "Do you plan on heading through the Warrior Tunnel or the Formations Tunnel?" Cadden glanced over towards the youth, his face calm. "The Warrior Tunnel," Cadden replied without hesitation, providing no further elaboration. It was as if his mind was preoccupied with something. "Have we heard back from Raiden yet?" one of the youths asked. "No," Cadden replied succinctly. "What's going on?" another youth chimed in. "He was supposed to take care of Adam and the others and regroup with us. Do you think he got lost or decided to participate in the trials within the desert?" "No, Raiden is loyal to me," Cadden replied. "I gave him the command to return immediately after, so he would have found us after taking care of Adam. The only explanation is that he's dead or too injured to move." "Dead? How is that possible?" one of the youths asked, surprised by Cadden's words. "No one in Adam's group was strong enough to fight against Raiden and the others." "It may not have been Adam and his friends," another Starforge youth. "Maybe he ran into someone else who was strong, someone who decided to take care of him." "Impossible," Cadden said, his voice slightly cold as he stared icily at the other Starforge youth, as if the mere suggestion was an insult to the clan. "Do you really think someone has the gall to pick a fight with our Starforge clan? Everyone knows our strength and the consequences of doing such a thing. The youths of the Honorable Alliance are weak and timid. Almost none of them would do such a thing." "Hey, take a look at this," one of the youths exclaimed as he handed something to Cadden. Cadden grabbed the item and inspected it for a moment, before glancing back at the youth. "The Jade Dragon List, what of it?" Cadden asked. "Look closely, there's a new name," the youth replied. "A new name?" Cadden mused as he sent his divine sense into the jade piece. He scanned over the list, and his attention immediately locked onto a name that had not been there before. John Fenix. From the Heavenly Lightning Sect. Late Meridian Forging Realm. Rank 242. fighting style, specializes in lightning battle arts. Veets. Rumored unconfirmed. Beat Vildren Valiran, ranked 243. Rumored unconfirmed. Beat Terran Zeril, ranked 268. His eyes narrowed as he read over the information, as he clearly recognized the name. A cold smile appeared on his face as his hand clenched tightly, shattering the jade piece. "Ah, the Jade Dragon List," the youth exclaimed, but quickly fell into silence as Cadden's cold stare shifted to him. "It appears that Raiden is dead," Cadden spoke after a moment, his voice slightly icy. "Dead? How?" "It appears that John Fenix, the friend of Adam, has strength far beyond what I had been expecting," Cadden replied. "If the information on the list is true, and it most likely is, Raiden would have been no match for Adam's friend." "No match, but aren't all his friends in the Meridian Forging realm?" one of the Starforge youths asked, a tinge of shock in their voice. Cadden ignored the youth's question as he fell into a silent contemplation. The other youths fell silent as well, as they knew Raiden was a good friend of Cadden. "What are you going to do? Are we going to look for Adam and his friend, or proceed forward?" one youth asked after a while, breaking the silence. "No," Cadden replied as a cold smile once again crept up on his face. "Searching for Adam and his friend could take weeks. The trials and rewards within these lands come first, after which we'll deal with Adam. Besides, I'm sure we'll run into them sooner or later, at which point I'll take care of both of them myself." The group discussed the matter for a short while longer, before they finished up their food and left the tavern. Sitting at a table nearby them, a lone youth, hooded and shrouded in a heavy white robe, sat. The youth's features were completely obscured, making it impossible to identify who it was. A cup of tea sat on the table before the youth, which remained full as the youth completely ignored it. Their gaze shifted to the leaving Starforge group, before a jade piece appeared in their hands. Their divine sense flooded into the jade piece, taking note of the new information inside. A small smile appeared on the youth's slightly surprised face, although no one could see it. "I figured you would arrive in these lands sooner or later," the youth whispered, the voice gentle and soft. "I wonder, just how strong have you become?" Chapter 577, black-haired youth in a different area of the Jade Dragon Empire lands. Beyond the sheer cliffs guarding the ancient city, lakes of lava dotted the landscape, bathing the area in an intense heat. On a small rocky island in the middle of the sea of lava, a battle between two youths was taking place. The ones who could make it past the ancient city this early on were some of the most powerful youths within the Honorable Alliance, and the incredible battle arts being used in the battle was one indicator of their talent. Both cultivators were in the Middle Heaven Tribulation realm, making the battle all the fiercer. One of the youths had a head of long silver hair and a handsome face, while the other had short black hair and a look of pure arrogance on his face. A powerful blue aura surged around the silver-haired youth, while a crimson-red aura surged from the other. Boom. 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 Battle arts flew in all directions, shaking the nearby land with their immense power. Beams of powerful lighting surged towards the black-haired youth, slamming onto the island with great power, while crimson sword lights cleaved out to meet the lightning strikes. The battle raged on for a short while, before the battle arts eventually ceased, and the sound of flowing lava all that was audible. The dust and debris kicked up from the battle faded away, revealing one of the youths gripped by the neck, raised off the ground. The youth gripped by the neck was covered in blood, his long silver hair turned crimson, and handsome face battered and scarred. The black-haired youth had some wounds as well, but he ignored them as they were mostly superficial. The youth with the short black hair looked at his opponent in his grip, cold arrogance in his eyes, as if he were looking at defeated prey. "Let me go!" A hoarse and pained cry sounded out from the one gripped by their neck as he struggled to free himself but was unable to do so. He had been badly injured in the battle, and his remaining strength was not able to make his opponent budge, whose grip was unlike anything he had felt before. It was as if he was being gripped by a primal beast whose strength had no match. "And why would I do that?" The short, black-haired youth replied smugly, his arrogant smile widening as he watched his defeated opponent struggle. "We're from the same alliance," the silver-haired youth choked out the words. "Why are you doing this?" "Why? Because I want to, that's why," the black-haired youth replied, before a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. "How about this? Tell me your name and I'll let you go," the black-haired youth said. "Why do you care about my name?" the silver-haired youth asked. "It's simple," the black-haired youth replied. "I want to climb the Jade Dragon list and be listed on the very top. You seemed quite strong, so I picked a fight with you, figuring you're on the list yourself. Only by defeating those on the list can one climb to the top," the youth explained. The silver-haired youth stared at his opponent with narrowed eyes, not sure whether to believe his opponent or not. However, he had no choice in the matter, as he was firmly at the mercy of his opponent. In the end, he decided to comply, as it was his only hope out of this situation. "Rail, my name is Rail," the silver-haired youth finally replied. "Rail, Rail," the black-haired youth repeated as he took out a jade piece in his free hand and sent his divine sense into it. His eyes quickly lit up as he found what he wanted. "Rail Nier. From the Heavenly Lightning Sect. Middle Heaven Tribulation. Rank 62. Fighting style. Specializes in lightning battle arts." The black-haired youth stopped reading halfway through, not even bothering to check the feats listed in the details of Rail. "I was right," the black-haired youth said after reading Rail's details. "You are quite strong. This hunt seems like it was quite bountiful." A smile appeared on the youth's face once again, the wickedness sending a shiver down Rail's spine. It was as if he were being stared at by a demon who desired to kill and devour him. Crack. Before Rail could react, a loud cracking sound boomed out as the black-haired youth's hand gripped with all his might, shattering Rail's neck in an instant. Rail's limbs dropped down limply, life no longer contained within his body. The black-haired youth's other hand quickly swiped past Rail's neck, severing his head from his body. Rail's head suddenly vanished, along with the spatial ring contained on his finger. The black-haired youth inspected the contents of Rail's spatial ring, while he tossed the remainder of Rail's body into the nearby lava. Rail's headless body quickly sunk beneath the surface of the lava, as the last remaining trace of his existence was destroyed. "Not bad," the black-haired youth muttered, as he finished inspecting the contents of Rail's spatial ring. After cleaning up the battlefield, the youth's gaze shifted in all directions, seeing if there were any witnesses. However, the area was barren and empty of any other cultivators, as those capable of making it this far so quickly were few and far between. The black-haired youth quickly left the area and proceeded forward through the lava-filled land. He eventually came across another person, a blue-haired girl draped in blue robes. The robes had the symbol of an icy moon on the back. "The Ice Moon Sect, huh?" the black-haired youth mused as he took out the Jade Dragon list and sent his divine sense back into it once more. Starting from the top of the list, he scanned upwards to find the identity of the one he was looking at. Brielle Elson. From the Ice Moon Sect. Middle Heaven Tribulation. Rank 86. Brielle, huh? And 86. Another good target. It seems as though my luck has been quite good today, the youth said to himself, identifying the girl in the distance. The youth's divine sense casually glanced through the rest of the list, seeing if there was anything else of note. His divine sense suddenly stopped in its tracks, as it locked onto a certain name that he had not noticed before. He remained silent for quite some time as his divine sense locked onto the name. "Now this is interesting," the youth muttered as his eyes narrowed as he read over the details contained within. "I never expected to see this name again. And the Heavenly Lightning Sect? I should have asked Rail about this before I killed him. Oh well, it's most likely a coincidence anyways, as the alternative is impossible." Boom. A boom sounded in the distance, catching the attention of the black-haired youth. The Ice Moon Sect girl had begun a battle with something, causing the black-haired youth to frown. "It would be a shame if she were to perish before I get to her," the youth muttered with slight displeasure. his body flashing forward towards her as he put the previous thought in the back of his mind. "Hey, you're on the list," Adam exclaimed loudly. "Is that so?" John replied, not finding it too surprising. "What rank did they give me?" he asked, slightly curious about the heaven-scrying sect's judgment of him. "Let's see, rank 242. What the hell? Why is it so low?" Adam exclaimed, unhappy at the low ranking. "That's higher than I had been expecting," John replied, although he was fine with the rank he was given. He had come to the Jade Dragon Empire trial lands to get stronger, not be on some vanity list. "Still, you brutally savaged Vildren, and he's ranked one rank below you. That alone should have put you higher on the list," Adam replied, still unhappy about the situation. "It's fine," John replied, his gaze shifting towards Iris, who had suddenly stopped walking. "What is it?" John asked, as he could tell something was on her mind. Iris's concentration seemed to be internal, as John could tell she was carefully inspecting her body from within with her divine sense. After a moment of inspection, Iris's gaze shifted to John, a serious look appearing on her face. "It seems like my recent battles have given me the final bit of comprehensions I need to push forward once more," Iris said to John. John raised an eyebrow as he heard this, as he could tell what Iris was hinting at. "You mean?" he asked. "Yes, I'm about ready to break through to the heaven tribulation realm." 578 Iris's heavenly tribulation. "What? You're about to undergo heavenly tribulation?" Adam asked, surprised to hear such a thing. "Didn't you just reach half-step heaven tribulation a few weeks ago, and now you're ready to break through? How does that make sense?" "Not everyone cultivates as slow as you," Iris replied dismissively. "Besides, some people don't even stop at the half-step realm. They just break through in one shot, so compared to them, I'm not even that impressive." The group all glanced at John upon Iris's words, as they all thought the same thing. If there was someone in the group capable of such a thing, it could only be John. "What are you staring at me for?" John asked, but was only met with strange stares. "How the hell does Iris's heaven tribulation end up with me being the focus?" John could only shake his head, the attention his talent brought. "Forget about me," John said to the three of them. "This is time for us to focus on Iris. Iris, how close are you to breaking through?" A thoughtful expression appeared on Iris's face for a moment, before her gaze shifted to Chase. "I'm quite close, maybe a few days to a week before I can push over the edge and start my tribulation, unless you can concoct a pill for me that could help speed up the process," Iris asked Chase. While waiting was normally the way to go, in order to break through naturally, time was of the essence in these lands. Waiting a full week to start her tribulation would stop the group's progress for a full week, which was something she was not willing to do. "I could help," Chase happily replied, always eager to help when it came to his alchemy. "In fact, I recently started making some heaven ascension pills, mostly to prepare for my own eventual breakthrough. Here, take as many as you need," he continued as a pill jar appeared in his hands. 5 glowing pills were contained within, which flickered blue light occasionally, like lightning was striking from within. The pills gave off an incredibly profound aura, and John felt his chi start to circulate faster just from being around the pills. "Heaven Ascension pills? Why are these pills so much more profound than the other Heaven Ascension pills I've seen before?" John asked. When compared to the Heaven Ascension pill Elder Ragger took, these pills were far more profound. "That's because even with the same type of pill, there are different grades. There's the common grade pill, which has over 30% impurities, up to the divine grade pill, which has 0% impurities. Although such a grade is purely myth, as it's impossible to have 0 impurities," Chase explained. "So what grade are these pills? And what are the pill grades? I've never looked into such a thing," Adam asked, his curiosity clearly piqued. "First off, the pill grades are common, earth, pristine, heaven, sublime, and finally divine. The impurity thresholds for these grades are 30%, 20%, 15%, 10%, 5%, and lastly 0%, Chase explained as if he were a teacher lecturing students. "As for this pill, it's a Earth-grade Heaven Ascension pill, while the ones you saw before, as well as most of the pills you've encountered so far, have been in the common grade. So that's how it is, John replied as he understood the difference between the two pills. The difference in impurities seems quite small, though. Does it really make that big of a difference? Of course it does, Chair replied quickly. Not only do impurities take the place of the ingredients you want in the pills, they also are akin to poison within the body. While impurities won't kill you, they will actively work against the properties of the pills you consume, lowering their effect. Just a few % difference can make all the difference. John wanted to ask a bit more about the pill grades, but figured such a thing was best suited for some other time. If you take this pill, should it be enough for you to start your ascension soon? John asked Iris, getting to the main topic once again. A thoughtful expression appeared on her face once more, and after a moment of contemplation, she nodded her head. I'll need about half a day to focus my body and mind for the tribulation ahead, but taking this pill should cut down the time to no more than half a day needed, Iris replied. Good, then start your preparations, John said to Iris. We're going to do the tribulation here, Iris asked. Why not? It's not as if we know of some better place to move towards for you to take your tribulation, John replied. And don't worry about anyone else interfering. Kiri and I will act as your Tao protector during your tribulation, so you can be at ease that no one will interfere. While others interfering was not likely, as no one wanted to invoke the wrath of the heavens, it was still best to prepare for such a thing. A smile appeared on Iris's face, comforted by John's words, before it was replaced with a look of seriousness as she started to take in the weight of the situation. With her talent, ascending past her tribulation was more than likely. However, heavenly tribulations had also resulted in the deaths of countless geniuses, as one's greater talent would invoke a stronger tribulation. If she was not careful enough, it was possible that she could perish in her tribulation. John walked over and placed his hand, reassuringly, on her shoulder. Take your time and ascend whenever you're ready, John said to her. Don't worry about anything else. Iris nodded her head and walked a few dozen yards away. She sat down on the desert stand, assuming a meditative position. After calming herself for quite some time, Iris consumed one heaven ascension pill and began to work towards the very peak of the realm, requiring only the last step to break through. Flash. Kiri suddenly appeared, his presence like a flicker of lightning as he left John's soul space. We'll be guarding Iris for some time, John said to Kiri. Make sure you let no one interfere. Got it, Kiri replied through their soul connection, eager to take part in something exciting like a heaven tribulation. You guys might want to move some distance away, John instructed Adam and Chase, who quickly obliged. Black clouds started to slowly gather overhead over the next half-day, as if they were seeking out a target, but could not yet find it. The clouds continued to thicken, while John could feel Iris's cultivation rising to the very peak of her realm. Despite the gathering of clouds, no one had decided to interfere yet, although John kept his guard raised to the maximum. Bang! A deafening boom suddenly echoed out as lightning flickered within the blackened clouds above, appearing like the start of an apocalyptic storm. John's eyes shifted upwards as he stared at the raging storm within the clouds. A familiar aura began to descend from the clouds from above, one that filled him with anger and disgust. The tribulation has started. Chapter 579, Tribulation Battle Boom. 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 A deafening series of thunderous blasts boomed out, bathing the land for dozens of miles in its audible power. John felt his bones vibrate from the force of the blasts, despite being contained within the clouds. A frown appeared on John's face as he summoned Kiri over with his soul connection. Kiri, this tribulation might be stronger than I had originally intended. Adam and Chase will need to be very far away so as to not get caught up in this, so instead of helping me guard Iris, go and guard them, John instructed. He was confident in being able to guard Iris, but could not protect both groups at the same time. Kiri replied through their soul connection, his voice still immature and youthful. Kiri turned and sped off towards Adam and Chase, and relayed John's commands to leave the area to them. Unlike his soul connection with John, Kirai could only communicate to others by being near them. However, as long as he was close and was able to project his soul power over those nearby, he could communicate with them. Both Adam and Chase's faces lit up in shock as they heard Kirai's voice appear in their mind for the first time. "Kirai, you can speak?" Adam asked, completely stupefied. "I sure can," Kirai replied happily, before nudging Adam's chest with his head gently. "Now we need to leave this area." "Why?" Adam asked, as Kirai had not explained yet. "Big Brother said that you are not safe here," Kirai replied, relaying John's reasoning. "Is that so?" Adam mused as his gaze shifted back up to the clouds above. "If John says it's so, then he probably has a reason," Chase spoke up to Adam. "We should trust his judgment." "Fine," Adam relented after a moment of hesitation. He wanted to watch Iris's ascension close up, as it was his first time seeing a heaven tribulation ascension. However, he trusted John's judgment, and the three of them quickly made their way dozens of more miles away before coming to a halt. In the distance, the blackened clouds churned overhead, an omen of things to come. The clouds also attracted the gazes of many others in the desert, who were surprised to see such a thing. Almost all of the youths in these lands were already in the heaven tribulation realm, and only those who had encountered John's group knew there were some exceptions. However, none of them approached, as interfering with a heavenly tribulation was not something anyone wanted to be a part of. John's gaze shifted from Kirai and the others as they sped away, and returned to Iris, who stood a few hundred yards away. Her eyes slowly opened as she calmly gazed at the blackened clouds above, her resolve firm. There was not an ounce of hesitation on her face, as she was truly prepared to lay out everything on the line. "Good," John muttered softly as he nodded his head in approval. "She has fully committed her resolve to this tribulation. Only by being prepared to put your life fully on the line can one be ready to undertake such a task." Boom. The deafening booms continued to intensify as the clouds thickened, and Iris finally stood up from her seated position. The heaven tribulation grade weapon appeared in her hands as she prepared for the encounter to come. Although she had not fully subdued the weapon and could not use it to its fullest extent, it was still a better weapon to undergo tribulation with than her daggers. The sword was more durable and powerful, making it a better weapon to fight against the heavens with. "It's time," John muttered, his eyes slightly narrowing. The blackened clouds stopped churning, and everything fell into a deafening silence as if time itself had frozen. Almost immediately after, the nearly world turned white as the first beam of lightning pierced down from above. Bang! The first lightning bolt pierced down towards Iris, its power awe-inspiring. Even from over 50 miles away, Adam and Chase couldn't help but shiver as they saw the beam, no more than a tiny sliver in their eyes, pierce down. Even from this distance, they could feel its incredible might. Iris's calm eyes gazed up at the lighting strike as her sword slashed out towards it. A bright blue sword image slashed outwards, its power imbued with small flickers on lightning itself. Coming from the heavenly lightning sect, Iris's talents also naturally included using lightning-based battle arts. Bang! The two attacks collided in the air above Iris, the power of the collision shaking the land for dozens of miles. The nearby desert sand blasted away in all directions, while a deafening blast sounded over the lands. In her first attack, Iris had successfully blocked the tribulation strike. Bang! Without hesitation, another lightning strike blasted from out of the blackened clouds, striking down onto Iris's position. Another sword image slashed out to meet the attack, as a battle broke out between the awe-inspiring heavens and Iris, who appeared no larger than an ant when compared to her opponent. Bang! 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 The battle continued for over 15 minutes, as Iris and the heavens battled it out. Each tribulation lightning attack was stronger than the last, as the intensity of the attacks slowly but steadily increased. While managing to easily subdue the attacks at first, Iris was starting to meet her match. The attacks had grown to a level that she was unable to neutralize all of it, and portions of the tribulation attacks slammed against her body, bathing her in tribulation lightning. Blood began to flow down her arms and legs, while portions of charred flesh were visible as well. A short distance away, John watched the battle unfold with arms crossed over his chest. His narrowed gaze studied each and every detail of the battle between Iris and the heaven, his guard not relaxed for a singular moment. From what I've read, and also what I saw with Kyrie's tribulation, Iris's tribulation should soon come to an end, at which point she will be bathed with nourishing lightning, molding her body anew into a higher tier of existence. I had a bad feeling when I originally saw the lightning clouds gather, but maybe I was overthinking it. While Iris was struggling at the moment, she still had ample chi reserves. At her current pace, she would be able to pass the test of the heavens and become a heaven tribulation cultivator. Bang! 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 More attacks were exchanged between Iris and the heavens, as Iris became more and more damaged by her tribulation. Her body was bloodied, bruised, and charred, but her resolve and will remained firm. Her eyes locked onto the clouds above, her gaze narrowing as she could tell the tribulation had finally reached its climax. This should be the final attack, John mused as he felt the clouds gather its strength for the last attack. Iris's hands clenched tightly around her sword, her breathing heavy and ragged. However, her gaze remained firm as she awaited the final attack. Bang! After a brief hesitation, the final attack blasted down on her, much more powerful than the previous attacks. Iris's aura flared out with her greatest power as the sword in her hands slashed out with all her might. A beautiful and powerful blue sword image slashed out, flickers of lightning dancing within the sword image. Boom! The two attacks collided, inundating the land with its violent explosion. The battle lasted for a brief moment, before the lightning strike won out and slammed down on Iris below. As if expecting such a thing, her sword slashed out once again, the real weapon meeting the attack as the two opponents fought one last time. John watched as Iris was violently thrown into the desert sand from the force of the collision, her body creating a massive crater. Sand and dust exploded out in all directions, while the lightning strike faded away. John quickly rushed over towards Iris, but came to a halt as he saw her figure appear once more as she flew out of the crater. Her face was bloodied and slightly charred, but a radiant smile appeared on her face as she looked over towards John. The battle had been incredibly difficult, but at the very end, she had managed to burst through the barrier that was heavenly tribulation and step into the cultivation realms beyond. Congrat. John's words of congratulations quickly stopped as he felt an ominous feeling creep up within his body. His instincts flared fully, and his vision quickly snapped back up to the blackened clouds above. The clouds, which should start to become more gentle and begin to shower Iris with nourishing lightning, were nowhere to be found, and instead the blackened clouds quickly grew with power far greater than before. John's gaze narrowed as he stared at the clouds above, his eyes widening at what he saw. Within the clouds, a pair of heavenly eyes made of pure lightning slowly formed, as if the heavens themselves decided to peer down. John's instincts flared as his power began to surge, but it quickly faded away as he noticed something critical. These clouds, those eyes, they're not focused on me. I thought my presence had angered the clouds into action once more, but that's not the case. They're still focused on Iris. Her tribulation is not over. 580 eyes of heavenly truth, what's going on? John couldn't help but ask as he rushed over towards Iris, who was gazing up uneasily at the clouds above. I'm not sure, Iris replied, his voice slightly hoarse and unsteady from her battle. Her eyes shifted color as she gazed into the clouds above, her actions only serving to stir the clouds into an even greater frenzy. An astral eye formed behind her, as Iris used the full extent of her visual talents to peer into the clouds. Her eyes widened as she gazed within the clouds. Leave, you need to leave, Iris hastily instructed John. Why, what's going on? John asked, as he could tell Iris had seen something. My tribulation isn't over, and it's only going to get much, much worse, Iris replied after a moment of silence. Her voice had become unsteady, and John could see fear contained within her eyes, although she did her best to hide that fear. You need to leave before you're caught up in this. I'm not just going to leave. Leave now, Iris firmly instructed, interrupting John. You can't do anything to help me, and for some reason I can tell that you being next to me is making the heavens even angrier. John stared at Iris in silence, unsure of what to do. While he knew her words were most likely correct in that his presence was making things worse, he could tell that the clouds had gathered in strength once more for Iris alone. The fear he could see hidden deeply within her eyes told him one thing, that she was not confident in being able to pass this next round of tribulation. Iris's words seemed quite harsh, but John could tell that she was saying such things out of concern for him, as she did not want him to get caught up in what was about to occur. His concerned gaze lingered on Iris, who smiled after noticing his concern. Don't worry about me, Iris replied, doing her best to smile and seem confident. It's just another round of tribulation. I'll be fine. Now go. After a moment of hesitation, John placed a hand on Iris's shoulder. Although he wanted to help her at the moment, doing so might not be the best thing for her. A heavenly tribulation was a challenge with one's life on the line, but also a blessing if one could withstand the tribulation. The heavens would bless the tribulator based on the difficulty of the tribulation, with those withstanding the most difficult of tribulations getting the best rewards. If Iris could pass this next round of tribulation, the heavenly blessings received would be beyond imagining, transforming her completely. John did not want to take away such an opportunity from her. Good luck. I'll be close by, so just go all out and leave the rest to me, John said to Iris before quickly moving away. Iris watched John leave, before her gaze shifted back to the clouds high above. The pair of lightning eyes that had formed stared down at her, before the clouds began to churn once more, its power growing by the second. Before long, its power was beyond anything Iris had felt before, and the world turned white as the first blast of lightning pierced down directly towards her. High in the sky above the Jade Dragon Empire lands, a figure hovered, gazing down at the lands below. The figure wore a hooded robe, the arms of the robe seemingly torn off. Two powerful arms crossed over his chest as his gaze lingered on the tribulation that was occurring before him. He hovered near the blackened clouds, clearly not restricted by the flight restrictions within the Jade Dragon Empire trial lands. Although the clouds were only a short distance away from him, he acted as if they didn't exist. Like this, the mysterious figure watched Iris's heavenly tribulation unfold, his expression calm the entire time as if he had seen such a thing 1,000,000 times before. The tribulation continued for some time, before he watched Iris successfully pass her tribulation. Not bad, the man said, his voice deep and commanding. She would have made for a fine warrior, the man continued, his gaze shifting to John, who was running over to Iris. The man's gaze suddenly shifted once more, peering into the tribulation clouds that he hovered next to. His eyebrows raised slightly, an action that would have stunned anyone who knew of this man. A look of surprise was a reaction rarely if ever seen on his face. What's this? The man mused as he watched the clouds begin to shift once more. The lightning eyes quickly appeared in the sky, catching his attention and once more etching a small amount of surprise on his face. Heaven's eyes, the man said, before his gaze shifted back down to Iris below. He noticed the change in her eyes as they shifted colors, and slight surprise appeared on his face once more as he noticed the pair of astral eyes appear behind Iris. So that's what it is, the man said, finally understanding the reason for the change in the tribulation. The eyes of heavenly truth. How long has it been since they last appeared? The man carefully studied Iris, before a sigh escaped his mouth. A pity. The heavens bestow this girl with a portion of its sight, only to take it and her life away during her ascension. If this girl had been born before the calamity, or on another world, she may have raised her strength to a level to be able to withstand this tribulation. Upon passing their tribulation, ones carrying the eyes of heavenly truth are destined to soar to incredible heights, but with her current level of strength, she has no such hope. The heavens truly can be the pinnacle of cruelty at times, the man mused out loud. The clouds next to him rumbled, as the man felt a portion of its power lock onto him, warning him to not interfere. He scoffed at the action, completely ignored the warning the heavens were giving him due to his words. HMPH, there's no need to threaten me, the man said out loud, not concerned at all by attracting the heavens' attention. You may be a bastard at times, but your actions are a necessary evil. The heavens churned for a moment longer, before it ignored the man once more. The man's calm gaze shifted back down to Iris and John, as he watched the first lightning beams strike down to the ground below. Chapter 581, Iris's Last Stand. What the hell is going on? Adam asked loudly, unsure of what was going on. I have no idea, Chase replied, equally confused. Iris's tribulation appeared to be over and now it's starting again. I have a bad feeling about this. Both Adam and Chase could feel the might contained within the clouds, which was now far greater than before. They could also see the lightning eyes that had formed, although neither could stare directly at them, as the eyes were far too dreadful. In the nearby lands, other youths had also noticed the increased commotion. The appearance of the heavenly eyes sparked a frenzy of discussion, as wave after wave of youths began to gather to discuss what they were seeing in the far distance. None of them had ever seen such a thing before, or even heard about such a thing. At the same time, the might of the clouds made it so that none approached too closely, as they could tell that something catastrophic was about to happen. Bang! The lightning beam pierced from the clouds above, its might stronger than the final strike of the first tribulation wave. Iris's eyes narrowed as she watched the attack approach, while her sword gripped tightly in her blood-slicked hand. Her astral eyes appeared behind her, as she utilized everything she had in her arsenal. The lightning beam's trajectory, power, and speed became beyond clear to her, giving her a slight sliver of hope. I will not go down willingly, raged as her sword slashed out with her full power. Bang! The two attacks collided, while Iris's body instantly flashed to the side immediately after attacking. The lightning strike paused for the briefest moments as it fought against her attack, before it shattered it completely and pierced towards Iris once more. Bang! The lightning beam struck against the desert sand below, blasting the sand and earth in all directions for many miles. Molten sand flowed about in the crater, as the power and heat lightning beam had turned the ground molten. Hovering a short distance off the ground, Iris gazed at the destruction caused by the attack that she had just barely dodged. The carnage below her revealed the true might of the tribulation attacks. Her eyes trembled slightly as she gazed at the destruction, as she could tell that attack would have half-killed her if it had landed. Her eye talents had allowed her to dodge the attack, which was normally impossible during a tribulation. However, she had only just barely managed to do such a thing, and the attacks would only continue to get stronger and faster. Bang! After a brief pause, another tribulation lightning beam blasted out from the blackened clouds above, piercing directly towards Iris once more. Her sword slashed out twice in quick succession, sending two powerful sword images to meet the attack. At the same time, her body flashed to the side, as the tribulation lightning blasted through her attack and pierced towards her, once again narrowly missing her. Standing a short distance away, John stared coldly at the events taking place before him, as he watched Iris narrowly avoid catastrophe over and over. He felt his blood begin to heat up, while his hatred and anger began to steadily climb. The fucking heavens. First they tried to kill me, and now they're trying to kill Iris. John could understand why the heavens targeted him so fiercely, as he could tell that his body cultivation art was somehow taboo in the eyes of the heavens. Although he didn't understand the complete picture, he knew there was some sort of reasoning. However, Iris had no such taboo cultivation technique, and yet the heavens were targeting her much the same. The lightning he experienced during his tribulation was pure destructive lightning, as if the heavens wanted nothing more than to snuff out his existence. While the lightning Iris was facing against was not the same type of destructive lightning, and was more akin to normal tribulation lightning, its power was far beyond anything John had heard about a cultivator having to face off against. This tribulation is on the same level of power as Kyrie's tribulation, and Kyrie is a heavenly beast of the highest existence. I can understand such a tribulation for him, but why the hell are the heavens targeting Iris in the same fashion? This isn't a trial for her, this is an execution. Bang! 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 The tribulation lightning continued to blast down on Iris with growing power, speed, and lethality, while Iris fought back with all her might. Her sword art slashed out, not holding a scrap of power back, while her speed was pushed to the limits, narrowly dodging the lightning beams. However, as the tribulation continued, the tribulation strikes became faster, making it harder and harder for her to dodge. At the same time, her chi reserves were rapidly fatting away, and were now almost empty. The battle was becoming more and more hopeless, and Iris slowly began to realize that her fate had been sealed. She wasn't sure why, but she knew the heavens had deemed her death to be necessary. She was at the end of her power, while the tribulation's might was still growing, revealing the futility of it all. Bang! Another beam pierced down towards her, its might great enough to claim her life if it landed. Iris slashed out her sword once more, unleashing the last of her chi reserves. While she had realized her fate had been sealed, she refused to die without fighting. Boom! The attacks collided, and the lightning beam instantly shattered it as it pierced towards Iris once more. Her body flashed to the side again, narrowly dodging the attack with the slimmest of margins. However, its might, even glancing, was enough to overwhelm her, as she found herself flung across the desert sand before eventually coming to a halt. Blood soaked into the sand, dyeing it red as Iris's injured body laid there for a moment. The clouds above churned once again, preparing to unleash another attack on Iris. PFF, Iris coughed blood as she struggled to stand up once more. After an incredibly difficult struggle, she managed to climb to her feet. Her body swayed unsteadily as she gazed to the clouds above, her face turning calm as she watched the next lightning bolt be unleashed. A sad smile appeared on her face as she shifted her gaze to the side, towards where John was standing. However, John was nowhere to be found, sending a wave of both disappointment and happiness through her. She had wanted to see John one last time, but was not disappointed that he had already left. She knew he was incredibly powerful, but in the face of this tribulation, there was no hope. Even someone as strong as John would be wiped out without a trace, as interfering in tribulations was the ultimate taboo that would ignite the full wrath of the heavens. It would not only increase the power of the tribulation, but also result in the heavens cursing the one who had interfered. Those who interfered in tribulations were destined to die miserable deaths. Iris figured John was no different, as she had never seen the true extent of his lightning resistance and body strength. In the face of such a tribulation, there was no hope for anyone. Only the old codgers of the cultivation world, the ones who stood at the peak of the world, would be able to help her without risk. However, doing so would draw the ire of the heavens, which every sane person avoided at all costs. Based on what she knew of John, she fully expected him to try to interfere and help her, which was something she did not want as it would only result in his death. Good, Iris whispered softly. At least he won't be caught up in this as well. Goodbye, John. Bang! A deafening boom erupted as the tribulation lightning strike exploded on Iris's location, shattering the nearby land with its power. Iris felt herself be swallowed up by an incredible power as her vision was drowned in brightness. After what seemed like an eternity, her eyes slowly opened, unsure of what was going on. Her gaze shifted upwards, spotting a familiar figure before her, while a lightning cage enveloped the two of them. A wave of emotions too powerful to process at the moment washed over her as she spotted John glance back at her over his shoulder. You really didn't think I would abandon you like that, did you? John asked, his voice calm and gentle. His familiar back, which she had seen countless times before, now appeared to be strong enough to shelter her from the heavens itself, and Iris couldn't help but feel tears forming in the corner of her eyes. No, Iris replied softly, her tears starting to stream down her face. You dummy, now we both die. You really are. Don't worry about it, John replied as he smiled back at Iris, his gaze filled with unwavering self-confidence. The heavens have tried to kill me before and failed, and today will be no different. 582 body limiter activations. Iris stared at John, surprise etched on her face as she heard his words. With her eye talents, she could see right through a person, and even tell if they were lying, but John's words carried the weight of absolute truth. He wasn't even in the heaven tribulation realm, and yet he claimed to have been targeted by the heavens. What would one have to do for that to happen? An item suddenly appeared in John's hands as he placed it before Iris, which was the highest quality healing pill he had on him. Iris hesitated for a moment before she took the pill and swallowed it. A rich medicinal warmth filled her stomach immediately as her body started transporting the medicinal properties to the rest of her body. Rumble. The tribulation clouds above rumbled in angered protest, both at John's interference, as well as the pill Iris had just swallowed. Cultivators were supposed to undertake their tribulations with no outside help at all, pills included. Such an action only served to anger the tribulation clouds above, making the tribulation even harder. Oh, just shut up already, John yelled as he stared at the clouds above, his words angering it further. You tried to kill me before and failed, and you can grumble all you want, but today will be no different. Iris's eyes opened wide as she heard John curse the heavens, as no one was crazy enough to do such a thing lest they attract its wrath. Bang! A bolt of tribulation lightning blasted out from the clouds above, piercing with absolute fury at John and Iris below. Its might was far greater than anything it had displayed before, its anger on full display. John raised a finger towards the oncoming lightning bolt, as his essence chi surged at maximum power. Lightning disintegration. A beam of incredibly powerful lightning blasted out, slamming into the tribulation lightning bolt. Boom! A thunderous explosion radiated outwards, bathing the land for miles in each direction in its might. Iris shielded herself to brace for the impact, but was once again protected by John, who blocked any harm from reaching her. Her eyes lingered on his back, which seemed far wider and stronger than normal. The explosion faded away, revealing a massive crater miles across in the desert sand. Molten lava filled the bottom, a testament to the might of the explosion. John's calm gaze returned to look at Iris, who couldn't even process what was going on at the moment. Focus on healing up. In the meantime, Kyrie will protect you, John said. Kyrie suddenly arrived next to the two of them, having been summoned a bit earlier by John through their soul connection. While protecting Adam and Chase was important, Iris was in the most danger at the moment. Iris opened her mouth to reply, but John suddenly took off to the sky, piercing towards the tribulation clouds above. He wanted to put a bit of distance between him and Iris, as the explosions to come could overwhelm her. Even with Kyrie protecting her, some could still leak through Kyrie's defense. He couldn't have her leave the area either, as the tribulation lightning was focused only on her. The only way to put distance between her and himself was up, towards the tribulation clouds above. Hovering in the sky above, the shrouded figure watched as Iris struggled against the second wave of her heavenly tribulation. His face remained stoic as he watched her struggle, which was fast coming to an end. A soft sigh once again escaped his mouth, as the beam that would claim her pierced from the clouds. Truly a pity. She fought well, but fate was not on her side. The man sighed as his gaze shifted towards John, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Bang! A lightning cage suddenly appeared above Iris, blocking the tribulation lightning strike that would surely claim her life. Oh, just shut up already, John's angry yell sounded out, causing the man to raise an eyebrow in surprise. He had seen many things in his life, but had never seen someone so young be so dismissive towards the heavens. The man watched in silence as John unleashed an attack at the tribulation lightning, and eventually shot up into the sky. A look of contemplation appeared on his face, and after a moment, he raised his right hand, as a surge of his chi flared out. After this singular action, the man lowered his hand and fell into silence as he watched the events unfold. John shot up into the sky like a bolt of lightning, his cold gaze locked onto the clouds above. His heaven tribulation battle axe was tight in his grip as he prepared for the fight to come. However, just as soon as he took to the sky, a frown appeared on his face as he felt his body slow down and eventually come to a halt. "Gee, the flight restriction barrier," John cursed as he felt his body come to a halt while the restriction forced him to the ground. However, just as soon as the restriction appeared, it vanished. He felt his body become unhindered by the flight-restricting formation, as if it no longer existed. His eyes widened slightly in surprise as he had not been expecting such a thing, but he immediately took advantage of the situation and shot up higher into the sky. Regardless of the reason for such a thing to happen, it made no difference at the moment. Bang! Another beam of tribulation lightning blasted out from the blackened clouds above, piercing down towards Iris. Supreme battle art. Limiter of speed. Limiter of power. Limiter of pain. Thunderbody flash. "Your opponent is me," John yelled angrily as he activated his strongest combat state without his Immortal Asura transformation. In fact, it was the first time he had activated all 3 body limiters at the same time, which placed a substantial strain on his body. The normally dormant muscles, meridian pathways, and acupoints located at these limiters throughout his body sprung to life as John activated everything he could. In his previous battles, he had been able to rely on his Immortal Asura transformation to deal with his opponents. However, as he could not reveal that at the moment, he relied on the other tools he had at his disposal. Body limiters were normally used one at a time, as the strain each limiter put on one's body was immense. It was activating parts of the body that were normally dormant to protect one's body and pushing them to their limits. John had regularly used 2 before, but never 3 at the same time. He would deactivate one before using the other to lessen the strain on his body, but at the current moment, he couldn't afford to do so. Essence chi and body chi surged through his body, meandering through his meridians like raging rivers. His opponent was the heavens itself, and such an opponent was not one he could hold back against. Chapter 583 Lightning Warrior. With his opponent being Tribulation Lightning, he needed to be fast, durable, and powerful, all at the same time. Only by activating all 3 limiters and augmenting it further with his supreme battle art could he ensure that no attacks broke past his guard. While Kyrie was below to protect Iris, John wanted to take no chances. At the same time, he refused to lose against the heavens, and so he left nothing behind that he could afford to reveal. His body flickered with lightning as he flashed forward like a lightning beam, so fast that even Iris struggled to keep up with visually. His battle axe cleaved outwards, the full might of his essence and body contained within the attack. Sky-sundering axe. Boom. Battle axe and lightning beam collided, and an apocalyptic explosion radiated outwards high in the sky. Even those watching from over 100 miles away stared in awe as the explosion filled the sky beneath the tribulation clouds. They were too far away to tell what was happening, and none dared to approach with how terrifying the tribulation clouds were at the moment. John felt his body rocked with an incredible force, which he fought back against with his full might. Tribulation lightning snaked over his body as lightning runes appeared, as a battle between the tribulation lightning and the celestial lightning script broke out within his body. Boom. 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 A non-stop series of explosions continued to radiate outwards as John and the tribulation clouds did battle. The ever-darkening tribulation clouds continued to attack Iris, the might of each attack growing steadily. John's body flashed about, appearing before each and every attack while his battle axe cleaved out with absolute power to meet the attack. From the ground below, Iris couldn't help but watch in stunned awe as John battled against the tribulation clouds above. This tribulation, which had seemed like a death sentence to her, was now being thwarted by John. She could tell that his interference had angered the heavens even further, making it far more powerful than what she would have had to deal with. However, he still fought back without hesitation, his lightning-covered body flickering through the sky. It was as two lightning gods had decided to fight, bathing everything in the area with their incredible power. Bang! His battle axe slammed against another tribulation lightning bolt, thwarting its progress. The remainder of the lightning snaked over his body, which he greedily consumed using his celestial lightning script. His body was charred in many places, a testament to the power of the tribulation lightning. Even with his durable body and lightning resistance, it still managed to injure him and make him look quite miserable. However, he welcomed the damage with open arms, as each exchange was a chance to absorb more tribulation lightning and further his progress with the celestial lightning script. The lightning continued to grow in power, until the point where even John felt himself start to be overwhelmed. What had previously required only one sky-sundering axe now required two, or even three to counter, while the damage to his body continued to grow. However, his gaze remained cold yet confident, something that continued to enrage the heavens even further. "Grumble all you want. You won't get what you desire today," John said loudly, his words further angering the tribulation clouds. Bang! 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 The battle between him and the tribulation strikes continued, with the tribulation strikes continuing to advance its advantage over him. However, no matter how much power it unleashed, it was never enough to fully overwhelm him. It was as if the edge of his victory was just ahead, but that edge continued to move just outside of its reach. The tribulation lightning suddenly ceased, slightly surprising John. He could tell that it had not used all of its power yet, and had expected the assault to continue for a bit more. He suddenly realized that he had been seen through, and a smug smile appeared on his face as he stared at the clouds above. "So you finally saw through my actions?" John asked sarcastically. He had been feigning defeat for a while now, all while greedily absorbing the tribulation lightning for himself. Each tribulation strike would further his insights into the Tao of Lightning, while also progressing his progress with the celestial lightning script jade piece. He felt himself draw near to breaking through to the next layer and needed only a little bit more to achieve such a thing. While he truly was taking damage from the attacks and felt quite miserable at the moment, his life was not yet threatened. The tribulation cloud still had to deal with Iris afterwards, and so it did not want to use all its power on John. This had allowed him to draw out the fight as long as possible, all while using it to his advantage. However, it seemed as though the tribulation had finally seen through his plans. "Thankfully, this is Iris's heaven tribulation, and not my own. Otherwise, I would already be dead without my Asura transformation." In the distance, the shrouded man looked on, unable to believe what he was seeing. "Toying with the very heavens. This boy is quite amusing," the man muttered, a pleased smirk appearing on his face. Rumble. The tribulation clouds rumbled as lightning snaked all throughout the clouds, as if the heavens had truly been enraged to the fullest extent. Tribulation lightning no longer snaked pierced downwards, and a strange silence descended on the land as John stared at the clouds above. The power within the clouds seemed to gather into a singular point, as a source of light suddenly appeared beneath the clouds. The source of light was a lightning seed, which suddenly started to grow, as if sprouting something. Slowly but surely a figure became apparent, as the lightning seed sprouted into a human-shaped figure. The figure was incredibly detailed, and almost appeared lifelike. It held an 8-foot lightning lance in its hands, like it was holding a bolt of tribulation lightning. All the power within the tribulation clouds gathered within the lance-wielding figure, who stood above John, its posture tall and heroic. John's eyes narrowed as he stared at the figure, as he truly felt danger for the first time from the tribulation. Meanwhile, the shrouded figure in the distance stared at the lightning warrior, not expecting such an incredible situation to unfold. The Divine Tribulation Guardian. Chapter 584. Divine Tribulation Guardians. Might John stared at the lightning warrior, his guard raised to the maximum. He felt lethal danger from the lightning warrior at the moment, and could not let his guard down for a second. The lightning warrior's gaze lingered on Iris down below, before its gaze shifted slowly towards John. It studied him for a moment, which made John's instincts flare further. This lightning warrior clearly has some sentience, similar to the lightning Kirin Kirai fought against. While it was not full sentience, it was enough that the lightning warrior would be a tricky opponent. Fighting against the tribulation lightning bolts were far easier, as the attacks were incredibly straightforward. However, an opponent that could think and react was far different, and judging by the lightning lance in its hands, each attack would be as strong as a tribulation lightning strike. John's narrowed eyes suddenly widened as his battle axe cleaved out with his full power. The lightning warrior had appeared before him in an instant, his movement as fast as a flash of lightning. It pierced forward with its lightning lance, intending on claiming John's life with a single thrust. Boom! John barely managed to raise his battle axe in time, as the blade of his battle axe violently collided with the tip of the lightning lance. A thunderous explosion instantly radiated outwards, while John shot backward like a cannonball. The casual thrust of the lightning lance was like a battle art being used by a late heaven tribulation opponent, far exceeding John's expectations. In this exchange with the divine tribulation guardian, he had been on the losing end. "John!" Iris called out from below as she watched John flung violently through the air. The aura and power of the divine tribulation guardian was beyond terrifying, filling Iris with a wave of fear and doubt. "Don't worry," a childlike voice appeared in Iris's mind. Iris glanced over to Kirai, who stood protectively in front of her while watching John fighting high above. "Big Brother is far too strong to lose to something like this." "Kirai," Iris mumbled, surprised to hear Kirai was able to communicate. She stared at Kirai for a moment before her gaze shifted back towards John. "Besides, if he starts losing, he can always rely on me to protect him." "Hee," a light laugh escaped Iris's lips. Her mood lightened for the first time in quite some time. Her emotions and nerves calmed slightly, as she once again decided to trust in John and his strength. Bang! Lightning lance and battle axe collided, flinging John through the sky once more like a ragdoll. The lightning warrior took the opportunity to rush down towards the ground, his vision locked onto Iris. Despite the fact that John was his opponent, Iris was his true target. If the lightning warrior could kill her, the tribulation would be over and all would end. "To think I'm being looked down on like this," a disgruntled voice sounded out from behind the guardian, who instantly turned and thrusted his lightning lance forward. Bang! Battle axe and lightning lance once again collided, as John had managed to stabilize himself and appear behind the warrior in time. However, the lightning warrior's speed was beyond incredible, and was something John could just barely keep up with when using both his limiter of speed and thunderbody flash. Prepared for the monstrous strength of his opponent, John activated his full might in his attack, finally managing to trade equal blows. His battle axe cleaved out once more, coated with the full might of his sky-sundering axe. A brilliant gold axe cleaved into the lightning lance, severing it with a single blow. The lightning lance split apart, while John's battle axe cleaved towards the lightning warrior's chest. Bang! A monstrous explosion once again rocked the sky as John's battle axe cleaved partially into the lightning warrior's body, injuring it greatly. The attack had been the strongest battle axe attack he had ever performed, as he left nothing in reserve. John's cold gaze stared directly at his opponent, which was now cleaved in two. His eyes suddenly widened as his head leaned to the side, as the lightning lance's thrust had just missed his head by inches. He dashed backwards a few yards and watched with a cold gaze as his opponent's body and weapon reconnected, as if it had never been severed. The aura of the lightning warrior had diminished ever so slightly, but the diminishment was so minuscule as to be ignored. "So you can regenerate," John grumbled, his expression turning sour as he stared at his opponent. He had thought the battle to be over with that attack, but chastised himself for such thinking. His opponent was not a living thing, and so it was not able to be killed in the same fashion as a living creature. Each lethal attack would clearly diminish his opponent's power, but based on his previous attack, It would take at least an hour to whittle down his opponent to nothing. At the same time, his chi reserves would be strained to their limits by then, making such an endeavor a risky one. The warrior's lighting lance once again thrusted towards John, who just barely managed to dodge to the side in time. His body spun around, while his battle axe used his full momentum to unleash another devastating attack on his opponent. The lightning warrior quickly retracted his weapon and slashed it out to meet John's attack head-on. Boom! Another thunderous explosion radiated outwards as the two found themselves in a deadlock. The lightning warrior's calm gaze shifted from John to Iris below, his free hand suddenly pointing at her. Bang! A lightning beam as powerful as a tribulation lightning strike blasted outwards, piercing directly towards Iris. "Kyrie!" John yelled as he watched the beam reach Iris in an instant. He had no idea that the warrior was capable of such an attack. Roar! Kyrie's mouth opened wide as a deafening roar boomed out. Being challenged by a creature of lightning was the biggest insult to Kyrie, as a lightning beam exploded out from within his opened mouth. The lightning beam pierced through the sky, colliding with the tribulation lightning bolt. The sky turned white as the two attacks collided, bathing the land and sky in all directions in an apocalyptic explosion. The explosion quickly faded away, revealing Kyrie and Iris to be unharmed, as Kyrie had used his body to shield her afterwards. John breathed out a sigh of relief, as he silently thanked himself for having Kyrie guard her. The lightning warrior's calm gaze stared at Kyrie, before its gaze quickly shifted forwards once more. Bang! Lightning lance and battle axe collided once more, followed by dozens of similar exchanges in the blink of an eye. The sky above the desert turned white, as apocalyptic lightning blasts filled the entire sky. Tribulation lightning slammed into John's body, opening wounds and charring his flesh. Without the use of his Asura transformation, John found himself in a stalemate with his opponent. However, his opponent did not take damage and instead only lost some energy to regenerate, making him slowly but surely start to lose out in the battle. If the battle were to go on forever, John would no doubt lose. However, he just needed to hold on until his opponent ran out of energy and faded away, which was something he was confident of doing. Blue lightning runes flared on his body, as John utilized his celestial lightning script to absorb the lightning and reduce the damage. The true jade origin piece appeared in his free hand, further augmenting his ability to absorb the tribulation lightning. At the same time, his golden battle axe cleaved outwards ceaselessly, assaulting his lightning opponent with a non-stop barrage of earth-shattering attacks. Like this, the two fighters reached a stalemate, as the battle raged on in the sky for several minutes, as a battle for the ages raged on within the Jade Dragon Empire lands. Chapter 585, Surprising Discovery. What the hell is going on over there? A youth exclaimed, speaking to those gathered nearby. Large groups of youths had gathered within the desert, observing the tribulation from a distance. The distance they were at was too far to see exactly what was going on, but no one dared to venture any closer. The aura of the tribulation was beyond terrifying, and no one wanted to become a target of that tribulation. Standing silently within the group was a purple-robed youth, whose narrowed eyes stared at the tribulation clouds in the distance. His mind raced with the possibilities of what was going on. There are only a handful of youths in these lands still in the Meridian Forging Realm, Ainsel mused to himself as his thoughts naturally shifted towards John and his group. And from that group, the only one close to breaking through was the female. Ideas rushed through Ainsel's mind as he tried to figure out what was going on. He knew Iris had special eyes, but did not know the exact type she had. The tribulation clouds gathered were the largest he had ever seen, further mystifying what was happening. If that girl truly had heaven-defying eyes, then it's possible that her tribulation would be strong. But this level of tribulation is beyond anything ever recorded. Not only that, but that battle in the sky is even more terrifying. From this distance, the monstrous lighting explosions in the sky below the tribulation clouds were visible, revealing the shocking level of whatever battle was occurring. However, no one could tell who was taking part in the battle, as it was too far away. If it is her tribulation, she is not capable of that level of power, though. Ainsel continued his thoughts as his mind shifted towards another. An idea popped into his head, although he almost immediately dismissed it. No, even he is not crazy enough to interfere with a heavenly tribulation, but it's the only way I can even remotely make sense of it at the moment. Ainsel's gaze continued to linger on the battle in the distance, his thoughts running rampant. Boom. Another thunderous explosion filled the sky as John and the Lightning Warrior continued their battle. The Lightning Warrior would occasionally ignore John as it attempted to make its way down to Iris below, but John blocked every attempt. Its previous tribulation beam attack had also failed due to Kyrie's presence, and so it no longer tried such an attack. The battle between John and his opponent raged up in the sky, while the land below was decimated by the monstrous explosions. John's battle axe once again cleaved forward towards his opponent's head, but hit nothing but air. His eyes widened slightly as the Lightning Warrior completely ignored him for the first time and rushed down towards Iris below. "Fuck off!" John cursed as his body flashed forward, appearing before the warrior once more. His axe cleaved out again, but was once again dodged by the warrior, and the axe only managed to land on the warrior's one arm. The defenseless arm was cleaved in half, but instantly regenerated as the warrior ignored John to rush down once again. Shit, the warrior is completely ignoring me. It's trying to rush to Iris, taking any damage from me without regard. Its healing makes any damage I do to it worthless. It's finally realized that it can reach Iris before I can damage it enough to expend its energy. Panic rose within John as he flashed forward once more, pushing his speed to his absolute limit. However, he was only as fast as his opponent, which was not something he could afford to happen at the moment. After a moment of contemplation, John put away his battle axe as a scythe appeared instead. The battle axe weighed over 10,000 pounds, while the scythe was under half that weight. The battle axe's incredible weight was slowing him down, which he could not afford to happen against such a fast opponent. While his scythe was a weaker weapon, it was his only option at this moment. John's body flashed forward once more as he pushed his Thunderbody flash and limiter of speed to his maximum, appearing behind his opponent once more. His scythe cleaved towards the warrior head, who ignored his attack and took it head-on. The blade of the scythe carved into the warrior's head, splitting it apart after brief resistance. However, the Lightning Warrior instantly regenerated once again, its body flashing forward once more. "Piss off!" John yelled out in absolute frustration and anger as his body appeared in between Iris and his opponent, blocking the Lightning Warrior's path down to Iris. His scythe slashed out in quick succession, cleaving parts of the warrior in half, damage that was quickly healed. "Motherfucker, just die already," John cursed, his rage growing by the second. His scythe suddenly emanated an ominous black and red aura for a moment before it slashed forward, unleashing an incredibly sharp and quick scythe image. Divine Reaping Scythe, 4th form. The scythe image reached the Lightning Warrior in an instant, while John's surprise rose as he watched the warrior attempt to dodge the attack at the very last moment. It had been ignoring all his attacks, but decided the Divine Reaping Scythe attack needed to be dodged. The warrior flickered to the side, narrowly dodging the attack. However, its late reaction resulted in the attack landing on its arm as the scythe image cleaved right through it. The arm separated from the body, while John's eyes narrowed as he gazed at the warrior before him. Why did it decide to dodge that attack? John wondered. His gaze shifted to the severed arm, which was slowly reattaching to the warrior's body. After a moment of observation, his eyes widened slightly as he noticed something for the first time. The arm, it's not healing instantly like before. John watched as the warrior's arm slowly reattached to its body, taking over 10 seconds to fully reattach. All his previous attacks had been instantly healed by the warrior, but this time had been different. His divine sense flared out as he inspected the warrior's arm, and his face lit up in both shock and elation as he noticed what was going on. Spatial energy. Chapter 586, Spatial Energy, the fourth form of the divine reaping scythe, was intended to be used by heaven tribulation cultivators. Although John had forcefully managed to comprehend its initial stages due to his monstrous comprehension talent, as well as freakish essence danshin. However, this had resulted in him learning the attack slowly, all while not fully understanding the underlying fundamentals behind the attack. He had only unleashed a handful of fourth form divine reaping scythes thus far, and had never stopped to inspect the attack. However, the lightning warrior's reaction had changed that, as John closely inspected the outcome of his attack for the first time. Much to his surprise, a spatial energy lingered at the site of the attack, blocking the healing abilities of the lightning warrior. The spatial energy separated the two halves of the arm, making it so that the warrior needed to erase its power before healing fully. John's mind raced as he observed the wound, while his thoughts shifted back to the first time he had started to train the technique, and had read the description of the divine reaping scythe that the creator of the attack had left behind. Severing all creation, reaping all divines. The words had echoed in his mind like a drum at the time, its profundity far too high a level for him to comprehend. He could tell there was a meaning behind the bold words, but could not tell what the meaning was exactly. However, now he could start to get an idea, at least in regards to the first part. I had figured the creator of this attack had made a claim too bold to be true, but maybe there is some truth to it after all. Severing all creation. John replayed those words, 1,000 thoughts flooding his mind. What's the point of claiming to sever all creation if it can just be healed instantly? Only a permanent severing could boast such words with such arrogance and confidence. John's eyes lit up as an idea of how to defeat the lightning warrior had finally appeared. To heal the severed arm, the warrior had expended far more energy than before to slowly erase the lingering spatial energy. In fact, the energy used to heal that singular wound had been similar to the energy used to heal all the previous wounds. John's scythe raised once more before slashing forward, as he wasted no time at all to unleash another attack. While the essence chi requirement of this attack was beyond monstrous, John had decided the cost was worth it. It was the only way to stop the warrior, who could no longer fully ignore John. Another divine reaping scythe slashed forward towards the warrior, whose lightning lance thrusted out to meet the attack head-on. It no longer took his attacks head-on, as lance and scythe image collided. The scythe image cleaved into the lightning lance and severed it after a moment of struggle. However, the monstrous energy of the lightning lance exhausted the entire scythe attack, as the attack failed to reach the lightning warrior. The lightning lance in the warrior's hand disappeared and was instantly replaced by another. Unlike the warrior's body, the lance was actually a condensed bolt of tribulation lightning, which could be discarded while another was made instantly. While this too used up energy, it was less energy than what it had used to heal its severed arm. John clicked his tongue in frustration as he prepared to unleash another attack. However, aware of his monstrous attack now, the lightning warrior ignored John again as it rushed towards Iris, with even more urgency in its movements. Divine Reaping Scythe. John unleashed a third divine reaping scythe, his face paling slightly as the chi expenditure started to add up, even for him. The black and red scythe image reached the warrior in an instant, who turned and blocked the attack with its lightning lance once again. John watched in frustration as the lance withstood most of the attack, while the remaining portion was not enough to damage the warrior further. "Shit, what do I do?" John cursed as he flashed forward, appearing before the lightning warrior once more. His scythe slashed out as the warrior moved to block the attack again. While John was not using the divine reaping scythe for this attack, the lightning warrior seemingly took no risks anymore. Scythe and lance collided, creating another explosion of lightning as both fighters were knocked backwards. John quickly stabilized his footing, his frowning gaze lingering on his scythe blade. A large chip had been formed on the blade, as his pseudo-heaven tribulation grade scythe was not able to withstand the force of the lightning lance. "Shit," Just a few more attacks like that, and my scythe will be destroyed. Then I can't unleash any more divine reaping scythes. John's mind raced as he tried to think of what to do. At the same time, his battle continued with the lightning warrior in the sky, his scythe taking more and more damage. In the middle of his battle, his eyes lit up with an idea. Kyrie, take over the battle for me. John instantly communicated to Kyrie through their soul connection. Roar. A deafening roar boomed out as Kyrie heard John's words. Its fighting spirit instantly ignited. It had watched John battle the lightning warrior from below and had been eager to join against his natural opponent. However, he had obeyed John's instructions to protect Iris, but now had the chance to prove its lightning supremacy. Even the heavens were not worthy in Kyrie's eyes when it came to lightning. Without hesitation, Kyrie flashed up into the sky, appearing before the lightning warrior in an instant. Bang! Kyrie's head slammed into the chest of the lightning warrior before it could react, its horn piercing into its chest. The horn exploded with a lightning attack, as the lightning warrior was overwhelmed from within by Kyrie's lightning attack. Boom! An apocalyptic lightning explosion radiated outwards in the sky, while John rushed down towards Iris, who was still focusing on healing. Bang! 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 Thunderous explosions continued to blast overhead as Kyrie and the lightning warrior battled against one another. John landed next to Iris, who couldn't help but look at him with a completely dazed expression. The battle between John and the lightning warrior had been beyond anything she had witnessed, and his bloodied yet heroic aura washed over her, filling her with both wonder and a sense of safety. John's fierce gaze shifted to Iris, which softened a little bit. He had appeared next to her to ensure no attacks from the lightning warrior reached Iris, but knew she was about to feel pain, and by his own hands. However, his next actions were needed to have a chance to end this battle. John, Iris called out softly, unable to think of what to say. How much chi have you restored? John asked, getting straight to the point. About 20%, Iris replied. That should be enough, John said as he inspected Iris's body. It had healed somewhat as well, which should allow her to withstand what was to come. I'm about to use something that will overwhelm you and kill you in your current state unless you use all your power to protect yourself. I can't afford to have you leave and be attacked, so staying behind me is the only way through this. Are you ready? Iris stared at John for a moment, before her face hardened, and she nodded her head. Do what you need to do, I trust you, Iris replied, a smile forming on her weary face. Good, John replied as he nodded his head. Now use all your chi to wrap around your body, and don't leave anything back. If you do, you'll die. Iris once again nodded her head, as her chi flared out, wrapping around her body. She held nothing back as she focused everything on defense. John nodded his head at her, before his gaze shifted upwards towards Kyrie and the lightning warrior. The battle between the two raged on in the sky, with neither party winning out. However, the lightning warrior was slowly but surely making its way towards John and Iris, at which point it would no doubt explode with absolute power, killing Iris in the process. John's rage-filled gaze locked onto the lightning warrior, while his aura steadily began to climb. I didn't want to have to use this already, but I have no choice. I need to unleash a divine reaping scythe so powerful that even this asshole can't heal, and there's only one way to do that. John took a deep breath and prepared himself for what was to come, before his aura suddenly exploded out with power far greater than anything he had used in the battle thus far. Iris felt herself nearly overwhelmed by the explosive aura, as she struggled against it with all her might. Shock filled her body as she realized that she truly would have died from John's aura alone if she had not been prepared for it. John's aura continued to climb as it towered into the sky, like a raging bonfire that stretched into the heavens. His grip tightened on the shaft of his scythe as his eyes locked onto the lightning warrior above. Bloodline ability activate. Chapter 587. Activating the bloodline ability, once more John's aura exploded outwards like a bomb, pushing away the nearby desert sand. A crater larger than before appeared, while Iris grit her teeth and struggled with all her might to resist John's power. If her body was in top shape, she would be all right, but in her weakened and damaged condition, it took her all to resist and survive. Hovering high above, the mysterious man's gaze locked onto John, his blood pumping faster within his body as he watched John unleash his full power. The man's gaze heated up, as if he were staring at something beyond his wildest imaginations. John's hand tightened around the shaft of his scythe, as an ominous, sharp, and overwhelming aura began to radiate from its blade. While his Asura transformation was his strongest battle state, it augmented his body and body chi. His bloodline ability, however, was the complete opposite, as it flooded his body with an overwhelming amount of essence chi, almost equal to the level of the Asura transformation. With the divine reaping scythe empowered by essence chi, using his bloodline ability was the only way to unleash his strongest essence attack. John felt his body begin to creak in protest as a nearly overwhelming amount of chi began to surge through his body. Each blood cell of his began to unleash essence chi, as his blood cells acted like billions of tiny dantians. The essence chi surged through his meridians, stretching them to their limits and threatening to shatter them completely. John's powerful body fought back with all its might, as it did its best to contain the rampage essence chi. The black and red aura on his scythe blade continued to grow, and soon had reached a level far beyond anything he had ever unleashed before. His arms stretched out to his side and above his head, as his pained and cold eyes stared at the lightning warrior, who had managed to make its way quite close to John and Iris. Kyrie still fought fiercely against his opponent, managing to slow its progress by quite a bit. Suddenly, John's cold eyes widened, as his aura reached an absolute peak. His scythe slashed forward, as an apocalyptic scythe image appeared in the sky before him, as he unleashed his strongest ever divine reaping scythe. His face turned white while his body cried out in protest, nearly forcing him to his knees in pain and exhaustion. "Ah!" Iris cried out in pain as her body was flown into the distance, unable to resist the might of the aura any longer. "Kyrie, dodge now," John communicated through their soul connection. Kyrie's body flashed to the side without hesitation, its actions causing the lighting warrior to pause for a brief instant. The warrior's gaze shifted back down, at which point its vision was completely taken up by a black and red scythe image that had appeared before it. The lightning warrior raised its lightning lance in front of its body at the last moment to block the attack. Chi. The scythe image seemed to cleave through space itself, as it reached the warrior and collided against its lightning lance. The lightning lance put up the briefest of struggle before it cleaved in half, unable to resist the might of the attack. The attack continued forward without pause, its sharpness and speed unmatched. The red and black scythe image slashed through the lightning warrior vertically, severing it from head to toe without any resistance at all. John watched as the scythe image continued upwards, eventually reaching the tribulation clouds high above. It pierced into the clouds, its might and power severing the clouds of the heavens as well. A thin and long opening appeared within the clouds, the light from the sun above shining through. The beam of sunlight landed on the lightning warrior, who stood there motionlessly as its body parted into two halves. Spatial energy lingered powerfully between the two halves, stopping the lightning warrior from regenerating. The lightning warrior's aura began to rapidly fade as it struggled against the spatial energy, which was slowly eroded away. "Kyrie, now!" John yelled out as his remaining body chi surged through his weary body, filling him with energy once more. His figure flashed up into the sky as he and Kyrie appeared before the lightning warrior, which was struggling mightily against the spatial energy. Its aura was rapidly fading, but so was the spatial energy from the divine reaping scythe. Although the divine reaping scythe was beyond powerful and profound, so too was the heavenly lightning warrior. John had also not fully mastered the fourth form of the divine reaping scythe, lowering its severing efficacy, which allowed the lightning warrior to fight back against it. It was clear that eventually the lightning warrior would win out and erase all the energy, although its aura would rapidly fade by that time. However, it would still be strong enough to kill Iris, which John would not allow to happen. His hand stretched out and landed on the head of one of the lightning warrior's half, while his remaining power flared out once more. At the same time, Kiriai's mouth opened wide and chomped down on the head of the other half, as John and Kiriai's power flared out. High above, the mysterious man's eyes opened wide as he watched what John and Kiriai were attempting to do. The battle thus far had been beyond his wildest imaginations, and yet the two were surpassing his expectations of what was possible once again. They're attempting to absorb the divine tribulation guardian. Just how crazy is this brat? The man muttered, almost unable to believe his eyes. Gah! John cried out in pain as his power flared while he began to absorb his half of the divine tribulation guardian. A jade piece appeared in his hands as he activated his celestial lightning script, while glowing blue runes appeared all over his charred and bloody skin. If he allowed the lightning warrior to recover, he would have nothing left in reserve to stop it. This was the only way he could think of to once and for all eliminate the lightning warrior. With the lightning warrior focusing all its energy on eliminating the spatial energy, it was unable to resist John's power. Tribulation lightning surged into his body, rampaging wildly within. It threatened to destroy everything, as his bones, muscles, meridians, and even blood began to char and be destroyed. John grit his teeth through the immense and nearly overwhelming pain as he revolved his celestial lightning script to his utmost. Smoke and ash drifted out of John's gritted mouth as his body was destroyed from within. The energy produced by activating the script surged through his body as well, washing over wherever the lightning had rampaged, doing its best to heal the wounds as well as neutralize the tribulation lightning. A battlefield formed within his body, as John felt himself nearly overwhelmed by the power of the divine tribulation guardian. Its energy had been halved from its peak state, and John was only absorbing half of it. Even with its power a quarter of its peak, John was almost unable to withstand the lightning rampaging within. Were it not for his incredible lightning resistance due to the celestial lightning script, as well as monstrous body due to the Immortal Asura body, John would have turned to ash in an instant for attempting such a thing. With the state of his body, John was unable to activate his Asura transformation to protect himself. His body was already on the verge of collapse due to his battle before and using his bloodline ability, and using the Asura transformation now would destroy his body with absolute certainty. At the same time, lightning ramped through Kiriai's body, as the divine tribulation guardian was absorbed by him. The blue crystal on Kiriai's forehead lit up brightly as Kiriai activated its full power to absorb the guardian and resist its might. The tribulation guardians might flared to resist John and Kiriai, as a stationary battle between the three took place in the sky above the arid desert. Both halves of the tribulation guardian's aura rapidly began to fade, while John's aura also grew weaker and weaker. With one last yell of anger and rage, John's aura flared out one last time as he pushed himself to the very limit. The remaining lightning energy of the tribulation guardian vanished as both Kiriai and John absorbed it all, finally bringing an end to its existence. John's breathing was heavy and raspy as he struggled to maintain his consciousness. His body was damaged almost beyond recognition, as blood covered every inch of his charred body. He gazed down to the ground below, his eyes locking onto Iris, who was standing on the desert floor, safe and sound. The tribulation clouds above rumbled with absolute rage at what had occurred, and after a moment of pause, unleashed another lightning beam towards Iris below. However, unlike the other tribulation beams, this tribulation lightning beam was filled with a vibrant life energy. It slammed into Iris, filling her body with vibrant energy, both healing her and transforming her body. Despite the fact that it wanted to kill her, Iris had survived her tribulation, and the heavens were forced to proceed with the last part of her tribulation. John watched as Iris's body began to transform, being molded by the very heavens itself into a higher state of existence. The process continued for a short while before the lightning beam faded away, and the clouds above vanished in an instant. It was as if the heavens were beyond disgusted with what had occurred and could not wait to leave this place. Iris inspected her newly transformed body, her power far greater than anything she had felt before. An elated expression appeared on her face as she gazed up towards John, which was quickly replaced with panic and worry. "John!" Iris cried out as she dashed forward, while John's unconscious body collapsed down to the ground below. Chapter 588, fleeing the scene after ensuring that Iris's safety was clear, John's consciousness quickly faded. His body had been damaged almost beyond recognition, and his soul had nearby been destroyed as well. He fell from the sky like a meteor, crashing towards the earth below. "John!" Iris called out once more as she appeared below John and caught him in her arms. Worry and panic overwhelmed her as she inspected John, and found his life force to be like a candle in the wind. Only with her divine sense closely inspecting him could she detect his life, as his breathing was incredibly shallow. Her expression turned grave as she noticed the damage to his body, as both his exterior and internals were charred and damaged beyond compare. If it were anyone else with this level of body damage, they would have died 1,000 deaths already. "Kyrie," Iris called out as Kyrie appeared next to John as well. "Go get Adam and Chase, and return immediately." Iris knew they did not have a lot of time before the area would be flooded with other youths. Kyrie sped off without hesitation, his body like a blur of lightning. Iris's worried gaze returned to John once more, not sure of what to do. "Hold on, John," Iris said, her voice unsteady and meek. "Chase will be able to heal you." Less than a minute later, Kyrie returned, with Adam and Chase riding on his back. Kyrie was large enough to carry people on his back now, and thanks to his shape-shifting ability, could grow even larger if need be. "Let's go," Iris commanded as she sped off into the distance, picking a direction towards the distant mountains and the edge of the Jade Dragon Empire lands. The edges of these trial lands would no doubt have the least amount of youths, as going there would make the journey deeper into the lands longer, and most did not want to waste time like that. Kyrie followed behind, as the group sped forward like a blur. The desert sand exploded behind them, leaving a trail of their furiously carved path. "Adam, hide the trail," Iris instructed after noticing it. Adam nodded his head, and his power flared out as he sat backwards on Kyrie. His chi washed over the area behind them, smoothing out the sand as they traveled, leaving no trace of their existence. In less than 2 minutes, the group had left the area, as it was no longer safe to be there. A few minutes later, a large crowd of youths flooded the area, their shocked eyes taking in the scene of destruction. The desert floor was charred for miles and miles, with molten sand filling the many large craters that had been formed. "Just what happened here?" Many of the youths couldn't help but ask, as they found no signs of anyone remaining behind. "Someone obviously ascended here, but they must have already died." Someone chimed up with their thoughts. The youths contemplated these words, and the idea became more and more likely by the second. The tribulation had been beyond anything any of them had ever seen, and surviving such a tribulation would be a miracle. With no signs of life being found in the area either, the most likely explanation was that the tribulator had died. "That's quite likely," another commented, slightly disappointed, while also relieved. If the youth who had such a tribulation survived, they would no doubt be a prodigious monster, and a threat to all in these lands should they so choose. Arriving in the area as well was Ainsel, whose eyes shifted colors as he closely inspected the area. His gaze eventually lingered in the direction towards the mountains as he spotted something. His body flashed as he appeared in a different area and closely inspected the desert sand. "There's the slightest sign of disturbance, but the desert winds have already started to erase the pathway," he mused out loud. While his voice was not loud, it was heard by the other youths, who could not help but widen their eyes in shock. "Do you mean that the tribulator lived and already fled the area?" a startled youth asked, almost unable to believe it. "I'm not sure," Ainsel replied. "It could have been some allies who fled after their friend died, or it could be as you said." Ainsel's words shocked the large group once more, as the thought of someone surviving such a tribulation entered their minds. "What kind of monster could live through such a tribulation?" a youth asked while thinking about the tribulation they had gone through themselves. Compared to their tribulation, the two were as different as night and day. Their tribulation could hardly be called that in the face of what they had seen. "I'm not sure, but it's useless to seek them out at this point," Ainsel commented, as his thoughts shifted to one youth who he did not want to offend again, and who was most likely within the group that was part of this tribulation. "The trail has already been erased. All we can do is move forward." Ainsel's words disappointed the youths, as they wanted to see who had undertaken such a tribulation. However, they too could not identify the trail anymore, and so after some more exploration of the area, the youths all scattered, venturing deeper into the trial lands. Ainsel's gaze continued to linger on the distant mountains hundreds of miles away, his gaze calm but narrowed. "The only explanation I can think of is that the girl with the eyes ascended, and her eye talents attracted such a tribulation. She's one of the handful of meridian-forging youths in these lands, and the only one ready to break through who could attract something like this. This means that her talents are beyond terrifying, but that still doesn't explain how such a battle took place in the sky. Either she gave it her all and died in the tribulation, or that John Fenix interfered and battled on her behalf. It's beyond unbelievable, but it's the only way I can make sense of it. I'm sure the truth will be revealed before this realm closes, at which point I can confirm my suspicions or not." With those thoughts put away, Ainsel left the area, as the desert sands began to sweep over and erase the destruction that had occurred in the desert. Chapter 589, Unexpected Voice. "In here." Iris's voice sounded out as she dashed into a cave that they had stumbled upon. They had already fled for over 100 miles, and Iris finally found a suitable place to hide. Her eyes scanned deep into the cave, confirming that it was empty of any other life forms. The group quickly followed her as they all entered the cave. The cave was roughly 100 yards long and quite spacious at the end. A relatively large chamber opened up at the end of the cave, providing them a place to rest. "Adam, can you use your formations to cover and hide the entrance?" Iris asked. "On it," Adam replied quickly as he nodded his head. He would normally scoff at a command from Iris, but the situation was far too dire for him to joke around. Adam appeared at the cave entrance and immediately set down many formation discs. He carved intricate formation runes into the cave floor, while he also scattered spirit crystals at various formation nodes to power the formation. After working for several minutes, Adam's formation flared with power. The open entrance of the cave shimmered for a moment, before it faded away to look like the rest of the desert sand in the area. He inspected the formation for any flaws, and added some warning formations as well to detect any intruders early on. After confirming everything was working, Adam returned to the end of the cave, where he saw Iris and Chase kneeling before John, who laid on the ground. "It's done," Adam said to Iris, who smiled and thanked him for his help. Her gaze shifted to Chase, who was closely inspecting John's body, his expression turning more grave by the moment. "How is he?" Iris asked. "I don't know how he's still alive," Chase replied, his voice grave. "It's that bad?" Iris asked, her worry growing. "Yes," Chase replied without hiding anything. "I've never seen anything like this. Most of his body is charred and torn, both externally and internally. I really don't know how he's still alive." "Can you save him?" Iris asked, as her feeling of guilt began to rise by the second, as this situation was caused by her heavenly tribulation. "I'm not sure, but I'll try," Chase replied as a pill appeared in his hands. He moved the pill to John's mouth and attempted to push it in his mouth to swallow. However, much to his surprise, he was unable to do so. He tried again, but once more found resistance. "What's going on?" Iris asked, confused by Chase's actions. "I don't know. There's some sort of energy in his mouth, blocking me from feeding him this pill," Chase replied. "Let me try," Iris said as she grabbed the pill and tried to give it to John, but she too found the energy blocking such actions. "What's going on?" Iris asked, confused by such a thing happening. Chase's hands hovered over John as his wood chi surged outwards. While wood chi was not as good as pure healing chi for healing bodies, it was still quite good at injecting the body with vibrancy. helping it heal. His expression turned into one of confusion again as he found his energy blocked, unable to enter John's body. "What the hell is going on?" Chase grumbled as his every effort was stifled. "I'm not sure, maybe it's some sort of natural defense of his," Iris replied after a moment, while her dagger appeared in her hand. "Here, I'll open up his chest, and then you can directly enter your chi into his body. Maybe that will work." While furthering John's wounds was not something Iris wanted to do, it was all she could think of in the moment. There was something blocking them from helping John, and she needed to get through that barrier. Chase thought about it for a moment, before he nodded his head in approval. "Do it," Chase said to Iris. Her dagger reached John's chest, but stopped as shock appeared on the faces of everyone in the room, while Iris's dagger stopped in place. "There's no need for such actions," a voice suddenly filled the room. The voice was ethereal, yet commanding, calm, yet holy. Just hearing the voice made the three of them want to kneel in reverence to whoever had spoken, as if it belonged to the highest and most regal person in existence. "Who?" Iris asked after regaining her senses. Her gaze swept all throughout the cave, but she was unable to see anyone within. "Who are you?" she asked once again. "Are you the one stopping us from helping John?" Speaking to this voice in such a way almost felt like a sin to Iris, but she did not care at the moment. She only cared for John's safety and was willing to do whatever it took. "Indeed I am," the voice replied once again, coming from all directions. "Who are you? Why are you doing this?" Iris asked, her frustration growing. At this time, both Adam and Chase also regained their wits, taking a bit longer due to their lower soul power and cultivation. "That does not matter," the voice replied calmly after a moment of silence, "but I cannot allow you to heal this boy." Iris felt a wave of pure anger and rage flood within her body as she pushed her eye powers to her absolute limit. They had transformed due to her recent tribulation, as the heavens had no choice but to bless her based on the level of tribulation she had survived. Her eye talents were beyond compare to before, and her gaze swept around the room again before resting on John's body. She studied it closely, as she could tell that something was strange about it. She had noticed this strangeness before, but couldn't tell if it was her imagination or not. Now, with her raised eye talents, the picture within John's body changed slightly. Her gaze rested on his stomach, where his dantian was located. She could see his essence, which was beyond anything she had seen before. Its power was beyond compare, but that was not what she focused on. Her gaze lingered next to his essence, dantian, as she gazed at an empty spot in John's body. Nothing special was there, but for some reason, Iris could tell that there was more than meets the eye. She pushed her eye abilities to her absolute limit, at which point a hazy cloud suddenly appeared in her vision. She could not see through the hazy cloud, as despite her immense talent, the cloud was too profound to see through. However, she could tell that something incredible was there, and could also detect the faintest hints of light emanating from the cloud. It was so faint as to almost not be visible, but Iris could just barely detect it. One of the lights was white, holy, and magnificent. It made her want to kneel, like a subject before a heavenly king. The other light was black, with the faintest hints of red. It made her feel as though she were plunged into the depths of hell, despite only experiencing the tiniest portion of whatever it was. Iris's breathing turned heavy as she gazed at the ominous and sinister light, but ignored it after a short while as she gazed back at the holy light. Her gaze lingered on the light, studying it closely as she could just barely detect its existence. After studying it for quite some time, she was finally able to piece together the truth of what was happening. "It's you, you're inside John," Iris exclaimed, as she could just barely connect the feeling of the voice with the feeling of the light. Chapter 590, Waking Up. "What?" Adam and Chase exclaimed, not expecting to hear such words. "As expected of the eyes of heavenly truth," the voice replied. "Only such eyes could see through everything, my own creations included." Shock appeared on Iris's face as she heard the voice speak of her eyes, which had finally been named to her for the first time. Her shock rose once more as the hazy cloud within John's body slowly vanished, as if it never existed. Iris closely inspected the area where it used to be and could no longer detect it. Clearly, the entity that was speaking had shrouded the thing within John's body further, hiding it even from Iris's gaze. What do you want? Why won't you let us heal him?" Iris asked, ignoring the urge to ask about the eyes of heavenly truth, and instead decided to focus on John once more. "By doing so, you are only hurting him more than you are helping him," the mysterious voice replied once more. "What? How does that make sense?" Chase asked, his anger ignited. John was on the edge of life and death, and this mysterious entity was stopping them from administering aid while claiming it to be to help John. "It's fine," a childlike voice appeared in their minds. They all turned to look at Kyrie, who laid on the ground next to John. "Kyrie, what do you mean it's fine?" Iris asked for clarification. "Do you know this person?" "Kind of," Kyrie replied, unable to explain it clearly. "How do you know him?" Iris asked, once again asking for clarification. I'm not sure," Kyrie replied through soul communication. "It's just, I know John doesn't consider him an enemy." "He does," Iris asked. "How do you know?" I don't know, I just know," Kyrie replied. Iris stared at Kyrie for a moment as she thought over his words. Kyrie was John's soul companion, and the two essentially shared their souls to one another. They could feel the emotions of one another, and so Kyrie was more clear than anyone on this matter. All three youths could tell that this entity was far beyond their imagination, both in terms of power and experience. While they didn't know the reason for his actions, they trusted Kyrie's judgment, as he knew John the best. Iris clicked her tongue in frustration, as she felt completely helpless in the moment. However, she no longer caused a fuss about the entity's actions. The group quickly set up camp within the large cavern, while they made a bed for John to rest on. John's eyes slowly opened as he found himself floating in the expansive void of space. Distant stars shimmered brightly, illuminating two figures that hovered in the void thousands of miles away. Despite being so far away, John was able to see them, although he could not make out any features. However, he could tell that one of the figures was quite large, easily towering over the other by several times. Suddenly, the void of space exploded with apocalyptic light, as the space between the two distant figures erupted with power far greater than anything John thought possible. The explosion quickly radiated outwards, shattering the very fabric of space, as if nothing could withstand its onslaught. The explosion reached John almost instantly, as he felt himself drown in the power that could not possibly exist. "How long do you think we'll be here for?" A voice sounded out, drifting into John's ears. "I don't know. It depends on when John wakes up," another replied. John's dreary eyes opened once more, as a rocky ceiling came into his view. He knew the voices, but couldn't identify who they belonged to at the moment as confusion flooded his mind, as the scenes of the explosion in space lingered in his mind. "It was that same dream, huh?" John mumbled to himself, as he recalled he had dreamed that scene once before, many years ago. While deep in thought, John felt wetness on his cheek, and he groggily looked over to his side. Kyrie's face appeared right next to his, as Kyrie licked his face with glee that he had woken up. "Big brother, you're awake!" Kyrie's voice boomed in his mind, Kyrie's excitement and elation evident in his childlike voice. "Big brother, when have you called me that?" John groggily asked, as it was the first time he had heard Kyrie call him by that name. "John," Adam, Chase, and Iris exclaimed as they heard his voice. The three had gathered around a fire they had built in the center of the cavern, roasting some meat they had brought along on this expedition. "You woke up," Iris happily exclaimed, as tears began to form in the corner of her eyes. She had felt nothing but guilt after John's injuries, and felt completely helpless while he laid there unconscious. Seeing him wake up was a flood of both elation and relief, which she could no longer contain. "Of course he woke up," Adam exclaimed loudly, as if he never had a doubt about the outcome of John's injuries. "This is John we're talking about after all," What's going on?" John asked, his mind still clearing up from just waking up. He moved to sit up, but instantly grimaced as a wave of pain assaulted his body. "Don't get up," Chase instructed. "You're still very injured." "Injured?" John asked, as the events of the tribulation flooded back in his mind. "The tribulation!" John exclaimed, his gaze shifting to Iris. "I'm fine, thanks to you," Iris replied with a smile. "That's good," John sighed as he fell back onto his makeshift bed. His body groaned with aches and pains, but John ignored them as he recalled everything that had happened. After inspecting his body with his divine sense, John's gaze shifted back to his friends once again. "How long have I been out for?" he asked curiously. "A week," Adam replied. "A week already?" John asked, shocked he had been out for so long. However, when he thought about the extensive damage he had received, including soul damage, such a time frame made sense. He inspected his body once more, and his eyebrows raised slightly as he noticed something. "Hey, did none of you give me any healing pills or anything?" John asked, as he noticed his body was completely bereft of any medicinal remnants. The group looked at each other, strange expressions appearing on their faces as they were caught off guard by John's question. "No, we didn't," Iris replied after a moment of hesitation. "Good, that's good," John replied in relief. "Why is that good?" Chase asked. "Because the damage I sustained is an opportunity to raise my strength," John replied. His celestial lightning script was able to heal lightning damage and slowly turn his body into an even stronger lightning attribute body. If the damage had been healed by medicines instead, that opportunity to improve on his lightning attribute body would be lost. The celestial lightning script was an incredible cultivation art, but it required an incredibly brutal method of cultivating. John's reply caused the three to look at each other, odd expressions appearing on their faces. John picked up on their expressions and quickly realized something strange about the situation. "Wait a minute," John chimed up. "You three would never know about this. So either you decided to watch me die by not giving me healing pills, or you found out some other way," John said to the group. The group continued to stare at each other, unsure of how to reply to John. After a moment of hesitation, Iris decided to be straightforward with everything that had happened. She mentioned the mysterious voice, as well as his instructions. John's eyes widened slightly as he heard her explain what had happened, before a look of annoyance appeared on his face. Iris noticed this expression and couldn't help but ask about it, thinking the group had done something wrong. "What is it? Should we not have listened to him?" Iris asked. "No, it's not that," John replied as he shook his head. "It's just that he refuses to speak to me, yet he talks to you three. My father sure is an asshole." Stunned expressions appeared on the faces of Adam, Iris, and Chase as they heard John's words. Your father?" Chapter 591, Firming Recent Comprehensions. John's face scrunched up as he realized he had let a big secret slip out. He was still quite drowsy and scatterbrained from just waking up after so long that he didn't even think about what he was saying. "What do you mean your father?" Adam asked. "Isn't your father back on the Yuan Continent?" He knew about John's Fenix clan lineage and wasn't able to make sense of what John had just said. It's hard to explain," John said after a moment of silence, not wanting to elaborate further. The group realized he wanted to avoid the subject, and their gazes locked onto one another as they shared silent thoughts. They could tell that John's secrets were far more shocking than they had ever imagined, but didn't want to pry if he didn't want to speak about it. "Take this," Chase said to John as he changed the subject. A pill appeared in his hands, which he wanted John to take. John inspected the pill and realized it was a pill meant to fill him with vibrant medicinal energy, meant to temporarily boost his own chi. "It's not a healing pill," Chase said as he noticed John's close inspection. "It's just meant to augment your own chi and life force temporarily, so you can better recover from your wounds through your own means." "Thanks, Chase," John said as he took the pill and popped it into his mouth. A rich and vibrant energy flooded into his body, which he absorbed into his danshin. His danshin surged with vibrancy, which flooded the rest of his body with energy as he utilized the celestial lightning script to heal his body slowly but surely. John closed his eyes as he started guiding his chi around his body, but opened them as he felt a sudden embrace. He looked down at Iris, who was lightly hugging his chest. "Thank you," she said to him, tears forming in the corner of her eyes. She still felt guilty about what had happened, but was now overwhelmed with relief that John was fine and would recover. A smile appeared on John's face as he reached out and patted her head in a warm manner. "There's no need to thank me," John said to Iris. "I made the decision to interfere on my own, and I also received some personal gains from your tribulation. If anything, I should be thanking you." Slight surprise at such a response appeared on Iris's face as she gazed up at John, who smiled back at her. A smile appeared on her face as well as she stood up once more and wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. "That's good then," Iris said as she sighed deeply in relief, finally at ease with everything that had happened. "What do we do now?" Adam suddenly asked, breaking the silence that had filled the cave. "First, I need focus on fully healing, as well as firming my comprehensions from the tribulation," John said to the group. "Once that's done, we can set out once more." The group nodded their heads at John's words, and also read between the lines of what he was saying. They wanted to speak more and ask him more questions, but John wanted peace and quiet at the moment to focus on his recent comprehensions received from the tribulation. The longer one went without firming sudden enlightenment, the more they would fade away until eventually forgotten. "Take this," Chase said to John as he handed him a bottle of the same type of vitality pills he had just given John. John thanked Chase, at which point the three of his friends moved away to other parts of the large cavern, leaving John to himself. He breathed in and out deeply several times, clearing his mind from the fogginess of just having woken up from his deep slumber, before his divine sense linked with his palace realm, instantly sending him into an enlightened meditative state. The jade piece of the celestial lightning script appeared in his right hand as his mind attuned with it. Like this, John slowly focused on firming his lightning comprehensions, while slowly healing his damaged body with the celestial lightning script. Boom. 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 In a rocky and barren mountain range, explosive blasts shattered the land, as a battle between three youths was raging on with great power. Two of the youths were fighting barehanded, their powerful upper bodies bare and exposed. They looked strong enough to lift mountains, and clearly came from the same body art sect. Blood and deep wounds covered their sturdy bodies, as they fought with everything on the line. They were teaming up against a lone youth, whose arrogant smile mocked the two as he unleashed crimson sword images at his opponents. All three cultivators were in the middle heaven tribulation realm, although all three seemed as though they were ready to break through to the next realm at a moment's notice. The battle continued to rage on for a while before the area suddenly went silent. The lone youth stared at the two bare-chested youths before him, who were both lying dead on the ground, several limbs already removed, and large gaping holes in their chests. His sword slashed out, severing their heads from their bodies, before both their heads and bodies disappeared from sight. A satisfied look appeared on the youth's face, as a jade piece suddenly appeared in his hands, while his divine sense entered it. Those two said they were the Absan brothers. Ah, here we go. Rank 92 and rank 91, not a bad haul. The youth mused while he continued to scan the list. His divine sense stopped on a particular name, one that had only dropped in ranking over the past month as others surpassed it. However, the name had only gone down over 3 weeks, showing that the person had done nothing of note in that time. The youth clicked his tongue in disappointment before putting the jade piece away, while he sped forward into the distance once more. Chapter 592, the plan forward in a different part of the Jade Dragon Empire trial lands. A lone youth stood before a battlefield full of death and carnage. The youth wore a robe with a hood that shrouded their features, as if there was a formation built into the robe blocking any from peering within. Before the youth, the slaughter and carnage continued on the battlefield. It pitted man against beasts as the two sides fought for survival. The carnage and death flooded the battlefield with blood, dyeing it red. The youth watched on calmly for some time, before their right hand raised up and hovered outstretched towards the battlefield. A brilliant white and green light flared from their outstretched hand, and also seemed to flare from within the hood of the robe, as a vibrant energy flooded the battlefield. The vibrant energy washed over all the humans on the battlefield, at which point their wounds began to rapidly close, and those on the verge of death were healed back into a battle-ready state. The vibrant energy instantly turned the tides of the battle, as the wounded humans returned to combat, while those who were felled afterwards rose again to battle once more. Before long, the humans surged with might, washing over the beast tide and erasing them from existence. As the last beast fell, the humans instantly stopped fighting and stood in place as if awaiting commands. The carnage-filled battlefield slowly faded away, revealing a flower-filled field with a singular tower in the middle of the field. The carnage and destruction that was just visible was no more, as if it had all been a dream. The tower suddenly lit up as a beam of light landed on the shrouded youth's body. The beam of light quickly faded, as it had given the appropriate jade marks to the one who had just taken the trial. The shrouded person ignored the change in score, as if such a thing had no interest to them. They began walking forward once more through the field, deeper into the Jade Dragon Empire trial lands before they stopped, and a jade piece appeared in their hands. They quickly inspected the list, while a slightly disappointed frown appeared on their face as they studied one name. After a moment of inspection, the lone youth put the jade piece away and continued onwards, deeper into the mysterious lands. John's eyes slowly opened, his gaze unfocused as if he were deep in thought. Thanks to the celestial lightning script, my body is almost fully healed of any lightning damage. While I still have some lingering damage due to using my bloodline ability, the celestial lightning script can't help with that. However, I can now start taking healing pills to heal the lingering bloodline ability damage, while also ensuring that I don't accidentally erase any lightning damage. John clenched his fight, feeling the power that once again returned to his body. His muscles still ached with pain from using his bloodline ability, but there was nothing he could do about that other than slowly heal it. After a week or two, the remaining surface-level damage should be healed, and I'll be back at full combat strength. However, I can tell that each time I use my bloodline ability, it creates injuries that bury deep within my body and are incredibly difficult to heal. While those injuries won't affect my combat power much, if I use my bloodline ability too soon again, it will exacerbate those injuries more, making them much more severe and harder to heal. I guess my mother was right, that I can only use this bloodline ability sparingly. John thought back to the first time he had used his bloodline ability, on the talent testing steps. That had been almost half a year ago, which was why he was able to use his ability again recently and not suffer severe consequences. However, he would have to wait another 6 months to use it again without consequence, which slightly irked him. It all comes down to my body strength. If I can raise the quality of my body to unprecedented levels, I'm sure I can use my bloodline ability more often. John's mind shifted back to his conversation with his mysterious mother, who had revealed that she had unlocked his bloodline ability, but was only able to partially do so as she did not have access to the true way to unlock his bloodline ability. This made his ability less potent, and also did more damage to his body when used. I'm guessing using this bloodline ability without the proper way to unlock it would normally be impossible, but the freakishly powerful Immortal Asura body allows me to brute force it. As such, the only way forward is to improve my body strength, at least until I manage to unlock my bloodline ability properly. John put such negative thoughts aside after a while, as his focus shifted to the positives of his recent battles. My lightning Dao comprehensions have risen tremendously, thanks to cultivating before the mysterious lightning sphere, as well as absorbing that lightning warrior. I can feel that I'm just about ready to break through to the next level of the celestial lightning script, which should vastly improve my lightning attribute body and lightning battle arts once more. However, his thoughts shifted to Iris's tribulation and his near death. When I had absorbed the lightning warrior, It had a soul aspect to its power, which nearly destroyed my soul and resulted in me collapsing into unconsciousness for so long. My own tribulation will be far stronger, and I'm sure something like that warrior will appear again. I'm confident in being able to brute force my way through my tribulation, but that isn't good enough. A cold smirk appeared on John's face as he thought about his eventual tribulation and his battle with the heavens once more. No, when my tribulation comes, I don't just want to survive it, I want to dominate it. If that lightning warrior or something even stronger shows up, I want to absorb it just like before and turn heaven's strength into my own. If anyone heard John's thoughts at the moment, they would think he was an absolute madman wishing for death. However, John knew his cultivation pathway in the future would be filled with dangers and tribulations, and that he needed to grasp every opportunity to raise his strength to the fullest. However, to do that, I'll need to greatly improve the strength of my soul, as well as make it more resistant to lightning. I don't know how I'll do that, but I need to make sure it happens. A sound filled John's ears, and his gaze shifted over to the source. Adam, Iris, and Chase were huddled around a campfire some distance away, roasting some food for dinner. The aroma wafted into John's nose as his stomach growled in hungered protest. He stood up and walked over to the group, his actions surprising them, as it had been the first time in over a week that he had moved from his mediation. "John, come eat with us," Adam exclaimed happily. John nodded his head as he sat next to his friends, who handed over a leg of meat. He bit into it as a wave of satisfaction washed over him. For the first time in weeks, he felt joy instead of pain. "So what are the plans now?" Iris asked, as she could tell that John was just about ready to set out once more. John thought about it for a moment before replying. "I wanted to take it slow and work our way through every trial in these lands, but we've already wasted a month of time with everything that's happened." John replied before taking another bite of his food and swallowing. "We're probably already behind everyone else, so we no longer have that luxury." "So what's the plan then?" Adam asked, as he could tell John had made up his mind. "The plan is to move forward without hesitation, ignoring the initial trials as we focus only on what lies at the end of this realm. We will reach the ends of this land without question and cut down anyone who stands in our way," John replied as a smile of confidence appeared on his face. "That is our plan." 593 new Jade Dragon List developments after over 2 weeks of recovery, John and the others left the cave, feeling the scorching sun above for the first time in a while. The desert sand swirled before them, reminding the group of their lack of progress through the first month of being in the Jade Dragon Empire trial lands. "It's damn hot," Adam once again complained as he felt the scorching sun bake his skin. He took out one of the frost plants that Chase had given him and instantly felt relief as a cool breeze washed over him. A jade piece appeared in John's hands as he stared out at the expansive desert before them, while his divine sense entered the jade piece. A map of the Jade Dragon Empire lands appeared in his mind, and John couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at what he saw. "It seems we have fallen even further behind than I thought," John said to the group. "Let me see," Adam asked to see the map, which John handed over to him. The rest of the group inspected the map, and all couldn't help but feel slight surprise. "The map reveals over halfway through these lands," Adam exclaimed. "And that's just the Heaven Scrying sect that's made it that far. Who knows how far some have made it already." "The good news is that we can move forward without a care now," John chimed up once again. "We moved slowly before so as to not run into anything unexpected, but now that the map has revealed the way forward, we can move much faster." "That's true," Adam replied as another jade piece appeared in his hands. He had forgotten about it with everything that had happened recently, but John pulling out the jade piece reminded him of it. "You've fallen down the list," Adam said, his voice filled with slight displeasure. "How dare they move you down the list like that? Are the Heaven Scrying sect members all blind?" "It's to be expected," John replied calmly. "The list will be constantly shifting, with those revealing their strength climbing the list, while those who don't will fall down. I've done nothing in over 3 weeks, so the decline is only natural. Still, I don't like it, Adam replied, still disgruntled. His divine sense inspected the rest of the list, and Adam's eyes lit up as he discovered the other sections listing alchemists. Formations experts and healers were filled up with 500 names as well. However, his disappointment returned as he didn't find his name, or Chase, either. They truly are blind, Adam grunted. I'm not listed on the formations expert list, and Chase isn't listed on the alchemist list. Have you done anything to reveal your talents to the Heaven Scrying sect? Iris asked. Well, no, but still, Adam replied, as he realized what Iris made sense but didn't want to admit it. Well, it's simple. Just reveal your formation's talents at the trials to come, and you'll be listed in no time, Iris replied, providing a solution to Adam's complaints. Adam stared sideways at Iris, unsure of what was going on. She would normally mock him in such situations, but such mockery was absent and was instead replaced with helpful suggestions. Are you feeling all right? Adam asked, his suspicious gaze locked onto Iris. What do you mean? Iris asked, not sure what he meant. John could tell that Iris was still slightly shaken from everything that had happened during the tribulation, and as such was not concerned with arguing with and disparaging Adam like normal. He could also tell that Adam was about to poke a slumbering bear, as his people's skills were beyond subpar. Well, you're normally nice. Hey, can you pass me the jade list? John asked, interrupting Adam before he could say anything further. Ah, sure, Adam replied, forgetting his previous thoughts as he handed the list over to John. John took it and quickly inspected it, searching for several names. His name was at rank 300, while Lily was at number 50. John nodded his head in approval, as that was quite an impressive ranking. He spotted Rael at rank 120 and couldn't help but wonder what was going on. He had spotted Rael much higher on the list when he had first expected it, and Rael's strength was equal to Lily's. Their ranks should have been similar, but that was not the case. John found the situation odd, but figured that Rael was laying lower than Lily, as he was quite a loner by nature, who preferred to be on his own. John's focus shifted to the top of the list, which had previously been unranked as there was not enough to separate those that stood at the top. The top 20 names now had ranks, as the Heaven Scrying sect started to collect enough information to rank them. John quickly read through the list, as these would be the youths that posed him the most threat in these lands. Rank 1, Ignis, it says here that he's from the beast race. I wonder what someone from the beast race is doing in these trials, as the Honorable Alliance is just for humans. Whatever the reason, he seems quite formidable. Late Heaven Tribulation Cultivation specializes in fire arts, the most talented youth from the beast race. Rank 2, Luth Chaster. I remember his name from when I took the talent testing steps. He was the number 1 Honorable Alliance youth at the time, and it seems he's kept his rank since. Specializes in pure sword arts, ignoring everything else interesting. John continued to read the list, when a name he wanted to know about popped up. His gaze narrowed as he read the name. Rank 4, Cadden Starforge. John had been expecting to see Cadden's name, but did not expect to see it so high up the warrior list. As the number 1 young master of the Starforge clan, Cadden was a formations expert first and foremost. Yet his combat strength was strong enough to rank 4th on the Jade Dragon list, a number which shocked even John. It seems as though he made a breakthrough to the late Heaven Tribulation realm recently. Eye off his strength is this high up, and does not even include his formation talents. He just might be the strongest youth on this list. It seems as though things won't be as easy as I first assumed. John's frown continued to linger as he pondered the name. He had been confident due to having his bloodline ability to fall back on, but now no longer had the means to do so. The only thing that could separate him from someone as strong as Cadden was his Asura transformation, which he was forbidden from using. He was destined to run into Cadden again, and was sure Cadden would make a move on Adam and himself. Oh well, if all else fails, I'll use the Asura transformation and kill every last witness in the area if it means protecting myself and my friends. John put such thoughts aside for the moment as he continued to study the list, as another name quickly appeared that caught his attention. Chapter 594, Entering the Ancient City, Rank 8. Parker Noren, member of the Sunmist sect, achieved 16 steps on the talent testing steps. "Hey, can I see the list?" Chase chimed up, breaking John from his thoughts. "Oh, yeah, here you go," John said as he handed the list over to Chase, who inspected it for himself. Iris inspected the list afterwards, at which point it was handed back over to Adam to keep. "Let's go," John said to the group as he sped forward. The group followed quickly behind as they sped through the desert, no longer concerned about getting lost or running into obstacles. The group sped through the desert for nearly a day as the sun set and rose on their journey. As the sun began to rise and illuminate the arid desert once more, a mesmerizing scene came into the view of the group, who stopped for a moment to appreciate its beauty. Before them in the distance, a massive sheer face cliff stretched to both sides of the Jade Dragon lands as far as the eye could see. At the base of the cliff rested an ancient-looking city, one that sprawled for miles. Its jade-green walls and golden spires glowed in the morning sun, making it look all the more magnificent. The group stood there in silence for a short moment as they appreciated the spectacular view, before John once again began to move. The rest followed behind, and they arrived at the front entrance of the city before long, which was a large arched entrance hundreds of yards high at the base of the massive wall that guarded the city. A large crowd of youths were gathered at the entrance, and raised voices could be heard by John and the rest as they approached the group. "You can't do this," an angry voice yelled out. "That's right, we're all from the same alliance," another yelled. "Who cares?" a self-satisfied voice boomed out, drowning out the rest of the disgruntled voices. "If you want to pass through this entrance, you need to pay the entry fee, so pay up or leave. It's your choice." "You've got to be joking," Iris exclaimed as the group finally realized what was going on. "Is this alliance of ours filled with nothing but assholes? There will always be scum who prey on those weaker than themselves, while they cower before the strong," John said calmly, although he was starting to get tired of seeing such things occur within the alliance. The alliance was facing unprecedented pressure from the other powers, and needed to be unified now more than ever. However, even such a situation didn't change the true nature of some of the youths in the alliance. As they approached the group, John spotted several youths wearing the robes of the Heavenly Lightning sect. He recognized them as some of the weakest members of the sect that had joined for this realm excursion, and so John was not too surprised that they were amongst the group trapped outside the city. Their arrival was noticed by the sect members, who lit up with happiness as they spotted John amongst those approaching. John's strength had been revealed to them during the trip to the Honorable Alliance, and they knew he would be able to help them in this matter. "General," one of the Heavenly Lightning sect youths called out, their voice attracting the attention of the others in the group. The youth was a girl in the early Heaven Tribulation realm, who had long black hair which was tied up into a bun at the top, and a relatively pretty face. She was a second year of the sect, and one of the few second years to join the trip. The others inspected the newcomers, and couldn't help but become confused at why they were being referred to as generals, as their cultivations were incredibly low. Only Iris had a Heaven Tribulation cultivation, and so they assumed they were referring to her. The youths guarding the entrance also noticed the arrival, and couldn't help but break out into boisterous laughter as they heard the cry of elation. "General," one of the youths mocked. "The Heavenly Lightning sect used to be quite powerful, but now someone as weak as that girl can be a general? Truly pathetic," another mocked after containing his laughter. They could tell that Iris was a recently ascended cultivator due to her still shaky Heaven Tribulation aura. John ignored the mocking comments as he walked over to the other members of the sect. "What's going on?" John asked, although he already knew what was going on. "These 6 have blocked our way forward unless we pay them 1 million spirit crystals each," the one who had called out to him explained. "1 million spirit crystals? That's complete robbery," Adam exclaimed, shocked to hear such a price. John's gaze shifted to the 6 youths guarding the entrance, who looked back at him with complete disregard. They wore black robes with no markings on them, other than one small blue symbol of a veiled and hooded face. John had seen this group towards the front when everyone had entered, signifying their lofty status and power within the alliance, but didn't know what sect they were. However, he didn't care at all. "Can I borrow one of your daggers?" John asked Iris. "Sure," Iris replied as she handed over a dagger to John. He began to move towards the youths guarding the entrance, but was stopped by the one who he had just spoken to. "Be careful," the girl said to John, slightly worry in her voice. "Those 6 are from the Nightville Assassin Guild. They're incredibly dangerous, and if you push them the wrong way, they might seek to take revenge on you later. They also have someone who is in the top 20 on the Jade Dragon list, so you don't want to push them too far." "Thanks for the warning," John thanked the girl with a calm smile on his face. His gaze returned to the 6 youths guarding the entrance. All 6 are in the early heaven tribulation realm, but are just about ready to break through to the middle heaven tribulation realm. That combined with their assassin arts make them quite dangerous, which none of these weaker youths want to anger. "What are you looking at?" One of the youths, the apparent leader of the bunch, said with arms crossed over his chest as he watched John approach them. John ignored his question as he continued to calmly walk towards the group. "Hold it right there," another commanded. "If you want to pass through here, you need to cough up 1 million spirit crystals. Otherwise, don't even dream of getting into the CI." The youth's words halted as John suddenly vanished from his sight. Lightning appeared in the vision of the 6, although it was like a blur to them as all they saw was a streak of lightning, and then nothing. The 6 youths were stunned for a moment, before they all quickly turned around as they realized something. Behind them stood John, who had his back to them as he continued walking into the city. A dagger that was in his hand disappeared, while the youths suddenly felt a searing pain on one of their arms. "Gah!" The 6 youths cried out in unison as each one had an arm severed at the elbow. Their severed arms dropped to the ground, while blood began to spurt out furiously. John paused his steps to look over his shoulder as he watched the 6 use their chi to stem the bleeding. The 6 gazed back at John, fear crawling up their spines as they stared at his cold and icy gaze. "The Honorable Alliance has no place for scum like you," John said to the group, his voice calm yet cold. "Let this be a lesson for the 6 of you to change your ways. If I see any of you doing something like this again, I'll kill you." The 6 youths were feeling fear and rage, but mostly confusion. They had no idea how John had moved so fast as to catch assassins like them off guard, but he had done so without their notice. They could tell that he could have killed them if he truly wanted to, and so the 6 stood up and fled after a moment of hesitation. John calmly watched the 6 leave, before his footsteps started once more as he finally entered the ancient city. Chapter 595, Seeking Out Information Atom. Iris and Chase quickly followed behind John, their calm expressions revealing they had been expecting such an outcome. The stunned group of youths watched the 4 enter the city and eventually vanish from sight. They stood there for a moment, unable to believe what had just happened. Only the Heavenly Lightning Sect youths were not completely stunned. They had seen John's brutality against Leon, who was his own sect member, so his actions against those from other sects were not unexpected. However, the speed at which he had dispatched his opponents was unexpected, even to those who knew a bit of his strength. "Who the hell was that?" One of the youths turned to ask one of the Heavenly Lightning Sect youths. "That's one of our 3 generals, John Fenix." The girl who had spoken with John before replied proudly. "John Fenix, the one on the Jade Dragon list," one of the other youths exclaimed in shock. While not all of them had a Jade Dragon list jade piece, discussions of the list had been spread far and wide. Cultivators had incredible memories, and so everyone was easily able to memorize all 500 names quite quickly. John's name had especially made a splash, as his ranking was subject to much debate due to his cultivation. Many thought the Heaven Scrying sect had gone mad, while those who had seen John's strength testified to his ranking. There were well over 50,000 youths within the Jade Dragon Empire lands, while the Jade Dragon list only included the strongest 500 youths. These youths were within the top 1% of all those within the realm, and just being placed on the list was enough to awe most of the other disciples. John had been ranked in the 200s at one time, further testifying to his strength. They hardly ever saw such strong geniuses, and John's situation was even more unique due to his low cultivation. "It's actually him," another exclaimed, but after a moment couldn't help but accept it as truth. "I guess his ranking on the Jade Dragon list was not mistaken. How terrifying was that?" Another blurted out, both shock and reverence audible in their voice. Heated discussions broke out amongst the group, while many excited questions were asked of the several Heavenly Lightning sect youths. The girl who had spoken to John felt like a celebrity and could not help but beam in happiness. As her sect and member of her sect was being spoken of in such high regard at the moment. "That was quite brutal," Iris said to John as she caught up, "but I 100% agree with your actions. Those bastards deserved such a fate for cheating their own alliance members." "Aren't you concerned about what that girl said, though?" Adam asked as he walked beside John. "About the top 20 ranked assassin of that guild?" John asked. Adam nodded his head at John's words, causing John to giggle slightly. Adam knew John was strong, but strength did not do much when it came to surviving assassinations. Only incredible instincts were able to save one from such attacks, which made assassins highly feared. If they scurry to their leader and he takes action, he'll suffer a worse fate than them. They were only extorting money, not trying to kill anyone. If that youth tries anything against me, it'll be the last time he does anything," John replied calmly yet confidently. He had supreme trust in his instincts, as his soul power was very strong, which strengthened his divine sense to detect minute details. Not only that, but his immortal Asura body also seemed to heighten his instincts, as it had warned him in the past of surprise attacks. "We're in the city now," Chase chimed up, "so what should we do now?" "We need to gather some information first," John replied as he continued to walk deeper into the ancient city. A main road dozens of yards wide carved straight through the heart of the city, while side roads branched out every so often. The roads were lined with various buildings, some tall and some short. It gave the city a unique look, but the most surprising thing to the group was the pristine nature of the buildings. Despite the passage of over 100,000 years, the buildings still appeared fresh and new. It was a testament to the quality of the building materials and craftsmanship skill of those who had constructed them. As they ventured deeper into the city, the buildings became larger and grander, while the amount of youths venturing about grew as well. Before long, the city became quite boisterous, as if it were no different than a normal city. Youths tried to sell their wares on the streets, while the group spotted several taverns occupied and selling food and drinks. Pills halls, formation halls, and other various professions had been established by various groups trying to make some money. John found the entire situation quite interesting, as he could tell that these youths were not focused on progressing forward at the fastest pace they could. "I wonder why some have decided to set up camp here," John mused as he searched for something. Eventually, he decided to stop someone on the streets to ask for directions. "Do you know if I can find anyone from the Heaven Scrying sect in the city?" John asked the youth, who was an amiable-looking girl with long brown hair. She wore a light green dress, making her look quite cute and friendly. She gave off a natural air of vibrancy and life, making it clear that she specialized in healing arts. John needed information regarding the realm, and the ones who knew the realm the best at the moment were those belonging to the Heaven Scrying sect. "Sure," the girl replied with a cheery smile, more than happy to help someone out. She turned and pointed down the main road, deeper into the city. "They're about half a mile down this road on the right. They've established a headquarters in a building and put their sect sigil outside. You can't miss it." "Thanks," John replied warmly, appreciative of the help. The group followed the girl's directions and soon arrived where she had mentioned. John spotted the Heaven Scrying sect sigil placed outside the building, which was several stories tall and one of the more luxurious buildings in the city. The walls were pure, pristine shades of jade, while gold ornaments lined the outside. The entrance of the building had youths entering and leaving constantly, most likely to acquire information or the jade maps and lists the sect sold. John and the rest entered the building as well and arrived in an expansive lobby. Ornate furniture was laid about, while many groups of youths were discussing various matters with members of the Heaven Scrying sect. A member of the Heaven Scrying sect noted their arrival, and John could tell that the youth's eyes shimmered for a moment, as if he recognized who John was. The youth had a bald head and wore a rosary necklace, making him look quite holy and monk-like. "How may I help you?" the youth asked as he arrived before the group. "I'm here to gather some information about this realm and potentially buy a map or two," John replied, clearly stating his business. "It would be my pleasure to help one on the Jade Dragon list," the youth replied warmly, causing John to raise an eyebrow at his response. It seemed as though his identity was already fully known to all those within the Heaven Scrying sect. Chapter 596 Shocking Change to the Jade Dragon list. The bald youth led John and the group to a corner of the room, in which many comfortable-looking sofas had been placed in a circle, with a table placed in the middle. "Tea?" the youth asked as he sat down, which John and the rest politely declined. "Then how may I help you?" the youth asked. "I'd like to get some information first," John replied as he too sat down, followed by the others. "What information would you like to know?" the youth asked. "I'd like to know everything you know about this realm," John replied, getting straight to the point. "I see the map has revealed the land quite far into this realm. I'd like to know about that, what's required to move forward, and anything else of importance." "That's quite valuable information you're asking for," the youth replied, the warm smile remaining on his face. "What are you prepared to give in exchange?" "Since you didn't name a price, I'm sure that you're not requesting money," John asked, reading between the lines. "You would be correct in that assumption," a voice to John's side sounded out. He glanced over to the source of the voice, although he already knew who it was. "Ainsel, we meet again," John said, not fully surprised to see him here. Ainsel sat down on one of the available sofas, while his gaze shifted from John to Iris. He inspected Iris for a moment, and a very slight yet knowing smile appeared on his face for an instant before vanishing. "So what information do you want from me?" John asked Ainsel. "Oh, we don't want information from you," Ainsel replied, "because you've already provided it." "I've provided it?" John asked, not sure what Ainsel was talking about. Ainsel's gaze once again shifted towards Iris, which lingered for a brief moment before glancing back at John. John instantly saw through Ainsel's meaning, as Iris was now in the Heaven Tribulation realm. "I have to ask, though, who was it that fought at the end?" Ainsel asked, getting straight to the point. "Logic would say that the Tribulator would be the only one fighting against the Tribulation, as no one is crazy enough to interfere with a Tribulation and draw the wrath of the heavens. But..." Ainsel's gaze shifted back to Iris as he closely inspected her once again, while John's gaze narrowed slightly. Iris's cultivation would have been discovered before long anyways, so there was no way he could hide it other than having her use a shrouding artifact he had on him. However, that would draw just as much suspicion, making hiding her recent ascension impossible. The Heaven Scrying sect knowledge network was beyond expansive, and it was almost impossible to hide such a thing from them. Clearly, Ainsel had put two and two together and figured out that Iris had been the one to invoke that recent tribulation. Iris stared back with a displeased frown on her face, not appreciative of Ainsel's gaze. "If you keep staring at me like that, I'll cut out your eyes," Iris said, her voice tinged with cold displeasure. She could tell Ainsel was using his unique eye talents to inspect her closely, something that was quite rude if not agreed to by the one being inspected. "Apologies," Ainsel replied quickly, his gaze shifting from Iris's body to her eyes. "I just couldn't help but inspect the changes to someone who survived such a tribulation. Tell me what happened. I'm dying to know." Ainsel's words caused the group to know that he had witnessed the tribulation, although he was not sure exactly what had happened. However, He was more than sure that it was Iris who had ascended, as there were no other likely candidates. "It was just a normal tribulation, so I'm not sure what you're talking about," Iris replied calmly, her voice steady. "Is that so?" Ainsel mused out loud, a slight smile appearing on his face. He could tell that none of them would admit to what had happened, although upon seeing Iris, he knew his suspicions were correct. It was no doubt her tribulation. "I must say you are beyond impressive, and your eye talents far exceed mine," Ainsel said to Iris, his voice tinged with respect. "And while your combat prowess is equally impressive, it's not enough to explain that apocalyptic battle that had appeared in the sky." Ainsel's gaze shifted back to John, who sat there calmly. "As for you, you've become even more impressive since we last spoke," Ainsel said to John. "Not only have you grown stronger, but your body seems to have become more profound as well. Congratulations to the both of you." Ainsel's words seemed friendly, but it was a way of him telling the group that he knew for certain, and that there was no point in hiding anything. "So what do you want for information?" John asked, not wanting to play Ainsel's game. Who cares if they knew Iris had such a heaven-defying tribulation? It was not something that would make her a target by the other enemy powers, as the details behind her tribulation were still murky and unclear. All it revealed was that her talent was incredible, and that something strange had happened with the tribulation. "Like I said, you won't need to provide anything," Ainsel said, with a cheery warmth in his voice. "Think of this as a gift from me and my sect, as a gesture of good faith and friendship. Our sect likes to establish friendships with figures who we think will be important in the future, and this is the first step in forming such a relationship." John stared at Ainsel carefully, but didn't see any signs of falsehood in his expressions. "As for the information about the realm you requested, it's her," Ainsel said as he tossed over a jade piece to John. John caught it and inspected the contents within. A large quantity of information was presented to him, from the types of trials within the land to requirements for progressing forward. A frown appeared on his face as he read over certain parts, and after reading through it all, he handed the jade piece over to the others to read. They all read through it, at which point John gazed back at Ainsel. "We don't have the details on everything in this realm, as even we have been unable to explore every area, but that information should be what you are seeking, correct?" Ainsel asked. John nodded his head, as it did contain what he wanted. 6 jade pieces suddenly appeared in the air before Ainsel, which he moved to float before John with his chi. John raised an eyebrow at Ainsel's actions, as he could tell that the jade pieces were 3 maps and 3 jade dragon lists. With these 6 pieces, it was enough for everyone in the group to have a map and a list to themselves. "As I said, I'm looking to establish a friendly relationship between you and myself. This is just another gesture of my sincerity in such matters." Ainsel noticed John's questioning expression and said to assuage his suspicions. John grabbed the jade pieces after a moment of careful inspection, as he did not find anything suspicious or awry with the jade pieces. He handed it over to the rest of the group accordingly, resulting in each member having a map and a list. With this, everything he had come to get from the Heaven's Scrying sect had been achieved, and so John stood up to leave. He nodded towards Ainsel in a friendly manner, as regardless of his intentions, Ainsel had helped him and his group out quite a bit for no charge at all. John turned to leave, and was followed by the others, but Ainsel's words sounded out once more, halting John's footsteps. "I have received some intel that there is a particular person targeting you and your friends, and plans to do so before this realm closes," Ainsel said to John. "Cadden?" John asked without looking back. Ainsel remained silent, but his silence was all the confirmation John needed. "Thanks," John said, his footsteps continuing nicely as he and his group left the building, while Ainsel and the other youth watched them leave. "You really place him in such high regard?" the bald youth asked Ainsel. Ainsel's actions had been beyond generous, showing his great interest in establishing a friendly accord with John. "If you had seen the tribulation, you would have the same opinion as myself right now," Ainsel replied. "He was no doubt the one fighting at the end, and the fact that he survived shows that his strength is far greater than anything he has revealed thus far. Such a person is someone who is worthy of establishing a friendship with. A jade piece suddenly appeared in his hands, and Ainsel sent his divine sense into it for a moment before retracting it. Shortly after this, a frenzied commotion broke out throughout the ancient city and beyond, as a shocking and unbelievable change happened to the Jade Dragon list. Rank 20, John Fenix, Chapter 597. Next steps. So what are we going to do now? Iris asked as the group stepped onto the main road and ventured deeper into the ancient city. I'm not sure yet, John replied, processing the information that had been given to him by Ainsel. The information contained many useful things, like what trials existed where, and what was required to pass it. While it did not include everything one would encounter in the realm, it was very useful information to confidently navigate one's way forward. However, the information provided also had one thing that was slightly troublesome. According to the information we received, the only way forward past the cliffs behind this city are the tunnels, Iris said to the group. Tunnels which are separated by the 4 jade mark types. Let's go in here, John said to the group, as he spotted a tavern on the side of the road that was currently occupied by some sect serving others meals and drinks. The group entered and ordered some food and drinks before they started to discuss the next steps in their journey. You know, I found it quite odd that some of the other sects established taverns, the trade halls, pill halls, and other places like this. But now it makes sense, Adam said before taking a bite of his food. Based on the information we received, the only way through this city to the other side of the cliffs are through tunnels, which have certain jade mark score requirements to enter, Chase chimed up. This city has many trials for one to receive jade marks, but the trials are time-locked, with one only being able to take the trial once a day. It's natural that the weaker disciples who could not amass the required points right away would take shelter in this city while they slowly work their way to the required points. True, or in the case of the Heaven Scrying sect, set up a base to sell their maps and list and make a lot of money, Iris chimed up, her voice tinged with slight displeasure as she thought ABC to Ainsel's actions. Regardless of the reasons, this city has become the main hub of the Jade Dragon Empire trial lands right now, but that does not really concern us in the end, John spoke up after downing a piece of meat from his dish. True, Iris replied. The score requirement to pass through the tunnels is 50 points, which all 4 of us have. We don't need to concern ourselves with staying in this city for long. Thanks to his feats in the martial arena as well as his score when walking through the arch, John had 142 points. Iris also had over 100 points thanks to John, while both Adam and Chase just barely managed to scrape by with 50 points and 52 points respectively. Both were absolute masters of their crafts and had received perfect points in the trials they had taken. The city was meant to be a checkpoint for filtering the worthy from the weak, which none of the 4 were when it came to their main professions. John fell silent as he thought over the matter, while the other 3 noticed his silence, as well as his expression of concentration. Clearly, he was thinking for a solution to the main issue regarding the next steps. John, you don't have to worry about us, Adam said, his voice stirring John from his thoughts. That's right, Iris replied. You've already done more than enough for us. You can't hinder your own progress just to ensure our safety. John's gaze shifted from Adam to Iris, and then eventually to Chase, who nodded his head in agreement with the others' words. A deep sigh escaped his mouth, as he could tell his friends had already seen through his thoughts. That's easy to say, but it's not that simple, John replied, not fully convinced. The tunnels leading to the other side of this cliff are separated by the 4 jade mark types, meaning that we'll have to split up. You and Chase might be fine, but... You're worried about me, Adam said. After a moment of silence, John nodded his head. Normally, he would just let his friends roam about and fend for themselves in lands like these. But this time, it was different for one of them. Adam had the Starforge clan targeting him, and he was weaker than all of them. The Starforge clan is still targeting you, and they'll no doubt go through the formation's expert tunnel. You'll be as good as dead if even one of them finds you, John replied. He wanted to have Kyrie guard Adam, but knew that wouldn't work. The tunnels supposedly had a formation that one could only pass through if they had the appropriate jade mark scores. Kyrie could only enter this realm thanks to being in John's soul space when he entered, and would only be able to proceed through further checkpoints like this in the same manner. If only I had the mask from back in the Bloodfiend sect. Too bad that bastard Allfiend ripped it off my face and destroyed it, John cursed internally. It's fine, Adam said, his face full of confidence. John raised an eyebrow in confusion at Adam's words, as he knew Adam was a cowardly man who avoided fights he could not win. How is it fine? John asked curiously, as he also knew Adam was not stupid and would not throw his life away. You don't think a genius such as myself would just sit about this entire time and not work on a solution to the Starforge problem? Adam asked, his normal prideful mannerisms showing. John's questioning gaze continued to linger on Adam, who answered his gaze with an action. 3 small and very thin formation discs suddenly appeared in his hands, each carved with hundreds of intricate formation runes. The group watched in stunned horror as Adam cut open 2 incisions, one on each cheek, and then 1 incision on his forehead. To their further horror, he inserted the small formation discs into those incisions, firming them in place. Afterwards, he consumed a healing pill to heal the open wounds, which covered over the formation discs, making them disappear from sight. Adam's proud gaze stared back triumphantly at his stunned friends as he activated the discs. John, Iris, and Chase couldn't help but be both equally disgusted and impressed as Adam's face slowly began to shift, and before long, he appeared like a completely different person. Chapter 598 Formidable Disguise, Tadia, Adam exclaimed, his chest puffing out in pride as he noticed the gazes of the others. What the hell was that? Iris asked after a moment of silence. It's a disguising formation I came up with on my own, Adam replied proudly. My dad taught me how to embed formation discs into my body and assimilate them without causing internal damage, which helps control the formation discs better. Not only that, but having it embedded into my skin allows me to use it at all times without having to hold only a formation or set one up. With the 2, I was able to come up with a flawless disguising method. John's expression turned from surprise to nodding approval as he inspected Adam's disguise. It was quite remarkable, and he truly did look like another person. Even his aura had shifted slightly, as the formations released their own aura, obscuring his natural aura. This is actually impressive, John replied as he continued to inspect Adam's face. While it was not as flawless as the mask he had used before, it was almost as good. Even he could only tell something was wrong after very close and careful inspection. Others would not inspect Adam's face as closely as there was no need to, and so the disguise was more than sufficient. You really are weird, Iris couldn't help but exclaim, her words causing Adam's prideful demeanor to turn to agitation. But even I have to admit that your formation talents are formidable. This is truly impressive. Iris's rare compliment of Adam stopped his words of disparagement that were about to come out, as his chest puffed out with pride once more. I knew you would see my true genius eventually, Adam replied. Iris rolled her eyes at his words, but said nothing. Adam, John said, getting Adam's attention. Adam asked. I've never seen anyone else immed formations into their skin before. Why is that? John asked, as a thought popped up in his mind. Of course you haven't, Adam chimed up, because it's something that's incredibly dangerous to do. A formation embedded into one's body is incredibly hard to control, and even the slightest mistake can result in it going out of control. If that happens, even death is not impossible. Then how are you able to use such a method so freely? John asked. That, I don't actually know, Adam replied, his pride dimming for a moment before returning. Maybe I'm just the greatest formation genius to ever live, ha ha ha. His prideful laughter continued for a short moment, while John's thoughts continued to swirl. The Starforge clan is looking for something that they think Adam has. It could be this technique, or the method to use this technique without harm. I think there's more to this than even Adam knows. John thought about it for a moment before he put such thoughts aside. Regardless of the reasons, Adam was able to make a believable disguise, which solved the problem John had. "This should solve the issue at hand, then?" Iris asked John, who nodded his head. With Adam being able to disguise himself, he should be able to slip past the Starforge clan undetected. However, there was one last matter that John had to address. A robe suddenly appeared in his hands, one that was black and red. It was his War Hall robes, which had no identifying marks that it belonged to the Heavenly Lightning sect other than the color scheme. "Wear this," John said as he tossed it over to Adam. Why?" Adam asked as he caught it. "Because even with your disguise, if a Starforge member runs into a Middle Meridian forging youth wearing the Heavenly Lightning sect robes, the only two who can fit the bill are you and Chase," John replied. "The War Hall robes are much less recognizable, and a clan like the Starforge clan most likely doesn't know such insignificant information." "Ah, that makes sense," Adam replied as he donned the War Hall robe. Due to John's larger body, the robe was definitely oversized, making Adam look quite funny while wearing it. The group stifled their laughter as best they could, while Adam scowled at their amusement. John informed Adam to deactivate his disguise while they were traveling together, and only activate it once he entered his tunnel alone, so no one could put two and two together. "That settles it then," John said as the matter at hand was resolved. "Let's head out to the tunnels and proceed deeper into these lands." The group nodded their heads in unison and left the tavern. They proceeded deeper into the ancient city, their destination the tunnels at the very opposite end. While walking through the city, John and the group received many odd gazes. The gazes were mixed, some starring with awe, some with fear, some with intrigue, and some with doubt. "What the hell are they staring at?" Adam grumbled, as the stares were starting to become annoying. "Who knows, just ignore them," John replied, not concerned about such things. Eventually, two youths approached the group and stood in front of them. It was a pair of boys, who both had bald heads and had their chests bared. Their upper bodies were tattooed, making them look quite wild, and both exuded a powerful body aura, signifying that they were body cultivators. They both had early heaven tribulation cultivations, and they stared at John with gazes of competition, as well as doubt. "What do you want?" John asked as the group blocked their way. "Are you John Fenix?" one of the youths asked. "So what if I am?" John replied nonchalantly. "HMPH, you don't deserve your ranking," the other youth replied, his aura exploding outwards like he was preparing for battle. "So I'll be defeating you and taking your place." Both youths dashed forward, their fists punching out towards John. John frowned as he saw this, while his leg suddenly swept outwards with his full bodily might. His right leg crashed into the youth on the right first, who was unable to dodge in time due to John's lightning-quick actions. His sweeping leg slammed against the youth, violently knocking him into the other youth as well. The two youths were launched to the side, their bodies slamming into the sturdy walls of one of the ancient city buildings. Their bodies violently rebounded off the wall, crashing to the ground. A small amount of blood seeped from their mouths as the two struggled to stand up, while their gazes shifted from arrogance to caution and even slight fear. They stared at John for a moment before speeding away, realizing in that single exchange that they were not John's match. "What the hell was that?" Chase exclaimed. They must have been looking to establish themselves on the Jade Dragon list, and a late Meridian forging youth in the bottom half of the list is the perfect target in their eyes. John replied. "Ooh, it's not that simple anymore," Iris chimed up. John looked over and saw a jade piece in her hands. He realized it was the Jade Dragon list, and he quickly took out his own to inspect his current position. His eyes narrowed slightly as he spotted his name and rank. Rank 20, John Fenix. A frown appeared on his face as he realized that Ainsel had changed his rank after they left the building. "Establishing a friendship, my ass," John grumbled. Chapter 599, entering the tunnel, ha ha ha. Adam started laughing loudly. Those heaven-scrying bastards finally opened their eyes for once, although if they truly had eyes, they'd put you at number 1. "Let's go," John replied, ignoring the situation as he knew he was powerless to change it. He could go back to the heaven-scrying sect and demand them to change it, but did not do so. He did not fear any battles due to his rank. It would slow his progress down, but each and every battle was an opportunity to improve his strength, and John was not one to avoid a battle if it was presented before him. The group continued through the city, receiving similar gazes the entire time, but John was not challenged again as the group arrived before the cliff face at the end of the city. The cliff stretched miles overhead, while 4 massive tunnels hundreds of yards tall and wide appeared before them. The 4 tunnels had the 4 jade mark symbols above them, indicating which one to enter. A powerful formation barrier blocked the entrance of the tunnel, while a large crowd had gathered before the entrances. The tunnels were being entered by youths each minute, as those youths eventually accumulated enough points to proceed forwards. John and the others looked at each other, while John gazed at Adam and Chase specifically, as Iris would be joining him. "Good luck," John said to them, while they said the same back. After the parting words, the 4 ventured forward, and John and Iris arrived before the warrior tunnel. The powerful formation flared with great power, and John knew there was no way anyone could break through this with force. He watched Adam and Chase enter, at which point his eyes narrowed and his body suddenly flashed forward. He appeared before the formation's expert tunnel in an instant, while his aura flared out powerfully. His actions startled all those nearby, while 2 youths who were knocked backwards from his power. The youths were wearing inconspicuous robes, but John's instincts flared when he felt the murderous intent from them lock onto Adam as he entered the tunnel. "What the hell was that for?" one of the youths exclaimed, his anger fully ignited. "Move, you bastard," the other yelled out as well as he tried to dash past John. However, John appeared before him in an instant, blocking his way and knocking him backwards. "You Starforge shits really are shameless," John replied, his cold gaze staring at the 2 youths before him. They had disguised themselves and waited for Adam to enter the tunnel, all to most likely assassinate or capture him at that point. John thought the pride of such an esteemed clan was above such tactics, but it seemed as though he underestimated their shamelessness. "Do you really think you can stop us?" one of the youths yelled as his middle heaven tribulation aura flared out with great power. He knew his opponent was John, who had most likely killed Raiden and the others. However, they were both stronger than Raiden and were confident in their power. "Heavenly Lightning Sect robes, late Meridian forging cultivation. Is that him?" a loud voice from the nearby gathered crowd exclaimed. "It is. It's him," another voice exclaimed, unable to contain their excitement. "His power, it seems like the heaven-scrying sect wasn't lying after all," another chimed up, as they witnessed John easily thwart the 2 youths. The 2 Starforge youths glanced at each other, confused as to what was going on. They had been stationed here in disguise for a month already, but neither had checked the Jade Dragon list today. They had heard some discussions here and there over the past month, mostly that John had been ranked and was around the middle of the pack. "HMPH, so what if you're on the list?" one of the youths replied coldly. "So are we." "You are ranked what? 200, 300? the other youth asked with a mocking tone. "Well, the both of us are ranked in the top 200, so your power means nothing before us." John raised an eyebrow in surprise as he checked the Jade Dragon list. As the 2 had said, there were many Starforge member names on the list, with 2 around the 180 mark. "The Starforge clan truly is impressive to have so many names on this list," John said. "Our clan's power is beyond your imagination. Now move, or we'll deal with you first," one of the youths replied. They did not want to openly kill or injure John here, as such actions could potentially strain the relationship between the Honorable Alliance and the Starforge clan. However, their orders were to focus on Adam, and those orders triumphed over all else. John's gaze remained calm despite them revealing their ranks, causing the 2 youths to pause for a moment. Meanwhile, heated discussions broke out in the nearby group, and the 2 youths heard the number 20 thrown out quite a bit. A bad feeling crept up within their bodies as they took out a jade piece and inspected it. Their faces turned white as they noticed John's name and his rank on the list. "Impossible," one of the youths muttered in shock, although he knew it was not wrong. The Heaven Scrying sect would never make such a claim if they didn't have the evidence to prove it. While some still tried their luck as they assumed the Heaven Scrying sect was wrong, these youths were wiser than that. The two youths looked at each other for a brief instant before a unique aura suddenly flared as they took out a formation disc. Their bodies were wrapped in spatial energy, and they suddenly disappeared from the courtyard. John clicked his tongue in frustration, as the two had been incredibly quick with their retreat. They had used short-range teleportation formations, which transported them most likely to another part of the city. John would have been able to stop them and battle it out with them, but that would have left the entrance to the tunnel vulnerable for other Starforge members to enter if they happened to be nearby. He now realized he should have had Adam disguise himself before entering the tunnel and enter separately from the group, but it was too late to change anything. John's gaze remained calm as he shifted it towards the nearby group, who were disappointed that a battle had not taken place. It would have been a rare opportunity to see 3 youths on the Jade Dragon list battle it out. "This tunnel is closed for the next 12 hours, John said out loud. His words caused many to frown, although no one dared to voice their disapproval at someone so high up on the list. A top 20 Jade Dragon list genius was practically a mythical existence in these lands, hardly ever seen by the others. As such, the next 12 hours passed by, with newcomers arriving all the time. Some argued with John to enter the tunnel, but he took no risks as he thwarted any from entering. Those disgruntled youths could only back down and wait, as 12 hours was not that long of a time. After the 12-hour mark passed by, a large group of formations experts had gathered, eager to enter the tunnel. Adam should by now be far into the next area, and his disguise already activated. At this point, even if the Starforge clan knows he's entered, they won't be able to track him down. John walked away from the tunnel entrance, his actions causing a wave of cheer to erupt as the formation's experts flooded into the tunnel. He returned to the entrance of the warrior tunnel and looked around for Iris. However, to his surprise, she was nowhere to be found. "Are you looking for your friend?" A voice sounded out from behind John, causing him to turn around. He nodded his head as he looked at the girl who had just spoken, who stood there nervously, clearly intimidated by John's presence. "She gave me this and said to hand it to you when you returned here," the girl instructed as she handed over a scroll to John. John took the scroll and unfurled it and read its contents. It was a message from Iris, telling him that she went ahead in the next area, as her recent tribulation revealed to herself that she was not strong enough and could not always exist under John's protection. By traveling with him, her life would not truly be in danger at all, and so her chances to improve would be diminished. "I suppose I have been protecting them a bit too much, resulting in them stagnating a bit," John sighed, as he realized his actions were not necessarily the best thing. He knew Iris was right in her reasoning, and so he did not disagree with her at all. She's strong enough now to be able to take care of herself. He thanked the girl for her help and turned around to enter the tunnel. He passed through the formation and felt a powerful energy lock onto his Jade mark score, at which point the restrictive energy faded away. He stepped into the tunnel, as a powerful pressure instantly descended on him,